knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men. The shadow knows.
Okay, hi, welcome to RadioGunk, and this is our first podcast, and I'm Summer Sky, and you can call me Summer from here on end, and I'm here with, I hate to say the name, but I hear it, but Teehee, which we're going to just call her T from now on,
Please.
and our guest commentator who's going to be with us on a pretty consistent basis, and you probably all know him as Arm. So say hi, Arm, to everyone.
So I get special guest status like Kevin Rockley at the end of the Nolan Space credits.
Yes, you get.
I pretend I'm a short-term guest, but on every week.
You're on every
Oh, yeah. You're ever present. So we wanted to let you know a little bit about why we're doing this. So RadioGunk is obviously based on what Howard was called as a child because he was such a gawky, fucking ridiculously skinny, maniac Gurk his entire life. What?
I want to thank Aardvark for facilitating this. I would be remiss. He set that up. He actually got me in contact with you and really facilitated this. So Aardvark from Dog Shed is really how this got going. In a way, you can trace it back to him.
Yes.
Very articulate poster. I'd love to have him on.
I love Aardvark. He's fabulous. Yeah, Aardvark will be on in probably a couple of episodes for sure. He's one of our favorite Photoshopper chopper guys.
I love you, Aardvark.
I want to read his post in my Mr. Feeney voice from Boy Meets World.
Some other day, Arm. So we're going to tell you why we're here and why we exist. We're all members of a website called dogshed.com, and we tend to go into the Howard Stern forum and talk about the things we used to love about the show and currently hate about the show.
Summer, is it safe to say that we were all from Stern Fan Network?
Definitely. We were the mass exodus.
Yes. Oh, I will beg to differ with you, my friend.
You were never on
No,
that?
I never even knew this.
Good. You're better than I am.
Yeah, I never even knew that Stern Fan Network existed. No, I had no clue about it.
Wow.
The only reason I actually went onto the Dog Shed was because Elias Boy had done an entire theme of the North Shore Animal League 2013.
The terrible one where it's
Fucking awful Photoshop from hell.
bad.
And so I was looking up bad Photoshops, and that happened to turn out. So here I am, a lifelong Howard Stern fan, listening from the WABC days
Can't believe
when
you
I would
said that.
wake up in the morning and try and get an AM station, which was fucking impossible. And then once he finally went to K-Rock, I was sucked in. So here we are talking about Howard, and
That was 85, right? That was like 1986, 85.
yeah, I guess so. It was when I was probably first started working, or I was maybe in college. I don't even remember.
Yeah.
But I remember hearing about him and knowing about him and knowing that this was something I wanted to get in on because he was so irascible and so controversial, and everything he said had some meaning behind it. And all of a sudden now, here we are. He's like the fucking emperor's new clothes. He can walk down the block naked and everybody will say, you're so fucking wonderful, you're so amazing. But the reality is, he is completely naked. He is a completely naked, manorexic,
Wearing manties.
exactly. He's just like a disgusting man. And so the reason we're doing this is because we're all completely disenfranchised.
And he pissed on us.
And he is on my fans. So
on my fans.
Summer, I'm sorry, my volume was up. Did you say the Emperor's new scarf?
the Empress New Barbados scarf. That's right.
God bless America's judge.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So we'll be getting into a lot of topics on this show. We're going to be talking about that thing wig, that chin implant. We're choppers. We're going to talk about bad beefus.
Yes.
And what?
Bianca's furry friend.
Bianca's furry
It's a
friend.
45-year charity
And
here.
Brock met him tonight.
So we're going to talk about pretty much everything related to the show we used to love and now hate, and now actually love to hate.
Exactly.
So we kind of rip it a new asshole on a daily basis. We Photoshop the shit out of everybody on the show. We will go into Robin's cancer. We will go into Benji and Elisa and fuck her and her spree cast, by the way. We will go into his eating habits.
Ew. Soup.
Beautiful soup. Handful of ramen. We will go into lingo that you guys may or may not have ever heard before, but it's kind of a infrastructure that we've built on Dogshit that makes us Dogshit rules. Dogshit.com that makes us who we are today.
Yes.
So that's where the podcast comes from, and we are going to recommend that you go to www.radiogunk.com. Obviously, fucking Gunk, which is perfect, and comment.
Then you should explain the origin of Gunkers, because I think a lot of people don't even know what that is.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know what it is. I actually am not an aficionado on the origin of Gunkers. I say it, and I don't really know fully what the origin is.
Allow me to explain. So, Benjamin, who is an amazing contributor
He's a historian.
He is an historian. So what he decided to do is to really delve into the books he's done, the unauthorized biographies, the movie, etc., etc. And he really picked it apart and made it really come alive. So one of the things we gleaned from, I think it was the unauthorized biography, and he's going to come on very, very shortly so you can talk about this with us, maybe in another 2 or 3 podcasts. And basically, because Howard was such a gangly, ridiculous, grasshopper, stick figure, nerd.
Zero. He was sort of the invisible man.
He was like the stick that could hide behind the lamppost. Nobody would see. And so his friends decided that he was such an awkward gork that he became Gunkward. And so that's what his friends, I guess when he was a teenager, who had friends.
Who called him Gunk?
Who called him Gunk, because he really had a lot of sex at camp, you asshole.
And he had friends.
Right? Right. So that's where Gunk comes from. And we've decided, I think for the most part, we call him Gunk. And so hashtag fuck Gunk, by the way, if you ever want to kind of talk about it. We are also on Twitter as Radio Gunk. We are also on Facebook as Radio Gunk. And you can send us an email anytime about anything you want to talk about at RadioGunk. And call in at gmail.com. We would love to hear from any of you Yeah, we do. And we'd love to hear from any of you about anything you want to talk about relating to this topic, which is Howard. Go on. What would you want to say, baby?
Do you mean we don't have a gag order on us? Wait, there's not a gag order? We can
say whatever we want.
You know what? It's called freedom of speech, and basically what Rebel. And so every time we do a podcast, I will have somebody vet it. I can definitely use some clips from the show. I was told that, that we are allowed to use it. So the big news for today is that we are loving the fact that we have Arm with us, because it was amazing what he did yesterday. So Arm is a very big Twitter twat guy.
He's great.
And we love when he twitters. And what he did yesterday is he kind of facilitated this little Twitter war, if you will, between Chet Hayes, which really, he's just some stupid, rapping, wigger guy.
Who is Tom Hanks' son, multi-millionaire.
They never once say the word rigger. They avoid it. It's actually written, I think 5 different news sources has it. Last I looked.
Right. Yeah. So let's call a spade a spade. He really is. He really is what? He really is a winger. And so,
Spade?
right, so he is almost pathetically wannabe, so much more wiggery, rappy Eminem kind of guy.
But his daddy-o is Forrest Gump.
That's right.
Come on, baby.
That's right. I like chocolates. So we give him...
This is how low we've sunk. Is that we're defending a nepotism now, literally.
I'm not defending him. I can't stand a creep, but...
So we're going to turn it over to Arm because we really want to hear the story about how, a little backstory. So, as it turns out, after Arm has this whole little twit fest with Chet Hayes, a.k.a.
Tom Hanks'
kid, right, entitled Wigger.
Right now has to work a day in his life.
Exactly.
He's on this soup.
Exactly. So,
breadline.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Howard basically rips him a new asshole because he had on the other Wigger guy. Who's the other guy he had on the other day?
I didn't even know how to...
Michael Rappaport?
No. Whatever. Another Wigger. He came on to Howard's show and started talking about how he had this Chet Hayes kid on and how his song was horrible, and he basically ripped him a new asshole.
Howard did?
No, the DJ from the other station. He said it on Howard's show. That basically, and so then Howard just started to rip him a new asshole. It was like, this kid, he's so entitled. Mr. $100 million worth of property just on the beach alone that he never goes to.
For two people.
Chimney Manor and the New Palm Beach estate.
Oh, but please, people donate to our Beyond Furry friends.
Right, $7 million that they can't figure out how to get a hold of over the course of the last 3 years.
Please.
I hope Yoda dies. In any case,
I don't.
So anyway, that's evil. I know.
Podcast right there.
I know. So my God.
I don't want to talk anymore.
That is a little snarky, darling.
I don't care.
That's the line of the day.
Poor Yoda. So let's hear. So take us through what happened. Well, oh my God, I can't even get a fucking sentence out. So basically what happened is after this whole twit war that was going on, Arm contacted Radar Online and was able to get some notoriety about how Chet was basically going after Howard and calling him a fucking cunt. With Joey Cole wearing fucking
did?
Oh, yeah! That was the best.
That's great.
So,
he is a Jerry Curl wearing cunt.
Can you take us through how Jerry Curl cunt came to be? You have the floor.
But let me just say, you curse very well. Like a lot of people don't curse well. You have to use your fuck wisely and then try to get out through them. It's just a lot of times. It's just sort of the anti-Ronnie the Limo Driver.
Exactly.
You are masterful with those that word.
Thank you, baby. Thank you.
That was a great 15-minute question, too.
All right, tell us how it happened. Walk us through Chet Hayes.
Flatter me first, though. You flattered Summer.
We all know that 4 years ago, somehow JB found footage of Tom Hanks. This guy is the most beloved actor of the last century. Literally, you can't even debate that. Actually, it's a great film career. I can't even say a bad word about the guy. He's totally beloved. Couldn't be straighter, and he has a nigger gone loose son who's 24. He has a son, Colin, who's actually on Mad Men. He plays a priest on Mad Men.
Oh, Colin! Colin was on Dexter.
Oh, I hated that season.
I fucking hated that season.
Colin's been on quite a show. Colin's actually been on Woodward's show, I think, at least twice. Do you guys remember him with Jack Black?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on a few times. He's actually a fan of the show. And so that's nice, Strike. We haven't even thought about right there. That's even better, Strike. That's the angle of the two brothers fusing. Hopefully that comes to fruition.
Right.
And JB got footage of this kid trying to become a rapper and college at the same time. And so he's going for Arm. Artie, I think, had left the show at that point. So this is sort of 2011. This is post Artie.
Okay.
And it took on to build. I think we even thought it was funny at the time. Some of us Bond dogs might still been fans of the show. It might have been Noble still at that time. And it was a pretty decent choice. We all hate our Wiggers and stuff, and it seemed like a good idea at the time. And then all the, explosion of hatred came about. And that's when, the Jews Are Zoo stuff hit with Emily Stern's album. Now, Howard's got a kid doing bad music.
Oh my God, bad music, bad poetry, bad pictures. Wow, fucking self-indulgent shit.
And she looks like she smells.
She looks like she smells. She's like a dirty girl. I bet she has hair under her
I know
arms.
she does.
She has full bush also.
And she, up to her chin.
Yeah, bush to her chin. All right, go ahead, continue. Sorry for digressing.
So we thought nothing of it, and time goes by. And suddenly, Chet Hayes gets on Funkhead's radar, I guess in February. I guess JD pulled something. This is now 4 years after that. That's 4 years later. So the truth, I was completely not aware of it. I just don't listen encyclopedic anymore. I don't. And I guess Monday, he had said something else again. Now, Chet somehow got privy to this and just went on an explosion on Twitter. I had no idea. So I just had Twitter up, and I just looked to my left, and for some mental patient reason, I followed Chet Hayes on Twitter.
That's weird.
I'm watching a Trailblazers Suns game on TNT, and I just see Chet Hayes going on this crazy, tirade on Plughead. And it's new. It's kind of midnight or 11:30, and I'm thinking, if this better get traction, because he's tweeting at a time when no one's going to see it, when it's just going to get swallowed alive by the Twitter sphere. But there's no way I'm letting these tweets die. There's no way I'm letting them get, smothered, and tomorrow no one's going to know. So I just started to start this rivulet of retweeting, and Jets on Crack got involved, and we're making rigor comments to him, but we're kind of backing him up, and he doesn't know what to think of us, and we're kind of goofing on him, but we're on his side at the same time, and then I decided, let's see, let me give old buddy Adam Levy from Radar Online a call. That's the guy who did the Jews Are Zoo article, and he actually, Chet Hayes, you have to believe the Jews Are Zoo piece, because Chet Hayes is featured in that piece of the hypocrisy of Howard making fun of other kids where he has his own
celebrity kids, exactly. Celebrity kids who are involved.
Really that's clear. We got interviewed for that. That was and a bunch of people worked on it. I know Bashir is one of them, and so this guy Adam Levy was he's on Dog, but he won't reveal himself.
Who?
He's working on it constantly, and Radar Online did like 3 pieces on Dog Shit at the time, and Jews Are Zoo was one of them.
Are you saying you think that the guy from Radar Online is like a lurker on our forum?
I know for fact. I know for that's how he became.
That's breaking news. Breaking news.
About a year and a half ago.
Interesting. Do we know who he is?
I tweeted it after I assembled all these Chet Hayes tweets, and I just there's about 12 of them, I guess. And I tweeted what I thought was the most threatening.
Does he post?
And I went to him, who's Radar Online. I went to the TMZ people. They completely ignored it because they have they're in cahoots.
Yeah, they're sucking Howard's balls.
I know for a fact he has former interns that work on TMZ. So there's no way they're going to turn off.
What about Perez? Perez sucks his cock too.
Also, looks his balls out
on him because he's him and Harvey Levin are such a dude.
Who's the other one? Is it just Jared, maybe?
Oh, he's good. I like him.
Yeah. You should definitely contact him, although the story is now going to be passé once we post it. But always go back to just Jared, too.
I don't know if it'll be passé. It depends on who grabs the baton. If Chet decides to go on a coke bender, it may go for a while.
Yeah, but the reality is that fuckface only worked for 2 days this week because, God forbid, he had to fly to California and spend 5 hours on a private jet. Right, and not stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
They didn't put him there?
Oh, no, there was a whole...
It was Nemo. It was Nemo on Dog Shit that had a great line.
I love Nemo.
I think
props to my Nemo.
13-day weekend will kill.
13-day weekend. That's exactly right. So he wasn't going to stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel because
why?
The Sultan of Brunei owns the Beverly Hills Hotel, and he's thinking of instilling Sharia law in Brunei.
Oh, is he?
So fucking what?
What about
what?
George Clooney's wife.
What about her?
She's pro-Palestinian. She's a Palestinian broad, and he's kissing her ass.
Wow, that was super fucking random, considering we're talking about the Beverly Hills Hotel.
But we're talking about him being a super Jew.
And Gunkward not staying there because he thinks Sharia law is going to be in effect.
That is unbelievable.
I know. So it was a whole big shit show, and a couple of people called in, actual callers who got through, which I don't believe any caller who gets through now, was basically saying, don't beat up the employees at the hotel for the fact that it's owned by the Sultan of Brunei. And fucking heads up, Sultan of Brunei owns quite a few hotels and quite a few properties in the United States.
And in New York City, Bob.
Exactly. So they're just kind of highlighting this excitement. It was like a whole Sharia law bullshit thing.
He's been super Jew.
Right. I'm sorry, I digressed. I have no idea what the hell we were talking about.
I'm a bit of a xenophobe. Brunei, what is that, Dr. Doom's country?
Brunei is like a little teeny-weeny ass crack of a fucking country.
A very wealthy, wealthy,
they have a ton of oil. They look like Filipinos.
They wear those frocks.
They wear like fezzes. Don't they like fezzes or something?
Of Arabia.
Yeah, it's a country nobody goes to, nobody cares about.
Yeah.
Right, but the Sultan has all the money, he has all the marbles, and you would think I would appreciate that,
really?
Right? So he has all the marbles, and basically the people are just poor fucking cat-eating shit stink smell bags, and he has everything. So he's going to institute Sharia law, and I guess that's good enough reason for Howard not to stay at his favorite hotel. I have no idea.
Oh, poor Howard. Oh, poor
But I'm sure we'll get a little photo op from Beefus at some point in the near future showing us her going out in some lovely frock during the night while Howard is
with her cow.
Maybe Robert Strofsky can open up a dental practice in Brunei. They encourage medical fraud there, right?
Oh, like that one. And that will be a whole nother episode of its own once we can clear vetting of the beautiful Beth O.
I have,
a.k.a. the Pittsburgh Six.
I have a source on the dog shed who gave me a little bit of tips.
As per Jeff on Crack.
Yeah, right. Wait, hold on 1 second. What were you saying?
I have I have a friend on the dog shed. I'm not going to say his name, but he's from...
Out him.
I'm not outing him.
No outing. Go ahead, go.
If he wants to out himself, he can. But he told me some scoop about Betho's daddy-o, because he's from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So...
Okay.
Yeah, he's a fraud.
Save it for another...
It ain't just Medicare fraud.
Save it for another podcast. We have so much to go through with her and the principal and sitting on the pilot's lap while she was a huge model in Bosnia and in Greece or wherever the fuck she modeled, where nobody else modeled.
How many other languages? She speaks 4 languages.
I don't know. We have to vet Beth, so we're not allowed to really talk about her yet.
Stay.
So wait, can you just kind of wrap up what happened with Radar Online and how it wound up actually getting there?
So this guy Adam Levy is our hookup, and I remember him from the article. So immediately I said, let me get his ear on Twitter, and I just tweeted him all the worst tweets, all the most malicious tweets Chet had said. And I put him in, I tweeted him, TMZ, Gawker, and something else, maybe Perez Hilton, or whatever the big gossip ones were. But I missed that Jared guy. I wish I knew who that was. And I put Adam Levy in with Radar Separate One because I wanted to personalize because he did the other one. I figured he was the best way. And sure enough, and really, I didn't know it was written. I guess you said, 11:30 in the morning, Radar printed that piece. And look, I thought they were just going to... But it's too big. I mean, Tom Hanks is, as I said, he's the most beloved movie star in the last century. And this is his son. It's a good team. It's a slow... in my opinion, I think it's kind of a slow movie. So you take something like that and run with it. And hopefully this gains some kind of momentum. And look, we all hate Ovega. We all, I don't want to get... This is how far we've sunk. I gotta get in bed with fucking Chet Hayden.
That's good,
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
With sideways visor, and I gotta... what do they say? Enemies of my enemies are my friends.
I tell you, if you're an enemy, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
But I had no shame. I had no shame.
That's a good one. That is low.
No, you're 100% right.
You're right.
You're 100% right. So we need to keep this whole Twitter fight going.
I love it.
The unfortunate truth is that today is Tuesday, and so Howard had a very, very busy 2-day work week, which means that this news is going to have to last until Monday, until fucking JD listens to this podcast.
2 weeks.
Oh, 2 weeks, that's right. Oh my God.
God.
Okay, so we have tons of time, and
2 weeks.
and look out for our next podcast, because we have tons of time to start just digging into the shit show that Howard Stern has become. And I highly recommend you go to RadioGunk.com. You're going to see all the podcasts are going to be featured there. They'll be streamed directly from there. And once we get our iTunes hooked up, they'll be on iTunes as well. And there'll also be an RSS feed for them. And also our Twitter account and our Facebook account. And by the way, there's nothing on any of those because I just set them up yesterday. But we figured since we had Arn on today and we had this whole Chet Hayes shit show going on, that it was a perfect opportunity to get this up and running and get the show going. Right? So
Right.
What else is there to say?
I don't know that there's not much, but as Miss Guy said,
We're not gonna let Tiki finish Pittsburgh story.
No. I need to get that shit vetted first.
that's another day.
There's no way I am going to talk about the beautiful Bethel until we know that it's okay to talk about
But
it.
I love that I got that little scoop.
Now, I love that her father is a fucking crook and that the principal probably let her
That's disgusting.
pass in class. And at best, she had maybe a week and a half worth of college under her belt.
But she didn't even get any.
She's kind of like a yellow school bus student.
I think so. She's like retarded.
But she's worthy of 4 or 5 podcasts on her own.
Oh man.
The funny thing is, I love when people say they didn't go to college because you beat the system. Like, college is so expensive now when someone says, oh, I didn't have to go.
Oh, I don't think there's any shame in not going to college.
I would respect her more if she said I just didn't go to school.
No.
You know what? I think that she sold Howard a story about who she was prior to the curtain being unveiled.
Google.com, anyone?
Well, I remember back in the day, when I used to listen to the show and she first came on, I was able to Google her, and there were tons of pictures of her as a fit model for bridal.
Oh, yeah, for those.
Right, because that's
chubette. She was like a chubette.
Yeah, but you know what? I saw her in person last year. She's not fat by any shape.
Oh, no, but she was when she did that lawn.
But the reality is that as a fit model, she doesn't fucking work. Like, I use fit models. I design children's clothing, and I design swimwear. And I see fit models who are gorgeous and proportioned, and she's so ill-proportioned that I am shocked that she got work with those cankles and that.
It's true.
Honestly, she is so ill-proportioned, and
her feet are huger than Howard's. They're bigger than Howard. She's got some big old
Right now, Monsoon is screaming news somewhere.
Yeah. We totally want to get Monsoon on here one day.
Monsoon never watching change this topic.
I love Monsoon.
The whole time.
All right, so that's our show for today, and we just want to say that we want you to come back and we want you to listen to us.
And this is just a WIP, work in progress.
Yeah, it's a total work in progress when you go to... Okay, see?
The dog's got to go.
That shows you... Hey, quiet! That shows you exactly how work in progress we are. So we will be podcasting once a week for however long it takes us. And there's a couple of topics that we already have on the website, so you can see what a couple of the podcasts coming up are going to be about. And we highly encourage you to comment for us, quiet you. Highly encourage you to comment on us and tell us what you think of us. And we want you on the show. Yeah, we want you on the show, for sure. So your feedback is really, really important to us, and we want to say we love you all.
Dogshed.com, you rule.
Yeah, so all of you listeners who are not Dogshed people, we highly encourage you to go there and join us and join our fun and our silliness.
We love our peeps.
We love our peeps. And be ridiculous with us and just have a good time. So have a good night.
Good night. Where's our armsy poo?
Arm, say good night, puppy.
I promise everyone I won't be on a Virgin Mobile clam shell.
We have Arm on a fucking jam box. It's really bad. So excuse the poor podcast. Arm, just wanted to get this going.
Tell us about your jam.
Yeah,
give us your jam.
I can't. I'm gonna be live with you broads next time because
I love that he calls us broads. I call us broads. It's so funny. You guys are so funny. I am a lady.
We're broads. I'm a broad.
Shush. We promise that we're not going to talk over each other like psycho bitches like we are right now.
Bagling. We will get us. We will get worse.
Yeah, we will get better. We promise. So take care. Have an awesome night. And don't forget to go to the website and listen to our podcast. We love you.
And give us any
feedback, anything you got. Love you. Bye.
Night.
Bye.
Okay, hi. This is Summer. I'm here with T and with our co-host Arm. Say hi, Arm.
Old Man River, St. John's kids rolling along.
Fabulous.
That is so horrible.
Oh, yeah. You know, that's the first thing I think I listened to. I laughed so hard on that. I have to give Ben credit for letting that be released.
I know, but he's such a tight, coal, shoved up his ass kind of guy. There's no way. That didn't come out of love. That was just him thinking he can sing.
Yeah, which is pitiful.
Which
kind of
sucks.
Not.
Hey, so hi, everybody. So here we are with our second podcast. We're hoping this one comes out a little bit better. We listened to all your feedback, even though we knew ourselves that it was a total shit show, and we kind of sucked at getting our sound together and not jumping on top of each other. But we've learned a little bit from then, probably not that much.
It is a work in progress.
It is a work in progress, and I'll tell you that we tried to do one last week, and T and I started drinking fairly early.
Yes.
Yeah. And
with no food.
With no food, right?
No
nothing.
We gotta have a drunk show just so you can. I mean, you could use clips. I mean, we could splice clips from that and turn it into a drunk show.
Maybe 25 episodes if we ever get that far.
25. It's 25.
It was. We fell off the rails so hard, like seriously, so hard that by the end it was just like this incoherent babble, and he is like yelling at me from the bathroom with the door open, by the way.
Well, you were talking about me.
Okay, but still. And we were talking about like poopies when you have beets.
Ew.
We were talking about ice cube meltage. It frightened us, to be quite honest.
And making fun of how I was drinking with wine in my ice in my wine.
Like a gindaloon. She honestly was. She said she had... Okay, so what you're not realizing is
and Summer checking her phone like she's Mariah at Cipriani all the time.
Shut up.
Right, let's conveniently delete that out of there. Huh?
Okay, thank you, sweetheart.
It's a compliment.
So don't let it be said though that we are not having a little glass of wine right now, because it is our second podcast and we were just trying to figure it out.
We're trying to get our groove on.
We're getting our groove on. We're shaking our groove thing.
Yeah.
So we're talking today about food. A favorite subject of ours, considering all we ate all day was a fucking bagel.
Which was delicious, by the way.
It was delicious, right?
Yum.
So we're talking about food, and we're talking about Howard the Manorexic, the Pescatarian, the Potato-tarian, I don't even know what else to call him. We're also going to talk and touch a little bit on Robin and her football-sized tumor that Western medicine could not cure until she could no longer survive.
Yeah, she couldn't.
Right.
Couldn't urinate.
She couldn't urinate. Right. Oh, I have some stories too from Mark Spriggin about Howard too, when he was trying to lose weight before AGT, and then we're going to talk about that staff of cows that exist over at the Howard Stern show.
Good topic.
Yeah, and so they like to blame crumbs and like that.
Well, they don't get those anymore.
Yeah, and they're the most pathetic crew of manatees to ever be in existence.
Howard has picked homely men so that he can almost look good.
Yeah,
compared to these homely guys.
Right.
The first criteria of working on that show is you have to have less hair and be fatter than Plughead.
Really?
That's the criteria.
Or look at Jason.
It took me 15 years to pick up on that.
Jason's tits seriously are bigger than mine.
Wow.
Like, I mean, that's not hard to do, but his tits are like bigger than most
mine
women's.
And yours combined.
He needs a man's ear. He's disgusting.
Yes.
He's got hair, like pubic hair all over his chest.
Ew, and his back.
You know he has back hair.
Ew.
Right.
John Hines watching Mike and Molly marathons. What the fuck do you think he's going to look like?
Does he really watch that?
You know what John Hines is? He's fleshy. Like he's just he's like for the Italians out there, he's like a piece of wet mozzarella cheese. Like he just has mozzarella. He has no form, he has nothing. He's just a ball of nothing.
Really?
But
Jason seems worse.
No, but Jason has tits. John Hine is just like this hairy lesbian. Fat, hairy lesbian. I'm sorry to all the lesbians out there because I'm positive none of you look like John does.
But
he does. He looks like a middle-aged lesbian with fleshy fingers and like ham hands and shit. He's disgusting.
Wow. I would titty fuck Jason, and I would.
No, you would not.
I would not put my schwanz anywhere near that automaton John Hine.
He's such an ass licker. And
he's
honestly,
not getting this baby arm.
I have to tell you, I've been a lifelong listener, and I've listened up until about 2 weeks ago. I listened consistently, and now that he's on vacation and there's these horrible wrap-up shows, there is no point to listening to any of them anymore.
And isn't it just John Hine doing a wrap-up show?
Right.
As much as I hated Gary.
Right. So John comes in, he introduces himself, he has some co-host of no worth, meaning it's usually like a super fan, comedian,
they'll have like a
writer. Right?
They'll have like a D-list suck-up who just happens to be in Sirius the time they're filming. The guys from that show, The League.
Oh no, I don't think a lot of times they're actually even in studio. A lot of times he has people on ISDN line.
Is it ISDN?
Yeah, they're not there.
They're that lazy. Okay.
So it's just like true super fans that he can ask, how do you feel about, wasn't Howard amazing? Didn't Howard do this amazing? Didn't he hit it out of the park? And then sometimes maybe Gary will come in after the third commercial break, like there should be any commercial breaks at all, but that's a whole nother show.
Yeah, 35 minutes. Right? Aren't they at more commercial time than actual terrestrial radio now?
It seems to be.
It seems to be.
Yeah.
But it takes a lot of breaks, though, also with a lot of music and then a lot of those shitty clips.
Is there anything? Fred actually has made me hate classic rock. I actually hate all these bands out. Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, blah blah blah, Rolling Stones. Because an 8-minute song, these fuckers are taking credit for like Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And he's getting how much did we decide? $166,000 per hour that he's on air.
You're doing right. He's doing how many shows a year?
He's phoning it in, so it's 120 shows,
85 shows,
$80 million a year, broken down.
$800,000 a show.
Yeah.
Give or take. Like
it's $166,000 per hour. Oh, no, you're probably right. It's probably closer to 200 because I had him at 126 days. But somebody corrected me online the other day.
It's less.
Really
it's definitely much less. I think it's less than that.
I think Nemo corrected me. I love Nemo.
I love Nemo.
I know. I'm getting into Nemo lately.
He's my kind
Nemo
of,
had
my kind of fish.
I'm curious about my kind of pescatarian.
Really? I don't eat fish, but
really,
I'm allergic.
Really? Like shellfish or regular fish?
Shellfish, and then the regular fish I can't eat because once I had like a bone and I choked on a bone, and it was
that's vomit-inducing. That's disgusting.
So
I don't eat. I'm allergic. Fishy bone stuff.
I don't eat any of that.
Gross.
Ew, blah, ew.
Okay, yeah. So let's talk about our Houchie, our Gunkward. I was looking up some stuff on Mark Sprigan, and we were talking about how tall he is and how much he weighs. And at the time, which I think was like 2009, he's 6'9". He's 6'5", and he weighed 198 pounds.
And that's like, let's kick sand in your face.
And he thought that he was overweight.
Yeah.
And he needed to be 185 to look perfect because he had belly flab that wouldn't go away, and he needed to start cutting down drastically on his food.
And we've also seen that arse, that butt.
What butt? It's like a flat ass. You show movies on his fucking ass.
Did you see that? No. I mean, that fart man thing, when he had that fart man.
Yeah, but he was chubby then. That was actually chubby. He was probably like kicking maybe 205, 207.
But he's 6'5".
He's 6'5". So he decided he was going to go on a diet, and at that time he was just eating carrots. Like that was his only go-to snack. So he would eat carrots, he would eat his steamed potato, he would eat a piece of grilled chicken, and he would eat a nice portion of salmon. That was the entirety of his day.
It was beautiful salmon.
The salmon came about later. Wasn't it like egg whites at the time?
Oh, yes, definitely.
I think it came about later.
Yeah.
I mean, all 61-year-old radio DJs have to have washboard abs. It's very important that when you're not on TV that you look like...
He doesn't have washboard abs.
He's repulsive.
He's like a stork with a curly wig.
He looks worse than ever. He really, really looks bad.
And he's had a little work done, I must say.
Oh, he's
allegedly.
had Botox.
Allegedly.
That entire Fort Lauderdale mansion is basically Planet Plughead. That's where he gets the plugs. They go down there and get plastic surgery. So it's off the radar of.
He's hardly ever been there.
Who needs to do that? Quite honestly, like there's the best doctors in the world are here. Oh my God, that story.
They fly them down there.
Wasn't it funny?
Oh my God!
Do you know I use his skincare products?
Okay, so this Dr. Brandt just passed away.
He killed himself, the poor guy.
Okay, yeah, but you know what? Fuck you that you're going to blame Tina Fey for that. Seriously.
Of course not. No.
And Martin Short had portrayed a similar type plastic surgeon.
Dr. Franz.
Right. Right, on Kimmy Schmidt, which is an amazingly funny, very
funny
90s referenced, New York driven type of show. It's like 22 minutes long on Netflix.
Yes.
You can bang that shit out in a weekend. And so on comes this doctor, and he's barely intelligible. Like, you can't even understand him because he can't move his lips. Like, he can't
because
move
he's so frozen.
He can't move any part of his fucking body.
Poor baby.
And nobody can understand a word that he's saying. And it was so hysterical. I watched it 3 times. And so when Dr. Brandt died, I was like, of course it's Dr. Brandt.
Yeah.
And then you realize he has an entire line of cosmetics and skincare products, and they're actually very...
I use some of them.
Yeah, they're really, really
But I
good
don't
products.
look like he does. Nor does Miss Sky.
Yeah, but seriously, fuck you for having people feel guilty about the fact that Tina Fey made fun of you. Meanwhile, everybody makes fun of everybody.
Everyone who's in the public
And
eye.
by the way, he was such a freak. Seriously.
Well, he was a nice man who just didn't see himself clearly with his face. He didn't know. I've heard only good things about him. And he had been depressed as it was, you know?
So
that just kind of maybe pulled him over the top.
I just feel it's kind of fucked up to blame Tina Fey for it.
I don't blame that. Depression is
fair.
I think it's a long build for him.
And he looked a little sick. So maybe that'll come out as well.
But he hung himself. That's the story, kids.
Right.
Yeah. Martin Short probably had more work than he had done. Have you seen?
Oh my God, he's like a freak
guy.
too.
Have you seen that thing? My God, I think he's Mark Hamill-esque with that face.
I thought but poor Mark Hamill. Didn't Mark Hamill when he went and filmed the first Star Wars? Afterwards, he got into a really bad car accident.
His face hit the windshield.
His face hit the windshield.
Yeah.
Poor Mark.
Yeah.
Nonetheless,
I like Mark Hamill.
I kind of feel though that Howard has definitely had some work done, allegedly.
Well, Joan Rivers came in and said, "Oh, please, you had work done. Oh, come on, Howard." You know,
of course I did.
I love that about Joan. She at least would call the shit.
Oh, come on, you had work. Come on.
He did.
So we definitely think he had a chin implant because, bizarrely enough, as much as he hates Leno, he looks more like him than ever before.
Allegedly.
Big
time, we think.
He's definitely had Botox. I cannot imagine for the life of me that he doesn't dye that hair. And you know what?
Why not get liposuction if you're him?
I bet he did.
He had to. If he had to. If you're thinking about your fucking stomach 24/7, it's all you do is diet, and you're worried about being, 185 at 6'5.5". Why the fuck would you not get liposuction?
Listen, this is a man who has been in therapy 3-4 times a week for the last how many years?
He's been divorced.
He has paid for that psychiatrist to go, for his kids to go through school. He probably has a house in the Hamptons at this point.
Yeah, of course.
He probably also has a place in Palm Beach. Like, this is what he has paid for, because
the guy's like, woohoo!
He can't handle his own life.
No.
And as I was reading back on that site, that Mark site, just to see about, the different eating habits of everybody on the show.
Does he still do that?
Every single show, every single week. Every single show, there was something about, Howard came in today on a Monday and he was really tired and he was complaining about how tired he was and how busy he was all weekend. And, how hard he works every day. I'm going back to the 90s. Like, he
watches 100 hours of TV a week.
Really?
Do you know any busy person that's watching 100 hours of fucking TV a week?
And The Bachelor.
Yes, and has time to paint like 27 fabulous watercolors.
And Mod Podge.
And play with the kittens for some photo ops on Instagram.
Did you ever see the ones where Beth posted and, she's like, he likes your shoes. No, he doesn't. He just likes her shoelaces. He sounds just like Ben. And it's very fascinating.
Yeah, those apples don't fall far from the tree.
Yeah. And it's like you can get a little hint into the relationship the way he answers her. And
it'll be very interesting when the Elder Stearns kick the fucking bucket. Seriously.
He's going to lose it. Yeah,
but you know what? I really hope nobody shows up to that fucking funeral. After what he did to Gary and Beth tripping over something.
That was, for me, that was a tipping point. I remember, no pun intended. That was 06. He blew off.
Yes, it was.
He blew off 06. He blew off Gary's dad's funeral.
That was a piece of shit.
All that fucking Wigabod Crane. How could you be?
Nice one, Wigabod Crane. Nice.
Love that one.
You're 6'5", 195, and you have the gout. And all the guy's got to do is get into a fucking limo and get driven to Uniondale, Long Island, where that wake was, and he couldn't fucking get it.
Listen, he can't go to anything. He can't go to Heinz' daughter's bat mitzvah. He can't go to funerals. He doesn't go to anybody else's wedding.
Remember, Richard, how dare
Richard Christie's wedding?
Who has a wedding?
You know why?
Who has a wedding in the summer?
Because
Howard
the hubris of thinking that
nice word.
You like that? Thank you.
Yes.
That he, if he shows up, then it'll be all about him. So he doesn't want any of the attention to go away.
Well, that's a really nice excuse
from the bride, and
it?
you know that girl he's married to would have fucking worn white too, by the way, because that's how she rolled.
But she wouldn't have wanted to go because they weren't famous enough.
And there's no red carpet outside to take your photo going to the opening of a paper bag. So I guess it doesn't work for us. All right, so
shout out to Aardvark, Benjamin, and Tall Tyrion, and who else? And Honky Donkey, the Honky Donkey. I love the Honky Donkey. I love me some Honky Donkey.
Oh, he just started following me.
And I love Smichelle.
Smichelle.
How do you say that shit? How do you say that shit? Smickle?
Well, you know what?
I thought it was Michael, but I love her.
I say Smichael. Smichael.
She does great.
It's like Schmiegel.
She and I are Lent pals. We both gave up sweets and stuff for Lent, and she cheated, I think, once, and I didn't cheat, only in my dream.
Okay, well, I follow no religion except for
I don't follow any religion
of summer, and all I care about is looking good for the summertime. And
me too, and that's like my 5-pound diet.
I save my calories for wine. Like, I seriously would rather not eat all day long.
Me too.
And drink excessively at night.
Well, I would rather that as well. No.
I don't think so. All right, so
you sound like the broads from Ab Fab now.
We do.
Oh, nothing would make me happier than
wouldn't that be fun?
Fucking
oh
fabulous.
My god!
All right, John Arm. Oh, he said it's okay.
Oh, you outed me. My first name's John.
You outed me. We're going to switch off of you for a little bit because we're going to go to one of our fun guests calling in, who's Cylon, and he has a really cute voice. So we'll like hearing from him, and he's going to tell us about the genesis or the beginning of the Beautiful Soup and where the almond thing came from and where his whole eating habits came from. And then we're going to switch back to Arm to talk about the cancerous manatee and then round it out with a little chicken soda at around in about 15, 20 minutes or so.
Oh, I just wanted to say one thing.
Yeah, go, baby.
Arm was saying that Howard 6'5" and like he got down to 180. I think now he weighs about 160 pounds.
Mm-mm.
Yes.
It might be that low. He couldn't carry around
he's
less.
gross. He looks frail, like he has
I'd be
illness.
curious. He looks gaunt, right? He looks like he does look like a Cabot Crane. It's amazing.
Ew.
Can you pass me the wine? All right, we're going to call you back. We're going to call Silent right now, and then we'll talk to you in a few. Okay, baby?
Shout out to Kingship, who got nixed this week. I love me some Kingship and Xavier.
Hi, X.
I wanted to skip that.
I'm only kidding.
Yeah.
I was teasing. I'm fooling. I just did it.
Ever done to
He's done nothing to me. I don't even know him.
He's my poster of the year, as you know.
We're gonna start a feud with these two off this.
All right, I'm hanging up on you. I'll
Bye.
see you later.
All right.
Bye. Okay, let's figure this out. All right, so he's off the phone now.
Let's talk about him. No. He did stir some beautiful soup, and we saw his arm. I loved that. And we saw a pizza he made today. Oh my God.
Yeah, because he doesn't like to go out to restaurants.
Yum.
All right, let me see if I can do this now.
Okay.
All right, this is very rudimentary, guys, so just kind of bear with us.
Trying to get better.
We are trying to get better. Let's see if I can do this. Give me a second.
Trying.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Please hold.
We're waiting.
Away from the mic.
No, it's not even going up and down
You're
there.
getting really loud, I think. Hello?
So.
Hey.
Oh, look who it is.
Who could it be?
I don't know. Some big scary monster from Battlestar Galactica, perhaps?
No. Who is it?
So, hey, Cylon, say hi.
Hello, Gunkettes.
Gunkets. So we're recording. We just had a nice little conversation with Arm, and we wanted to swing it back to you so that hopefully you have the information we're looking for about the genesis of the beautiful soup, the handful of almonds, the food history of our boy Gunkwood Stern. What do you got?
Beautiful soup just struck everybody because it's just one piece of the weirdness that's Howard around food. He's very much like a weird tween girl in his like just food.
It's so funny. Wait a second. We both did the same thing at the same time because we both had wine in our mouth, so we couldn't talk. And we're both like, All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So somebody actually told the story in one of the food threads where it was pumpkin soup, and Robin had recently proclaimed she's a vegan, and Howard tried to have some vegetarian things on the menu, and it might have even been the wedding reception. I don't know, one of the parties around that time, and Robin was, green drink and red drink.
Dr. Ronnie.
Exactly. Dr. Ronnie, who spoke Ebonics.
See the laugh? She still has water in her mouth. Wait, was the pumpkin soup the beautiful soup?
I think it was a pumpkin or a squash, and she says, "Does this have cream in it?"
Oh, I know what it was. It was butternut squash soup.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
It was butternut squash soup, and she asked if there was cream in it because she couldn't have it. Because she's vegan. Do you remember after the book came out, she had the chef that basically did all of the recipes because we know Robin can't cook. So she had the chef come into the studio one day, and he was going to make food for everybody.
Did you see the picture of that horrible food?
And Howard said, "No fucking way am I eating that shit."
Ew.
Like even Howard wouldn't eat the shit that this chef shit made. For Robin.
Did you see the picture?
No, I didn't.
They took a picture for Howard TV or something.
Tell me.
Oh, it looked nasty. It was vile. Ew.
Listen, I'm sure those manatees in the back office
course.
ate every morsel of it.
I don't know.
And then ordered in some crumbs.
Yeah, for sure. And then went to Burger King.
Yes. Exactly. And had a plain burger with no accoutrements on it.
Oh, what a weirdo.
Fucking weirdo. Fleshy weirdo.
It's more than fleshy. Blah.
So you were telling me an interesting story before about how you were remembering how he used to bring his own food to all of his family functions. What was that about?
So Beautiful Soup is just another weird affectation because he's got a weird psychology with food. He's always had to have like Remember his potato? I have to have Grillo. You have to make my baked potato.
He had to microwave his baked potato.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did you call that that root vegetable, Cylon?
A potato. That's how Grillo says.
Is that how you really say potato?
That's not how you say potato.
That's how Grillo. That's how.
Oh.
Wow, I was just gonna totally rip into you for saying potato.
It's like you say potato, I say potato, but
everybody says potato.
Yeah, come on.
And then he would pack. He went through a pasta phase where he had his special pasta, and he would make a big bowls of pasta. So everything he does is wrong, right? Everything he's ever done trying to lose weight is wrong. And he would take his food to his mother's house and his sister's house and pack it. And it was always a special whatever.
I remember this.
Fucking
Whatever
moron.
chick he was on, he had to bring his own food because he's got this. Look at him. He's in a fight with food.
Well, we decided, as I was reading back some material, that he's 6'5" and weighs now, well, at the time when he was preparing for AGT the first time around, he was 6'5" and 185 pounds, which is the normal weight for a man who's like 5'11".
Right.
Right.
But he lost
And
weight
he
from
has
there.
he has a 34-inch waist for a man who's 6'5".
He's gross.
Well, and he's got big womanly hips.
He does.
Right, and he has a fleshy stomach.
Oh, like King Tut. Did you see that picture of King
Marfin.
Tut? Marfin syndrome. Oh, my. Is that what it is?
It's Marfin's.
And he was club fucking footed.
Club fucking footed, you moron.
No,
Exactly.
he was. Mr. What's-his-face.
Yeah, King Tut was club footed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, well, you know what? It's those inferior genes from all the inbreeding.
Well, exactly.
Not dissimilar to the Hasidim, by the way.
Or
Did you ever see
the King of England.
Did you ever see the Hasidim?
Oh, please.
They all have like bifocals, and they're all like weird hemophiliac-y.
And then they wear those
people.
horrible curly Q.
And they smell
hairdo.
They smell slightly off too.
Oh, and can you imagine wearing those outfits in the summer? Woof.
Ugh. Do you know, I was on a flight one time going to
Poor
Italy.
little kids, of course.
And so I'm in Economy Plus, which is no big fucking deal, right? It's just a little bit extra legroom.
Right.
But still, it was like a lot more money than regular economy was.
Yeah.
So there was a whole bunch of Hasidim sitting in the back, and one of them decides to just move himself and his luggage into our section. And it's like, hey, you can't sit here. He's like, well, I cannot sit next to a woman. And it's like, well, fuck you. You bought the seat. You go sit next to that woman. And I'm telling you, he brought pox on me. He brought pox on me. I was sick the whole trip.
He was a Hasidic gypsy.
He touched me.
He gave you the gypsy
He gave me
curse.
fucking Economy Plus pox.
Haagen-Dazs.
Haagen-Dazs. Oh, let's make Arm say that when he comes back on.
All right.
We have to talk about Haagen-Dazs because he says it's so funny. Okay, so there was something else I wanted to say about this, and I've completely lost my train of thought.
Beautiful soup. Beautiful
Dr.
cashews.
Ronnie.
Dr. Ronnie.
Oh, I know what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about driving in cars with comedians. And what a pathetic display of foodom that was.
Oh, that was so embarrassing for him. Let alone getting his hairdresser there.
You know, it's funny that I think he also knew that it was a really, really bad showing on his part, because he didn't really mention it as much as a normal thing that he would promote or have 12,000 callers call in and say, you know, I never really liked Jerry Seinfeld, but until you went on Comedians in Cars, you know, now I love him and I watch Seinfeld all the time. You know, his usual spin on everything, because without him, nobody has ever existed in the world. And so anyway, so he gets into this car, and anybody who hasn't watched that, I highly recommend
watch.
This would epitomize.
What's it on, Crackle?
Oh, that's great.
What's it on?
Vimeo, Crackle,
One of
somewhere.
those
One of those, right?
It's
You're probably right. You're probably Crackle.
Good one.
So he gets in this car with Jerry, and I think Jerry was. You need wine?
Yeah.
I don't know where it is. Oh, I have it on the floor. I think Jerry was slightly snarky and sarcastic with him. And I feel like Howard has such a gigantic-sized ego that he didn't even realize how he came off on this show.
Snarkaroo was Jerry.
Can you put this bottle over there?
And the thing that killed me was, I mean, who would bring, supermodels, who are going to go on going in the car with Jerry. We're not going to bring their own personal hair assistant.
So first he didn't want to go into the car. First he didn't want to go into the car because the car was too small, and he couldn't believe that his hair was going to be touching the top of the fucking roof of the car.
Pobrecita.
Right, and that, what?
Pobrecita.
Pobrecita, look at you.
Yeah.
Muy poquito español.
Poquito.
Okay, so they get to this diner in the middle of nowhere, Queens, which was kind of a weird spot for them to go to, and it's kind of weird also because I also have frequented that diner, so I knew it exactly where it was as soon as I saw it. It's right off the 59th Street Bridge in, I don't know what that is, Astoria, Sunnyside, Long Island City, maybe?
Long Island City.
So anyway, so he sits down with Jerry. Jerry orders, like, what, a piece of pie,
They looked
coffee.
over at it. A brownie.
Oh, a brownie, right. And Howard proceeds to order a cup of hot water with mint leaves.
Did he even have the mint leaves at that time? I thought it was just a cup of hot water.
It may have been just a cup of hot water.
And did you see the way he was staring at that brownie? I like an old biddy, and oh boy, did he want that, or like it was like something that was going to make him become the Blob if he ate one bite of it.
That's the psychosis. That
It is.
an
Anorexia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then they went into a grocery store, and I thought that was the most telling thing ever.
Well, neither of them knew the prices of anything.
No, nobody knows anything. But that's such a... Didn't they do that to, like, Bush 1? I think they did that, too. He never had seen a scanner at a supermarket in his life. Mm-hmm. He's like, wow, look at this modern technology. He had no fucking clue that you could actually scan pricing on something. So anyway, Howard had no idea what a box of cereal would cost or a thing of milk, and it's because he never uses it.
Why would he even want to do that? Because it showed how out of...
But that's why Seinfeld did it. It was brilliant, honestly.
Yeah,
it was kind of like showing the naked emperor. It's the emperor's new clothes, and he was showing him naked. So it's a very, very telling thing. So we highly recommend you watch
And Howard also took the money.
Oh, right. So wait, how did that work? So basically, Jerry says at the end of the show, and you get to see his hairdresser who follows him wherever he goes.
At the diner.
In the taping.
Yeah,
and
the
Jerry
diner.
couldn't believe that he would bring somebody with him to a taping
That's
at the
embarrassing.
diner.
That's so embarrassing.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. Can you imagine? And he didn't know how bad he would look.
I'm sorry, Salem. What did you want to say, babe?
Jerry set that up just like Chevy Chase's roast. It was a long video recording of Chevy's roast from the wedding. Remember when he let Chevy speak at the wedding? He wanted to show off the best celebrities?
We've never heard that though, right?
Oh, but the story is he just ripped into Howard. It was a payback, right? It's payback.
Of course.
Howard used to torment Chevy. Howard used to torment Jerry. So these guys have, they're wittier than him. They're smarter than him on every level.
Smarter than him. That's exactly right.
They just basically stripped him
naked. 100%.
And we didn't want to see it.
And by the way, it's actually a disservice to comedians to say riding in cars with comedians, since the only comedian in there was Jerry Seinfeld, because Howard is the most unfunny fucking human
But do you
being.
guys remember this? Because I listened when Jerry Seinfeld was on, and he said to Howard, Howard said, I want to be on it. And he said, I'm a comedian. He's no comedian.
No fucking comedian.
And Jerry said, well, I don't know if you're funny. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Howard sees the irony in it or the comedy in it at all.
No, not at all.
I think he knows that he came off really, really, really bad in that show.
Remember he was whining about Ben. Don't you feel that way about your father, Jerry?
Everything's a psychoanalysis.
And Jerry Seinfeld's looking at him with that Jerry Seinfeld,
right, like, what are you fucking kidding me? Right.
You farted look, because he has that kind of...
Farted in an elevator.
He's smelling a fart look. Jerry Seinfeld sort of always has that face. And, he's just looking at Howard and going, yeah.
Yeah, you're 100% right. All right, so... Cylon, is there anything else you want to add to this conversation? Because we're going to click off of you momentarily, and we're going to start talking about the cancerous manatee.
Okay. The only other time I love it. The only other instance that jumps to mind is whenever he calls anything a beautiful anything. There was one time he was talking about his perfect Sunday morning was to Beth and I, my wife and I, spread out all of the gossip magazines and pour. This was a Saturday night, and poured ourselves a beautiful wine. A beautiful wine. And you just think, he drinks 3 sips and she downs the bottle, right?
Oh, 100%. And since they only see each other, maybe 48 hours a week? She's plugging away at fucking food while he's not around. Look how fat those cats are. She projects how much she wants to eat onto those fat fucking cats.
Well, allegedly, I would say she probably barfs every once and again.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Allegedly.
Well, I'm not saying. I know she's
We're
bulimic.
Surmising that she might perhaps be bulimic, but we do not know this to be true because when you have 32 fucking bathrooms, any one of them can be a vomitorium.
How lucky is that?
Any one of. Did you see how fat that feral cat is that she has outside?
You know what?
Who has a fat fucking feral cat?
But the whole thing
is,
what gets me is
they're supposed to be scrawny and mangy and shitty, and
they're supposed to be captured, brought into a shelter, fixed, and then released.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's a fat fucking feral that lives in the bush right outside of her pool. I bet you Yoda fucks it every night, too. I bet you he does. I bet you that's where he gets his rocks off.
He probably says, yeah, you can't come in. I'm here, probably.
Fucking matted bitch. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what happens.
It makes me mad.
Beth and Consuela just feed it and feed it and feed it.
Well, that
thing can't travel to the next fucking house. It's a mile away.
What about
There's
Charlie?
nowhere else to go.
What about Charlie Boy?
Charlie Chunk?
Yes, Charlie Chunk. The guy looks like he's about 400 pounds.
Seriously.
He's
a meatball with hair.
He is the Jason Kaplan
of cats. Jason Kaplan.
Yes. And that is unhealthy. Oh, yes. He is.
It's Jason Jerk, not Charlie Chunk.
Poor baby. But you're right.
You know what? I don't give a shit about any of those cats. I got to be honest with you. And I know you like cats. I know that's your avatar. But I tried to buy a cat as a pet for my dog once, but I knew he would destroy it.
That was a snack.
As a snack, exactly.
Oh, how horrible!
A cat snack.
I love all animals.
Little toonses for my dog.
I love them all, and I do. I love all animals, but I do love.
I love animals too. I would never want to harm one.
No. But what about this, kids? She went to L.A. Last week she posted on her Instagram, her Appo is dying or has this whole, I will make you well. My purpose, my vow, she said. Right. She's in L.A.
Please.
Where's Appo?
Appo is laying with her stitches leaching on the shabby chic comforter in that shithole room that she sleeps in, like a little girl, right next to that bathtub that she's in 25 fucking times a day.
And by that toilet where she allegedly barfs.
And allegedly doesn't shit every day, because she doesn't shit every day.
That's awful. Yee.
Yeah. She doesn't poop. Didn't she for a long time just eat candy and not poop?
Yes, she just ate candy. But she had to poop. You have to.
She had to poop. She has to fart. She has to poop.
Well, she did fart when she jogged with Howard, which was a riot.
Oh, that's right. We wanted to get into
laughed about
that. Right, she did a little freep. Big deal.
Yeah, well, he was a little turned off.
Yeah.
Ooh la la.
Salad. Anything else?
You got it. That's it. You got the best.
So thank you for calling in, and have a really good night. And if there's any other time you want to call in and talk to us, you know how to reach us.
The Gunkettes are on speed dial.
Yes, on speed dial, baby.
You are a cute boy.
All right, so have a great night, and we'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so much for silent.
That was nice.
It was nice.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So there was a thread about how people are feeling that Robin mentioned the other day that she had some salty shrimp, and that and they were a little too salty for her, and she's not supposed to eat shrimp. Like she has been claiming that she's a vegetarian for the longest time.
Vegan.
Even
more so.
All right, so you know what? I actually want to bring John back in because I want him to talk about the Haagen-Dazs.
Yeah, but she even admitted that she was eating a lot of ice cream. So you can't be a vegan if you're chowing on ice cream unless you're eating this really super duper icky kind of vegan ice cream that I don't know about.
Let's ask John what kind of ice cream. Let's ask John what kind of ice cream Robin is eating.
Arm knows what kind of ice cream it is. Does Arm know?
Stop smacking me. Arm.
What you find? What you feel? What you know? To be real.
Excellent.
Hey, Arm. Oh, look. Wait, I'll hold your mic.
Okay, where the
I'm holding her mic because she has to open up another bottle of wine. So we were just talking. Oh, look. See? You ruined everything.
What did I do?
You kicked stuff with your ass. You made a mess out of everything.
Oh,
Perhaps a bottle of rosé instead.
No idea whatsoever.
I'll meet you anytime you want at our Italian restaurant.
oh, he's singing Billy Joel.
I love you that you have the balls to actually do that with no repercussions whatsoever. Would you watch your ass now, please, while you sit down again?
You're insulting me.
Arm. You have no ass. Arm.
I just want to remind you, broads, I like to call it Johnny Depp percussion.
Does Johnny Depp call broads too?
I told him today, I was like, you are singularly the only human being I would allow to get away with calling me if I can broad.
I don't mind people calling me a broad.
Oh, I don't
I call you a broad.
I don't know from broad, though. Broad's
I do.
Broad.
Nah.
Yeah, but I know, but you live in the 50s and 40s.
No,
you
I don't.
are broad. You are broad.
I'm a broad.
You are broad.
I'm proud to be a broad.
Broad.
In fact, this whole entire podcast is in black and white. When I call you ladies broads, you know it's a term of endearment. It would have to be.
We just decided that when you don't hear us cackling, it's because we have wine in our mouths. So we were wondering if you could tell us what, or do you know, what Robin's favorite ice cream is?
If I had to guess, I would say something that's kind of fake healthy. Like she would probably claim to like green tea ice cream.
No, but in reality, what do you think she really is?
I don't know.
Oh, you ruined it!
Give me a hint. Am I supposed to?
No, you ruined it.
Listen to Maria Menounos.
Oh my God,
You did that.
No,
Jesus
I
Christ.
hate that.
what's the ice cream that begins with an H?
Haagen-Dazs.
Which one?
Haagen-Dazs?
Oh, you didn't do it that way. Last time when we were trying to record in our drunken stupor, you actually said Haagen-Dazs.
Which is good because that's
like Hebrew.
Havanagila.
When you say I don't know from, you have no idea how Jewish you sound. I don't know from.
You said I don't know from?
I don't know from.
I don't think I know from that.
That's definitely Jewish.
Well, we were talking about this.
Yeah, I've been Jew by injection in the past.
Yeah.
I admit that. And
That makes two of us.
And listen, I work in a
shalom.
I work in shalom, motherfuckers. I work in a business where the little frisbee wearing guys are pretty prevalent. I mean,
but we're also in New York City, which is humongous.
Not that I know from them.
No from.
I don't know from them. That's all I'm saying.
And they think who they are.
And they do think who they are.
That is so Brooklyn. I never got that.
I was going to segue into a whole Benjamin thing about Robin.
Okay.
And he read something really interesting online today because there was a thread about Robin eating shrimp. Did anybody see that?
No.
By the way, Summer, great segue. That was seamless. It's like your 20-year broadcast. That was really nice.
Love you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm serious. That was a really nice segue.
So basically what he did today is have a whole they had a whole thread about Robin eating shrimp. And apparently, I know. Can you imagine?
Why is it so inherently funny just visualizing
It is. And the whole thing is that there's a thread about it.
There's a thread about Robin eating
it's
shrimp.
probably like 7 pages.
I feel like it was like Thelma or somebody said, did she
yes, thank you for saying that. Thelma is the origin. She owns Plughead. She created Plughead. That's where that comes from.
She did?
Yeah, that's Thelma's brainchild.
Thelma.
And
I can't stop saying it.
I know you love Plughead. And that's why I have to
give
props to Benjamin because he's the one who discovered Gunkward. And
it's Gunkard though. Why do you're actually fusing together
Howard and Gunkard. Yeah, I know.
Wigward and Gunkard.
And Howard, yes.
So it's Gunkward.
It's Gunkward for me. Gunkward for me.
I call him Howie or Howard.
I like yours better, Summer. I like yours better.
So they were talking about the Vegucation book, and, Benjamin's done a thorough analysis of many, many things that Howard has done over the past couple of years.
My goodness, Benjamin.
And he gets total props for really delving deep. And by the way, Benjamin, you are scary talented. And I just,
that thing he put together, wow.
No, you have no idea. He is scary talented. I want to read to you what Benjamin wrote today during the shrimp.
Oh, great.
Thread. Okay. Robin's contribution is not instructional, and there are reminders throughout the book that say as much. I think every single person who got their hands on Robin's book completely bypassed her portion, except for him, of course. Amazon is filled with reviews saying Robin's book is about how healthy eating helped her overcome cancer. Robin doesn't acknowledge that she has cancer in the book, by the way. Not one interviewer asked her how she could put a book out that claims she's never been healthier since going vegan and condemns Western doctors at every opportunity, whilst also undergoing an elite treatment for cancer supervised by one of the most respected Western doctors practicing today. After reviewing this book for Dogshed 3 months before it was released in stores, I wondered how they were ever going to spin this thing out to the public. Robin had vanished from the public eye for 15 months at that point, and in her last known photo, she was at least 70 pounds heavier than she was when she signed the book deal. I fully expected the book to disappear forever because it's impossible to defend. And yet they did the impossible. They timed the book's release to Robin's cancer announcement. Every interviewer handled her with kid gloves. She promoted her book as a cookbook, not as the memoir it was supposed to be. And because nobody actually reads, she got away with it, and even accepted an award for contributions she didn't make. It's really the crime of the century in the literary world anyway. And it's true. I mean, exactly what he says was so spot on, and so I wrote that I was going to quote it tonight because it's really epitomizes the sham that the whole fucking show has become.
Yeah.
So here she is. And yes, I will totally give her props for having cancer, for having the surgery, for literally taking, 3 days off of work during the entirety of the chemo, the everything.
Right.
So she gets 100% work dedication that no other human being could ever
Can you imagine if it was Howard?
be expected to do.
Oh, no. Good point. Good point.
That said, she went through how many fucking years of eschewing Western medicine and saying that it's the worst thing known to mankind and, it shouldn't be believed and there are healthy alternatives. And I truly believe in my mind, and this is only me speaking, that she knew she had this tumor and this cancer.
That's why she was seeking out.
That's why
Where'd you go with it?
You knew you had cancer. I saw you. I saw you.
But where'd she go to do that weird thing in Guatemala or something?
She did coffee enemas. She did ayahuasca. She did, veggie drinks and juicing with Dr. Ronnie. She did everything she could to stave off having that fucking football taken out of her stomach.
I don't think she knew she had it, though, because she never went to doctors.
100%. This is why she was saying how much she detested Western medicine. She didn't want to believe that there wasn't a way that she could get away with not having to go to Sloan Kettering and see the best of the best of the best to make her better. And by the way, I don't really, and I know some doctors at Sloan Kettering, and nobody ever says cured. Nobody.
How
that's not a word that's used in the cancer world.
Not even after 5 years when you're cancer-free. 100%. It can come up at any time.
And spread to every organ, and then you're fucking dead in 3 months. Of
course. Well, look, my mom died of it. Arm's dad.
I lost my father to cancer 2 years ago, and nowhere in that time did I say, if only I followed Robin Quiver's advice, we'd have him for another 15
If only
years.
I was vegucated, Arm.
If only I was vegucated. The narcissism, the Dr. Drew narcissism test could not be high enough with that
100%.
fucking notion. That you know something that teams of doctors from Sloan and Kettering could not possibly possibly figure out but almighty Robin on West End Avenue watching a fucking Justified marathon.
You knew.
I am a sports fanatic 14-year-old.
So I was reading up on Dr. Ronnie, and you know what? I find it amazing. Sorry, I don't even want to talk about it. Fuck Dr. Ronnie. Fuck the juicing thing. I don't even give a shit. I
now
love
you don't care. You're obsessing over it all week. Now you don't care.
Now I don't care. I know. I was obsessing over it.
Dr. Ronnie?
I was just
Someone needs Adderall.
I do need Adderall.
She annoys me.
I was obsessing over how many different levels of diet Robin has gone through over the course of her lifetime. And listen, she's always been a chubby chick. Let's admit it. She probably always had the propensity to be just a fat girl. And that's
just
what she
own
is
it.
now.
Just own it. Just own it. Just own it.
Own it. Let that freak flag fly.
Let me tell you.
Wear your little red George Washington wig and go out and shine.
She got a better one. She got a better one now.
Go out and shine.
But it is. I know women who own their fat, and they're like, they're not these pretentious, I better eat anything. I don't know why I'm fat. I know these chicks.
Yeah, I know why you're fat. Because you never fucking shut your mouth and you keep shoveling shit in there. That's bad for you.
They know why they're fat. The ones who own it.
That's the way to not be fat. Stop eating, work out. Stop. End of story. Stop eating, work out.
Or own it.
Or own your fat. But you know the reality is, we live in New York City, and let's be honest. You know,
it's everywhere. It's every 10 feet.
Not in New York. I was walking home. It's only the German tourists and the people from, like, Minneapolis.
And it's like the borough people.
The boroughs. And I was walking home today, and
we're not trying to sound like snobs, right?
No, not at all.
You sound exactly like that bridge and tunnel bullshit. That's exactly how you just sounded.
It's those Carhartt jacket-wearing guys that come into the city with their wives wearing those little stupid fluffy hats. I can't even really explain it.
Hats?
Well, they're those hats that they cover the ears and they have like a little crocheted flower on them. Now that I said it, you'll notice them, although it's 60 degrees now, so maybe not.
I've never seen them.
I'm promising you. Walk down 8th Avenue, you will see them all.
I do.
So anyway, I was walking home from the dog park today, and I'm thinking to myself, I don't really have any fat friends. Like, I don't really know any fat people. And I think it's because most true New Yorkers, like people that live here and work here, really do, I would say, take care of themselves.
We walk a lot.
We walk everywhere.
You're definitely more image conscious, too, than people in the suburbs.
It's not even image conscious.
Yeah, I think you're looking at pretty people. A lot of people look at themselves and they just go, I'm so hot, I'm going to move to New York.
No.
They move to LA. Yes,
New York is not a lot of pretty people.
No, there's not a lot of pretty people. You get on that 7 train, that curry-smelling, freakazoid 7 train. That is a curious mix of coffee, curry, and cigarettes.
Ew. And urine. Don't forget urine.
Don't forget urine. Yeah, there's always a bummer, too, especially in the freezing cold weather.
People pee everywhere.
It's disgusting. But
I thought Bloomberg cleaned up all that. There's no piss smells anymore.
Oh, really? No. We have that new freakazoid in office who I cannot stand. What's his name? I don't even know his name.
What is his name?
What's his name? What's my mayor's name?
I know his name.
De Blasio. Whose wife allegedly is a lesbian.
Bloomberg started all that.
Yes,
Bloomberg started all the bullshit with the 40.
And then she got married.
And his son looks like a Q-tip. Like he has this.
That's terrible. I like his hair.
I don't like his hair.
Call me old fashioned.
I don't like his hair.
Let it grow.
I think you could
it's
actually...
sort of a chia pet head.
You clean out your wine glasses with that. Like, that's what you clean out the wine glass with.
Oh, like
when
with
you can't get
a Brillo?
It's kind of like that, no? So anyway, okay. I'm just saying that there's not a lot of fat.
I don't like de Blasio.
I don't like de Blasio either.
So that's
unless you're like a hoarder, I think you're fat. I think hoarders are fat.
I've seen hoarders that aren't fat.
I was going to say cat people are fat, but you're a cat person and you're so not fat. Like, you're not even close to fat. Like, you're not even close to medium-sized. You're really in good shape. So you're not one of them.
But I love dogs, too.
And Beth's a cat person.
There's a lot of cat people, and we're not fat.
No. That's true.
Tiki, you're the Julie Newmar of the shed.
That's
God, I hate you both so much right now.
All right, Eartha Kitt. I'll call you Eartha Kitt.
I love you all. Let's move on. Hey, Chicken Soda was supposed to call in. Let me see if he texted me. Hold on, I'm going to do my Kardashian thing and check my phone. Please hold.
Who called when I was jerking off before? To Catherine Bell.
You're pounding the baby arm.
The baby arm.
You were retarded.
There's no way you're pulling that shit when Stuttering John calls it. There's no way I'm not in that interview. There's no way. I'm pulling rank.
We're trying to get it better. We're trying to figure it out.
Oh my God, you don't understand. Hey, you weren't supposed to say that. Nobody knows that yet, you big dummy.
Did I just add? No,
allegedly.
No, you have to delete that out.
That's the deleting. Hey, if Plughead can put guests that are coming on in 2 years, so can we. And have it on Mark's Friggin' at the bottom of the page. I think they've had Ray Romano booked for about 6 years.
Yeah, okay. Well, Stuttering John is going to come on the show. But we're not prepared for him yet. He's ready to come on, and I'm just not ready for him yet because I really want to prep for him, and I want him to feel comfortable.
And we're trying to get this
We're
down.
talking to us two broads and, and just get it kind of together. So, hey, so we're on now with, what do you want me to call you? The badass?
You can, soda, I guess.
Soda. Just soda. No chicken.
CS?
Soda.
Soda.
I like
Okay,
soda.
It's hard to hear that out loud.
Okay.
He's got a kind of sexy voice.
You have a great voice.
He does. Kind of liking that. So we just got off the phone with Arm. And now we're on to Chicken Soda, a.k.a. Soda, a.k.a. the Badass. And now we're talking about the staff. And we're talking about how incredibly overweight everybody that works for Howard is. And how this whole crew seems to be like a lesser version of Freak than what Howard is.
Well, he picks homelier people than he.
He picks homelier people than he.
That are
so
make him look handsome.
Right. So he wants lesser people.
Doesn't work, but he
to
tries.
be lesser human beings than what he is, and slightly substandard and slightly freakish. And that's what he chooses as his staff. That's why there's nobody attractive there. That's why there's really no women there, except for the manatee. That's why there's nobody there other than like Tracy Millman like years ago, and that's really it.
He canned her. She left. I don't know what.
How many years has she been gone?
Tracy?
Just recently.
Yeah, a couple of years, right?
Yeah, I think a year.
Maybe it's a year.
Yeah.
But she had that fabulous, horrible voice, and I think she added like a little kind of, sarcastic obnoxiousness to them that they
hated.
They hated it, but they didn't really have.
Yeah.
And so now we're left with basically just like a pen full of cows.
Yeah, I've seen Jason's pick like recently, and I was like, wow.
Yeah,
he's exploding.
He's like a hairy meatball.
Yeah,
we called him a mozzarella cheese earlier, but he has no form or function.
And one thing we have to admit, he and his wife, when they got married, they said that they were not going to procreate because they were going to have ugly kids.
Well,
so we have to give him props for that.
And honestly, it's because Jason can't breastfeed. I mean, even though he would probably love to, it's not really.
That's some hairy nipples.
Oh dear. Yes, well,
he's really a disgusting animal.
Very gross.
So we were talking about crumbs and chunkiness and stuff like that, and we were hoping you could add to the conversation and just kind of chat with us about anything that makes your heart happy.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, I'd be glad to.
So, Yak.
Chat.
Anything you want to tell us?
Well, I am going to talk to you about.
I remember listening to the last episode, and you guys were kind of talking a little bit about how you got onto the Stern Show, kind of, started listening. I think back in the WNBC days, right?
Yeah, no, I didn't start listening till after Private Part.
Yeah, that was me, NBC.
Oh, okay.
So I was 96. I was
a baby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little bit younger than you guys. I first noticed Stern when I was probably like a little kid, right when his book first came out, the first Private Parts book. Mm-hmm. And I remember seeing wow, what is this? Kind of not a little bit freaked out probably by it's kind of, for a little kid to just some dude and
Oh my God, it's outrageous actually when you're a little kid.
I laughed my head off.
It's like first seeing Saturday Night Live when you're a little kid.
Yeah, I didn't get that at all.
I grew up in Central Texas, and we didn't really get the show out there, so it was kind of strange, being in a mall bookstore and seeing like 50 copies of the book right on the window. So
right, where he's partially naked, right, with just the book between his legs, kind of.
Was that I think that was. Oh, he dressed in drag in Miss America, right?
Was that even his body in Private Parts?
No,
there's no way, right? There's no way.
No.
Yeah, no.
Do you think so, Mr. Soda?
That one looked really airbrushed.
I don't even think that was
and
his
probably
body.
a body double, too.
A body double.
There's no way with that saggy ass of his and that fleshy mid-center. There's no way that was him. No way. So what I wanted to ask you about, because now that we have you on Skype, is how did you actually get involved with the whole Elisa shit show? I'm going to go off the topic of the disgusting fat manatees that work in the back office at Howard Stern, because that's pretty much who they are, and who gives a shit about those diabetic fucks.
Really?
I'm more curious about you and how you got sucked into the Benji vortex.
Okay, I remember that people over the dog shit was checking out her show, and somebody posted something about Benji and Elisa fighting. And I was like, okay, I might just check it out for a few minutes, and I clicked on it, and then she was kind of interacting with the audience, saying, stuff, and people were talking about it on the threads, and I just basically said, I think I called her like a cunt or something like that.
Nice.
That would definitely get noticed.
Oh, yeah, I remember. She was inviting people to sing with her, and I was going to, like, beatbox or something like that. And she cut me off, and I got...
What's his name, Dr. something?
I kind of jokingly just, oh, yeah, what a cunt,
I'm surprised she read that, because I wrote so many mean things about Dr. Ronnie and that child she had on.
I never
and all
saw
these
her
freakish puppeteer things.
Yeah.
It was just like a freakish gong show for webcasting. I didn't even understand it. But she latched onto Chicken Soda because she loved the name so much. I think that's how you kind of, you got her a chicken, seriously.
Yeah, she went on like a 30 or 40 minute, like
tirade.
Yeah, just that. She was like on a jam session for 30 minutes singing that song over and over.
What, the Chicken Soda song?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know from the Chicken
I don't know from the Chicken Soda song.
Well, you're not missing anything, by the way.
She invented it?
She invented it on her guitar or whatever the frig she plays.
Yeah.
Some little
Ruby,
freakish
baby.
organic instrument of sorts.
She should have Emily Stern singing in with that.
Zoo.
I'm so far removed from Emily Gunkward that I don't understand who she is. I mean, we had a really funny post going on today about her. Maybe it was yesterday, and she's like a really tall, goony girl too.
Oh, she's about 6 feet. Yeah,
she's about 6 feet. She's a tall drink of water, and so I was like, oh, Emily Gunkett, don't quit your day job. And I was like, oh wait,
she doesn't have a job.
Yeah, no shit.
Must she work?
Yeah,
Nice.
she is just your classic, apathetic 20-something who
Spoiled
probably lives
brat.
off of her daddy.
Oh, or mommy.
I think she just got engaged,
Oh,
too,
did
or
she?
something.
Emily? I always thought she was a lesbian.
No, I don't think so. Details are hazy. Allegedly.
No, Deborah's engaged. The middle daughter.
Yeah, the second child.
Yeah. Oh, Deborah's engaged.
Yes.
Emily's just the free child Birkenstock wearing.
Hairy armpits.
May have hairy bush.
May.
Allegedly.
I'd say. Allegedly has a bush under her chin. A goatee growing upwards.
Allegedly has a happy trail.
Have you ever seen that video of her dancing?
I didn't either.
Oh, the video from Gangnam Style?
No. This is a real video. It's not edited.
Oh, her Zazu video?
No. Okay, the guy from Opie and Anthony, Opie, he was out at some, I think he was in Manhattan let me try to remember where he was. He was at some party by a river, and I think it was a river. It was like a rooftop party or something.
You're so cute. He was at a party.
It was like a small mini rave, and he was like taking like random footage of people, and he was zooming in on Emily Stern.
Oh, I saw that.
I never saw that.
And she had really wicked hairy armpits.
Yeah. She was actually really weird and making like weird faces. And
yeah, you could braid them with cornrows.
That's like eating.
Nasty.
That's like a guy with a very, very thick beard eating pizza with like garlic on it.
What?
Because that shit doesn't go away. Like smells and hairs do not go away.
No.
There is no way that bushwallah is fresh. There's just no way. I refuse to believe that. Seriously,
I'm not into that much hair.
Yeah, that's gross.
Thank you. I'm so sorry if I offended you.
Yeah, it is gross, though.
It is gross. And you guys with beards out there, just remember that.
Oh, you're saying
I'm
no,
saying it's similar to guys with beards when they eat like a cheese pizza. The smell, the aura gets stuck in the stash.
Well, I'd rather
you
cheese
guys,
pizza than tuna fish sandwiches.
Yeah, but I'm not going to go there anyway. I'm never going to
go.
go down to the tuna. There's no way I would go to the tuna.
No,
anyway.
I'm not talking about lesbians.
Get some rope burns.
I'm not talking about muff
Well, you went
diving.
right to fish. I just assumed.
No. I'm talking about, cheese pizza's not so bad.
No, cheese pizza's bad.
Yeah, but it ain't tuna fish.
So you guys
Come on,
with
your manly
beards out
beard.
there, just know one thing, that we smell everything. Women have, because it just needs to be cleaned out, and I'm not sure how that happens.
I don't either.
Because I don't know from the facial. I don't know from the facial hair.
I've never gone out with anyone with any facial hair.
Yeah, me neither. Although my dad
goatee, a groovy dude.
My dad
After I was
sported a
divorced.
mustache for a very long time, and then one time he shaved it, and we cried. Well, because it's unnatural at that point. It's like all you know is like daddy with a mustache, and then once he shaves it,
it's like, who's this
he's
weirdo?
Like, who's this weirdo with no
this
top
strange
lip?
man?
Like, you freak.
Yeah, really.
Who no longer smells like cheese and garlic. So just wrap up what happened with Elisa. So she sang this ridiculous song about you. She made the next Spreecast about you. I think the next 2 or 3 Spreecasts.
You're kidding me. You were that famous.
Yeah,
huh?
well, she loved the name. Where does the name Chicken Soda come from? Can you tell us?
I spent like 30 seconds trying to think of like any dumb name, and I was like, oh, what's funny? Chicken waffles. I was like, oh, chicken soda. Just threw it in there. I didn't really expect to post at all.
I was the same way. Tee-hee.
Awful.
But that sounds better than chicken soda.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't roll off the tongue.
It's embarrassing. I learned.
Chicken soda, though, is ridiculous and funny and nonsensical.
Right. It's cute.
Perfect. It works for you.
Now talk about tee-hee. That stinks.
I didn't expect people to start making like songs about it. I was like, okay.
But that's sort of romantic.
So did you go back on with her, and then what happened? How did you fall out of favor?
Well, basically, I think I went on like a couple of nights later when she did another Spreecast with my name. And then Arm was making calls, I think, to Elisa, talking to her on her cell phone.
Yeah,
and I decided to jump in and like pick up my guitar, plug to an amp, and I just did like a blues rendition of Zoo Zazoo.
Oh, you have to do that for us.
I would love to grab that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, my mic wasn't working that well, but some people said it was good. I haven't went back and listened to it yet, so
you'll have to do that for us the next time.
Yeah, definitely.
So what happened? How did you fall out of favor then? Because you were a star. You were Chicken Soda, the star of her Spreecast.
Yeah, she did a few more of these stuff, and then some weird French-Canadian guy who was a musician, he did his own Chicken Soda version, and it was...
That's
and he
not
brought
Ryan
this
Lever,
girl,
right?
I don't think so.
He was some guy, fan of hers, a Stern guy, I'm not sure, but he brought like this chick, this girl, and they were both wearing like these furry masks, like a big tiger head, and they were like pretending they jumped in their bed, and like it was just really bizarre. I was kind of...
I'm so sorry I missed that.
Me too.
Well, not really, but...
Well, I've missed it all.
You didn't miss me. You don't want to watch 2 hours just to catch like 30 seconds.
Listen, the reality is it's actually turgid. I'd really rather watch a video, an instructional video on how to learn how to play the accordion with your teeth than watch the Elisa Spreecast.
All I saw once, I
haven't seen it in the last 2 weeks other than a couple of small clips that somebody put out there.
No, and you know what? We're really, really happy that the Domina started her own Spreecast, and we really hope it works out well for her.
I love her. I think she's great.
She's great. And you know what? Elisa's Spreecast has at best 100 people. That's the power of Howard. He had it on for 2 days straight.
Amazing.
Talking about the fight that they had and all the issues they had going on. And I remember when I first went on there, and I was just ripping on Dr. Ronnie. She had this beret on. And
Is that fat chick with the big, humongous
no, she's the one with the glasses.
And she's
showing
those gross
and I was like, Dr. Ronnie,
Jersey cow
what is that
She's not even a real doctor.
you have hanging off of your head? And I just was ripping her. And you don't really get the appreciation of it. The reality is that we just had the most fun doing the little live blogging thing on the side.
We could do that here.
But that was what it was all about.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's what it was all about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not live. That's the problem.
But we could be.
We could be, but we're not. Not right now. We're
Not
not
right
there
now.
yet.
No.
We're lucky
And
we can get chicken on.
And somebody from Dog Shed was doing some research or something, and people were like pulling information about her, and she's not really a doctor. She doesn't have a master. She's just like some counselor or something.
Dr. Ronnie, the odds are that she's probably still a virgin. And Dr. Ronnie lives vicariously through her patients that come to her for sex advice, when in reality, I am guaranteeing you, she probably banged some guy while she was in high school, and her vaginal walls are seamed together now like a fucking Barbie doll. Seriously. Her center parts look like a Barbie doll right now. Just like a smooth space with nothing. You know the way your earlobe closes when you don't use an earring for a while?
Yes.
That's what her vajay looks like. That's what her cooch looks like. It's totally sewn up. Nothing comes out of there.
Her patupa has probably seen a few
sealed.
pieces of Nah.
It has a urine spot, and that's it. It is a complete, solid space now.
There's someone for everyone.
Not Dr. Ronnie. No, not Dr. Ronnie. Dr.
Is she allowed to
Rhonda.
even like call them patients legally? She's,
I don't know that she legally can look at patients, but you know what? I've had my fair share of people looking into my shit, and so I'm not really one to judge what other people do. Knock yourself out if that's what you can actually make money at.
Judge not, lest ye be judged.
Yes, Teehee, yes.
I have to say, Easter, I was at my sister's over in Massachusetts. I watched Ben-Hur.
Ah, jeez.
King of Kings.
Ah, jeez.
And the beginning of the greatest story ever told.
Yeah,
but luckily I got to leave. And I noticed one thing, people. I have to say this about myself. I'm weird about this. I noticed for the first time in Ben-Hur that Charlton Heston had the meanest, biggest old bunions you could have ever seen in your life. Bunions?
How the fuck did you notice that?
Because he was rowing and he didn't have his shoes on and you saw his chain.
Sandals,
Yeah. Oh, he had chick bunions, like onion bunions. And I'm like, oh, Ben-Hur.
You're so cute. Your segues are so cute.
Oh.
Ben-Hur's bunions are just like fantastic. Like, I don't even know from that.
I know. Nor did I.
Yeah, I don't watch any of that shit.
I did, and I put my mother, who's so religious, I had her picture.
I know. My mother got really upset
movies.
with me because she called me to wish me a happy Easter, and I follow no religion. And,
nor do I.
And I said to her, "Happy Zombie Jesus Day," and she's like, "What are you saying?" I was like, "Well, technically, he died, and then technically, he rose from the dead.
Right.
Ergo, technically, he's a fucking zombie. Like, don't you get that?" And she's like, "I'm hanging up on you right now."
Well, she should have.
She did. She did. She just clicked me right off.
Oh, that was mean.
There's T-shirts that say "Happy Zombie Jesus
Well,
Day."
I would never say that to my mother. My mother's dead.
My mother's religious.
My mother was super duper religious.
Yeah, my mother's so religious that I was like, "Hey, Mom, so I'm off for Good Friday." She's like, "Oh, that's today." So come on.
My
seriously.
mother would call me every Good Friday and say, "Tee-hee."
Yeah,
oh,
right.
Please, what a name.
Right.
Tee-hee. Ugh. Make sure this is Good Friday. Do not eat any meat. And I would always say, she'd call me every year. I said, "Ma, why didn't you call me earlier? I just had a cheeseburger."
Yeah, no.
She bought it every time. It's like,
Yeah,
"Ma,
no.
get it." No, she was really holy. She blessed a priest. A priest asked my mother to bless him.
My mother is one of those religious by convenience.
My
honestly.
mother,
I think so.
My mother said,
I love her to death,
a
but
day.
you know,
mine was a holy lady. That was her
Chicky,
thing.
you religious?
I was lucky to be raised by parents who weren't really religious.
Good for you.
But yeah,
Why is
because
that good for
basically,
You know why it's good?
Why?
Go on, chick.
Yeah.
well, my mom told me that when she was a little kid, she was super religious, and she was a Catholic. So in confessional, she was, giving her basic, I lied to my mother.
Bless me,
blah,
Father, for I have
same
sinned.
old
It has been
sins.
3 months since I've confessed.
We used to do it every week.
And And she got freaked out because all the priest was interested in was her,
salacious stories. If there was anything
were you touching yourself and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, that's a
and it freaked her out. And she never went back again.
You know what's awesome about it?
Yeah, let's give him kudos for actually thinking
of a girl
yeah, that's
knowing
true.
that.
That's true.
Yeah. No, mine were, I used to lie in my sins because they were so boring because I went every week.
There's nothing to say.
No.
What are you supposed to say?
I'm 8
stole
years
a lipstick
old.
from the ABC store? Like, what are you saying?
CVS. I said,
honestly,
I lied. I said I was.
I hit my sister.
Yeah, I swore.
I pulled her hair. Big fucking deal.
I do something big, and then I'd
Could
say I lied to cover
anybody give a rat's ass about that stuff
and the
when
priest,
you were a kid?
Yeah, well, these
and we don't have original sin. You know, that whole thing is such a crock of shit to me. That we have to have confirmation and communion and be baptized to rid us of original sin. I know.
Ooh,
you know what? Knock yourself out if that's what you believe, and God bless you. But
one thing I'd like about being a priest, I have to say, confession, I'd taken a bottle of wine, kicked back.
Oh,
and
wait,
say,
I'm sorry.
Tell me your sins.
You did this as an adult?
Never.
Oh, I was going to say. Because how
never.
fun would that be to go into the confessional with a bottle of wine and like tell him something?
No,
like,
as a priest.
Like stories from Penthouse or something.
All right.
Oh, Father John, I met a girl the other day and I've never done that before, and she touched me. Can you imagine how they would fucking freak out?
Yeah, especially because it's chicks.
Well, no, some of them. Listen, we knew this priest growing up, okay, who, interestingly enough, my boyfriend at the time, his father was a boater, and he was in the market for a new boat. And this priest from some town which shall not be named, and from some church which shall not be named, who was such a hottie, you have no idea. He was really super handsome. And so he was selling his boat. He happened to have a boat. He was selling it to my boyfriend's dad. Mm-hmm. And so when my boyfriend's dad was cleaning it out, he found a ton of women's underwear in the bin. Now that can go either way. I know. That can go either way, but he was a ladies' man. He really was.
Was? Well,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He made tons of money off the church, retired like comfortably, handsome as shit. Yeah.
I've known handsome as shit priest.
I haven't. That's the only one I ever saw in my life.
And he was gay. My gaydar was acute. I was an altar girl at 12.
You were pinging.
Oh, honey, red alert. Bing, 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 bing.
Really?
Through the roof, yeah.
Really?
But he was a hunk. He was really handsome.
So wait, Chicky, being raised religious, how did that make you growing up? Like, how did that foster your...
Well, his parents were religious, but they didn't raise him religious.
Yeah, I wasn't raised. I wasn't, I would have been to church probably like 20 times my whole life.
So now, in your real life, outside of that website, blog place that we're, for some bizarre reason, not really speaking of.
Oh, yeah, of course. The red site, yeah. that's what Lisa was calling it like a few weeks ago.
The what site?
The red site.
The red site.
The red site. So, So what do you do with yourself outside of here? Do you actually play instruments? Do you actually do things with yourself that are musically inclined?
Yeah, I play a little bit of guitar. When I was younger, I learned how to play piano, and violin. So I'm a pretty good violin player too.
Oh, I love the violin.
Yeah,
you have to play for us. You got to play that funky music, white boy.
Most definitely.
All right, Chicky, we're going to wrap up with you. Thank you so much for calling in to us. Sorry if we kind of digressed 15 ways from Sunday with you, but we enjoyed having you call in.
And we want
us.
you to play your violin and anything you want to play.
I know. We want you to play for us.
And we will dance in the background, even though no one can see us.
Right.
But you've been swell, and I love your cute little Texas accent.
It's so cute.
I appreciate it.
You're a
We
doll.
love you. So thank you so much for calling in to us, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Wasn't he cute?
He was cute. I mean, he didn't really add to our conversation about fat, but that's okay.
Well, we had to.
I was happy to talk about Chicky Soda and his Elisa Shishot thread.
I love that he plays the violin. How cute is that?
And how he came up with his nonsensical name, which is super cute.
Much better than Tee. I think on the whole thing, it's worse. I think it's one of the worst ones on the whole thing.
All right, so we're going to wrap up with John Arm, because he's really being a giant pain in the ass to us and texting us 5,000 times about why we're not on the phone with him. So maybe he can...
We'll work it out.
Maybe he can...
sing us out.
Throw us out. Yeah, sing us out. Maybe he can sing us out.
He'll sing us out. We don't have Reacher here to woof us out.
No, but we have Arm here to sing.
Yeah.
Now watch, you won't pick up.
Hi, Broads.
Hi, Broads.
So we were hoping, now that we're kind of wrapping up, we were on with Chicken Soda. We were getting the whole thing behind the
Elisa,
the puppeteer guitar girl. Who?
You didn't talk about that.
No, I don't really give a shit. I'm just saying she's a puppeteer guitar girl.
No more attention to those twats.
No more attention to those twats. 100%. The power of Stern, 100 listeners. So we were hoping to wrap this show up that you would sing us out with something of your choosing. Dead silence.
Do you have any blindside? You want Ben Stern or
anything you'd like?
Yeah,
we think you're swell.
Yeah, we love you. Anything you want, whoever you want to be, you can be. This is your podcast,
and what we have to do is fix it so that he can be on and the other people can be on as well.
Yeah, we're going to do that. We're working on it. We're working on it.
This is numero dos.
Do you want to sing us out or no?
Just a good old boys, never meaning no harm. Be tall, you never saw, been in trouble with the law since the day they were born. That is for James Best, Roscoe Pico Train, who passed away today at age 88.
R.I.P.
Who the hell is that?
Well, he's dead.
I know, but so what?
R.I.P.
Yes. Who is he?
He played Roscoe Pico Train on the Dukes of Hazzard. He was the cop. He was the corrupt cop in Hazard County that chased Tom Wopat and John Schneider. And shout out to Southern Listen.
Oh, right. We said on our last podcast, the one that got away, we thought that Arm thought that Southern Listen could potentially look like Tom. Is it Wopat?
Wopat.
From Dukes of Hazzard.
And I saw Tom Wopat in person. He was hanging out. He was doing a Broadway show. And
was he handsome?
Oh, yeah.
Does he look anything like Southern Listen?
I don't know what Southern Listen looks like.
I know, none of us do. I just surmising.
Tom Wopat, I'm 5'8", so let's say I was wearing a couple inch heels. He's probably 6'2". And he's
nice.
Really cute. Yeah. And he made heavy duty. We made eye contact.
Did he check you out? Did he look at the boobs?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know my boobs? I was even skinnier.
You know who did that to me one day?
I heard you had Aniston nipples in the fourth row. You can see right through with the lighting.
You had Aniston nipples?
Oh, perky. I used to have perky breasts.
Perky puffers?
Oh, yeah. My nips would go out sometimes. Oh, yeah. I didn't wear bras for years.
I know. Protruding nipples.
That makes two of us.
So one time I was walking past Rockefeller Center and they were filming 30 Rock outside. And
Can I tell you my favorite Matt Dillon story real briefly?
And so I'm walking past, and she's kind of tiny, and I'm almost the same height as you. I'm like 5'7.5".
Who's tiny?
Tina Fey. I was wearing
I thought she was tall.
No, I'll tell you. I was wearing 4-inch heels. So
you were
pulled
6
me
feet.
up. That pulled me up to 6.
Yeah.
And I'm walking past Rock Center, and her and Tracy Morgan and Alec Baldwin are outside, and they're filming in front of the place. And and you're just walking past because they're on a little downtime. And she gave me such a fucking stink eye.
Really?
Yeah. She looked me from head, not to toe, head to breast, and gave me like the one eyebrow stink eye. Seriously.
You should have taken out a switchblade and slashed the other side.
I should have stabbed her in the forehead.
Well, it's funny because I thought she was tall because her husband must be 5'2".
Yeah, she's not that tall.
Yeah,
so
her husband's a producer, right?
Right, and he's really short.
What's his name again? I forget his name.
Short
Tina Fey's husband.
Mr. Fey.
Mr. Fey.
Short Fey.
Yeah.
Fey.
Yeah.
All right, so we're done tonight because we're sweating in this room that we're in.
It's a great room, but we're wicked hot.
Like fucking pack mules.
There's the Boston and you saying wicked. I love it.
Yeah,
I heard a little wicked from you.
Yeah,
so
wicked smart. I want to say Whitey Balga and wicked smart.
Well, I love the Red Sox.
All right, Armistead, we're gonna say goodbye to you, and we love you, and thank you for calling in. So. There's a lot of exciting stuff coming up, you guys, just so that you know. We have some special guests that you're going to be really excited and surprised about. And we're looking forward to it in the very, very near future, probably in the next couple of weeks. So look out for it and have a great night. And we love you all. And thank you so much for listening.
Thanks so much.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Say bye, Arm.
Well, it's always delightful to hear from you.
I'm going to do a woof. Woof, woof. That's
Thank you, Reacher.
Reacher.
Sit, boo-boo, sit.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, broads.
Bye.
We deserve a chance to win. We're going to do it whether you like it or not.
I don't hear any banging
around.
There was a gunk. Like fucking a gunk. Shit.
What's a gunk?
A gunk. A gunk. I don't know. What gunk? Where's Mrs. Can I see Mrs. Rogers? A gunk. Play that bit.
I love that.
That
I
was
love
wonderful.
that.
Did you hear it, John?
I'm trying to get a read on this. So Yucko played this audio over the phone?
No, so what happened was they were talking about Eric the Midget, and he was on one of the last shows.
The Brickleberry that got canceled.
Exactly, the Brickleberry show. But what wound up happening is that his audio didn't come out that well, so Yucko pretended to be Eric in the final episode because they were going to redo it, but apparently he died the next day. So they had actually recorded it, then he died.
And then they didn't want to use the one that they had because
there was a gunk.
Banging. And Howard said, I didn't hear any banging. And then that's when...
And then Yucko said there was a gunk.
Like a gunk.
Right. So we love that. So hi, everybody. This is Summer. I'm here with T. And you know what? I've just decided we can't call him Arm anymore. We just have to call him John because it gets me really confused.
John.
John
we
Arm.
love you, John.
We love you, John. So hi, everybody. Welcome to our third episode.
Yay, 3.
And today's topic is about Howard, his litigiousness, how he invented everything, and how incredibly out of touch he is. And I just want to just throw out to you that I walked down to this studio today, and those fucking tourists were just in droves.
Well, I did too.
Great.
Disgusting pigs. I was like, I felt like I was in a herd, in a wildebeest. You know,
we were in a migration herd. That's exactly right.
I felt like I don't belong here. Who
I
are
was
these people?
sweating. I was
too.
disgusting. I couldn't get past them.
Well, I had baggage.
You had baggage. I
had 2 bags of wine. I had ice. I had, the computer.
Ooh. All I had was cheese.
I pushed my way through some of these.
All I had was cheese and headphones. But still, seriously, they are
Kingdom episode.
Wild Kingdom.
8th Avenue.
100%. And you know what? I understand. John and I were talking today about the 70s and 80s and how it was in New York City and, what a shitstorm it was here with, prostitution everywhere and porn stores everywhere and that Dinkins.
Show world,
that Dinkins animal that was our mayor.
Yes.
And how it's changed so much.
Big time.
So a part of me does, in fact, welcome our new chunky German tourist overlords. But the reality is they are everywhere with their backpacks
and
they're
move.
Screaming toddlers and they look up. They don't move.
It's like this. You're just stuck with this, people who don't move.
It is a herd migration. It's like
if you watch The Walking Dead, it's like the zombies in The Walking Dead.
Except they're fat. They're well-fed zombies,
and the zombies walk faster than they do.
Disgusting animals. It's so true.
It was horrible.
I should have taken pictures today because as I'm texting you and I'm like, oh my god, I got to get the fuck out of this crowd.
Sweating like a monster.
Beast. Like a wildebeest. We deserve to be there with them. So we had a little bit of a difficulty getting in here today, but we're so happy to be here, and we really want to discuss a whole bunch of topics with you today. We have Benjamin calling in, who's a great poster on a couple of different websites. He is almost a historian of different items that have to do with Howard. His book, his unauthorized biography,
and
Private Parts, Robin, Vegetation, Robin Covers the Life
of the literary century.
They call me Baba Booey. Right, all of that. So he has a detailed analysis, basically, of every single book, film, thing that has gone on with Howard and Robin and Baba Booey and Fred and everything. So we're going to be talking to him in about 15, 20, 30 minutes or so after we finish babbling incoherently about what we're talking about.
How are you, our darling? You haven't gotten a word out yet.
Yeah, sorry, John. I just wanted to do a little intro.
It was so gross out.
Classic Benjamin.
Classic. I love when he says classic.
Benny.
Vintage. You just...
You opened both. Oh,
I did, because you yelled at me the last time.
What do you mean?
Oh, there we go.
What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, we stopped for a moment. Sorry, guys.
Bro,
sorry for the pause.
Let's go to a break. Let's go to a 15-minute break and play.
Let's talk about Squatty Potty for just about 15 seconds.
I tell you, Robin, I have never taken a dump like this before. Let me tell you.
And not to be confused with the candy-eating shitstorm that lives in Chimney Manor.
My wife, if she could, Feesey, and if she used the Squatty Potty, she would be dumping logs like
yeah, but she'd have to be cleaning herself with shittens on a daily basis. So
I think T. he was about to say dumping logs like the Footloose soundtrack.
So
I'm alright. Oh, that's Caddyshack.
So we've decided that we're going to start our podcast with a what I missed kind of thing.
Week in review.
It's sort of a week in review.
And it's us backwardly bragging that we don't listen to the show anymore.
Well, I listened yesterday.
And I do listen, I must confess. I
on
don't
YouTube.
Yeah, I don't listen to the wrap-up show anymore, but I do listen.
It's harder and harder.
It does. It's tedious and fucking ponderous. It is really just awful. So
there was some good juice, though.
There was some good juice this week. So I took a couple of notes, and it's not necessarily about the show in general. It's just the week in Howard. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to start with the Simon Cowell story, which I loved.
Did you see that, John?
So Julian Assange, who owns WikiLeaks.
I did see it. That homework I did do.
Okay, so you know the story. So basically what happened is Simon Cowell had sent an email to some high-up executive at Sony basically saying that he would like to take over for Howard, and he thinks that he would be the best replacement. And by the way, they want to move it back to Los Angeles.
Be a lot cheaper.
Right. So my theory on it.
I want to see Howard and Simon switch hairdos and wardrobe.
Yeah, Howard in a t-shirt is an ugly mess.
Oh, and tight jeans.
Yeah, but you know what? Simon Cowell has those man boobs, and he's severely unattractive.
Oh, I find him. Well, if I had a choice between Simon and Howard, I'm sorry.
I go Simon.
Simon, baby.
Yeah, I go Simon.
Howard would be like this frail twig, skeletal,
like a stork with hair.
Yes,
it's disgusting.
It's horrible.
He's an animal,
and he smells.
So basically, what happened, I feel, is that Simon, who still gets executive producer credit on America's Got Talent.
That's the bottom line.
And he's looking at the bottom line.
He did whatever he wants.
And he's looking at the financials.
Yeah.
And, you know, with all the demands that Howard has made on having the show in New York, which basically is in New Jersey until they get to Radio City, as if 20 people show up.
By the way, Gunkettes, that was a great Cylon line, by the way. What exactly, do we know the actual numbers of how much it cost them more to bring it to New York?
God only knows.
Well, let's do the math. They're paying him, $15-20 million to do it. They have to ship everybody in from L.A. except for him.
They can't. Well, the other people.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody has to be shipped in.
But they fired all the people in L.A. They hired people here to do the show. So all these people in L.A. lost their jobs because of stupid Howard being a selfish, whiny baby.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a prick.
A little.
So I think that Simon's looking at the bottom line and seeing how much money the show is making now, as opposed to when.
And who wouldn't?
Of course.
Stupid. He probably thought. I mean, like, who wouldn't look at the meter not right, the meter actually lower, and going, "All right, we move this shit show, this second-rate Gong show to fucking New York."
Gong show was funny.
And we're paying this. Right, the Gong show was actually. It had a
Gene the Dancing Machine,
late 70s quality to, and we're losing money while this egomaniac is telling us to. No, we're not in the Howard business.
It's amazing. It's amazing how they kowtowed to him and made this happen. But you know what? It's all about the cross-promotion publicity. It's all about him telling his viewers, who clearly have no thought process whatsoever about watching AGT. I would never watch AGT.
Oh, I have never watched it. I
don't even think my mother watches AGT. I got to be honest with you.
Would never have watched. Please,
that's like a middle America show that
10-year-olds.
Yeah.
doing ballroom dancing.
Oh, fuck
I mean,
them.
come on.
I get douche chills using the acronym.
I do too.
AGT.
AGT.
So it's actually really interesting that Howard would come on and say that this is basically like 9/11 all over again. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
When they broke into, and I think he knew. He fucking knew.
You knew.
You knew. You knew that there was going to be some dirt that came out on WikiLeaks, and you know what? There's thousands and thousands of emails, and I'm sure that online people are going to start researching this.
But my point with that one, which was kind of weird with that email, was the guy said he was explaining who Simon Cowell was.
Yeah, Simon Cowell's a really big player.
Like, come on!
You know what, though? They're almost as oblivious as Howard is. I mean, let's think about it. You know, when you're in a high-powered position, and you're at Sony, you have 5 million people to worry
but
about.
Simon Cowell is like a billionaire.
I know. But you know what? In his world, he's a big deal. Maybe outside of that world.
True. Well, I guess so.
That he's not. I mean, obviously, as explained. And, you know, I went on the WikiLeaks page to see it, and it looked like a bona fide, genuine email. So I can't imagine that they would single out Simon Cowell and Howard Stern to make a big deal out of it.
I don't think so either. I just thought that was funny that...
Yeah. So we love that part. I just want...
If you say WikiLeaks one more fucking time, with Simon...
Is it sexy? Do you like it?
I remember just when that WikiLeaks thing first hit her.
Does it make you have to pee?
WikiLeaks.
Is it like when you put your hand underwater?
I see.
Let me ask you a question. That X Factor show is no longer on in America, right? Is that
No, it's just European.
Don't you think also this is also a matter of Simon kind of being a little attention starved and he wants to get his big fat face, British face out?
I know, but he makes millions and millions of dollars.
I know, but he's attention starved like anybody else. He wants to be on TV.
Yeah.
And I think he feels a bit irrelevent now. Because he's
because he's not on. You're exactly right.
He's
not a presence anymore in the United States. You're exactly.
That's his thing. He revolutionized.
He would be mean, and that's what they wanted Howard for. They didn't hire him to be America's judge. Fag,
honestly, you know what? Simon Cowell has produced records that actually make money.
Yeah.
Howard has produced one movie that basically, I think, and Benjamin can probably talk to this, came in like maybe 12th or 15th or 50th overall that year.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like $45 million, and that was pretty much it.
The only people who saw it was fans.
I didn't go to see it in the movies.
Oh, I didn't either.
I did because it came out the same day as Donnie Brasco, and I saw it.
That's a whole nother conversation, my love.
And that opened the Depp portal. The Graham Avenue Sunny Black Motion Lounge
crew. That's a whole nother conversation, my friend.
Yeah, that is a great.
All right,
that's a great.
Let's continue on. So, my second big story of the week is that Pumpernickel is still at Chimney Manor.
Pumpernickel and the other one, Lollipop.
Oh, Lollipop, right. So what happened is, once again...
Let me get this straight. A 43-year-old woman named them that.
You know why?
No, I think Howard names them all.
Howard names.
He's so starving. He's been naming the cats after
foods that he would love to have.
He's like, next is going to be bagel and schmear.
Exactly. Oh, look, there's my little new putty T-bone.
Moo.
So basically what happened is she fostered these cats out to yet another sycophant who follows her on Instagram or Facebook or something. It's probably her 20th fucking cat. And then this woman realizes that she's allergic to cats.
Oh, please.
Because you don't know that. I mean, she was clearly a 45-year-old
Oh, we saw that. But this was the second time that this had happened.
Right. So now, once again...
They ruined her curtains. Imagine that, kittens playing
ruining a curtain
and ruining her curtains.
So Pumpernickel is still at Chimney Manor,
and Lollipop.
Okay, so
so that's the news of this week.
I have a bunch of stuff that happened this week.
These pictures of the cats were in the shoe closet, right? The cat just happened to wander into the shoe closet.
No, these are just, I don't know. I think that was bad. You know what? I think that was bad.
They're fungible now. They all meld into each other at this point.
It was bad somebody. She's trying to make it.
Summer, you're right. I think they're on 20 cats now.
Bad Beefus.
No.
Okay, so next was the story about how
David Arquette basically lost his cookies on Wednesday.
Oh, wow.
And in a drunken stupor just started ripping Howard a new asshole about the fact that he didn't come to the wedding, that he saw Courtney Cock Arquette instead of him.
That he wants A-list friends and he doesn't count anymore.
And to be honest, he doesn't count anymore.
Of course, and it was very sad. He was bombed out of his mind and probably high. It was first thing in the morning, and I felt for David. But you know, what was the bad part for David is to think that Howard was actually his friend. You know, wake up.
He is not your friend.
Wake up.
He just uses you.
Yes.
He actually, the only reason he called him last week was to talk about that whole Justin Bieber kicking him out thing.
Love that.
But the reality is, he doesn't give a rat's ass about it.
Care about
and
David.
it's another way that he's just kind of exposing a frail, fragile person who obviously has an addiction problem that he can capitalize on
and use it as entertainment.
Exactly.
I can make a strong case that David Arquette is far more successful than Plughead is in every form of media besides radio.
You think so?
He has a major producer stat. He has a production company with Courtney Cock that produces like shows, and they're very well into syndication. He's been in a lot of movies. I'm not saying he's gonna star in anything now, but he actually has done a lot of shit.
Yeah, but the reality is, if he wasn't married to her, he would just be another D- celebutard that kind of, whiffs in and out. I put him right down there with Kevin Federline as like Britney Spears' ex-husband. Oh my God, yes! He is awful. So nothing.
No, he has actually been charming. I've seen him in a couple of movies, and he's actually been kind of cute and charming. And
I see where you're going, but just go look at his IMDb.
Yeah, he ain't no Kevin Federline.
It's pretty bad.
All right, well, you know what? Honestly, when it comes to the Stern Show, he's going to be around. Really.
Exactly.
He's going to be around.
He sent really nasty emails to Howard.
Yeah, he's going to be around.
I wish we could have heard him.
All right, let's move on. So then we have Howard going on Letterman, but not in the last week or so. He's just going to be part of the last 2 or 3 weeks of his broadcast.
And not the last show.
I feel like Howard's a little butthurt.
Oh, he is very butthurt.
And I love the fact that Beth thought, oh my God, how amazing would it be that you would be on the last show with him and you would interview him. And the hubris of thinking that anybody gives a rat's ass about what essentially, what drew the audience in was that he was a local New York DJ. And so everybody in the audience was a local New York person who wanted to hear him be a little bit provocative.
Yeah.
Let's get something straight. Plughead doesn't give a shit about Letterman or his legends.
It's all about him.
It's all about him and his stupid career and me, and how was I promoted through here? And it all egocentrics back to him. He doesn't watch Letterman show. He probably knows nothing about it other than the times he's been on.
He only knows it because JD cut the clip.
And I'm no Letterman devotee either.
No, me neither.
At least I admit it.
Yeah.
He's a curmudgeon. I've heard Letterman's the biggest asshole in the business. I knew 2 or 3 people that work for him. He is the worst person to ever work for. He absolutely treats his staff like shit. He is.
Yeah. So how does he and Howard get along so well? It makes absolute sense.
They don't.
It makes absolute sense though that they're both curmudgeons who probably treat their staff like shit. Although I think Beth worked for both Letterman and Howard.
They got the hallway. Howard got the hallway clear move from Letterman. Clear the hallway when I walk.
That they can't. He doesn't want anyone looking at him when he goes through the hall.
Who the fuck is he? Nobody can look at him. He's 6'12".
He's a gork. He's a gork.
Nobody can look at him in the face.
A gorky stork.
All right, let's move on. So the Yucko Gunk reference we loved.
It was great.
He just happened to hear it the other day.
Shout out Yucko.
And we love that Yucko did that. And we have no idea whether it relates to us or not. But you know what? Coincidence? I think not.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, I think it's
really
cool.
Did you have the one about him going to Jimmy Kimmel's and they didn't see the baby?
Oh, let's discuss that. I'm sorry. Let me just throw the rest of this away and let's talk about that. So Howard starts to talk about they had a party for him.
They made him a party,
a dinner in his honor.
Made one, yeah.
So he starts off saying that there were 10 people at the dinner, but then he starts just rattling off like a bunch of names and Amy Schumer with her friend.
She was there?
No, I don't think so. No. I think he just kind of lied to us.
Oh.
And so then Jimmy started showing him pictures of the baby,
right.
even though she was in the room next door. Right? Is that how it worked?
And he never went in to see Jimmy's baby.
I am positive that Beefus probably got together with the Kimmo wife and saw the baby.
Well, I think Beth, he didn't say she didn't see the baby. I'm sure Beth saw the baby.
She was on radio silence for the 12 days that they were out there.
Yeah.
There were no pictures of her coming out of the bungalows. There were no pictures of her out with friends. Nothing. There was nothing.
Doesn't that make sense to you guys, though? Because that's really the same amount of times he's seen his own kids in the last 3 years.
That's probably true. Done.
But you know what? He did meet his daughter on Saturday, and Beth was flown out of town. See you later, so he could be alone with his daughter on Saturday.
Interesting.
Do we have evidence of that, or did
he said it?
He said it on. He said it on air.
And she did a Instagram, on her stupid thing, showing that she was back.
This is Deborah, Emily, or Ashley.
Details are hazy. They all look the same.
San Fran. Who lived in San Fran?
Is it the married one?
That's Deborah. Deborah's the middle one.
Yes.
She's supposedly a social
The one who's getting married. So I think that's the one who had allegedly fisticuffs with Beth. Got into a brawl.
You know what? I don't know.
She was recently engaged to this guy.
She is engaged.
Right? Mm-hmm. The guy's last name is Christie, or
oh my God! Are you kidding?
Yeah, I swear to God. I can't remember the first name, but the last name is the same. It's Christie. I'm positive.
All right, so we're going to move on a little bit now, and we're going to talk about the theme of the night, which is what did Howard actually invent or innovate as a trailblazing radio shock jock? I mean, that's basically the bottom line. And I got a couple of PMs from a couple of different people telling me about this guy named Steve Dahl. And I didn't know really anything about this until I started really digging a little bit more and looking on SFN and on DS and other places to find out who this guy is. And so basically Steve Dahl is a DJ who was an innovator in his time, which was the late 70s, early 80s, right, John?
Yeah, it was exactly. That's
you knew him, John?
That's him and his... Artie Lang's producer, Dan Filato, was Steve Dahl's original producer.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
And his name kept coming up all the time. And I'm like, who? And this guy Filato all the time. Every time Artie would kiss Howard's ass on his show, this guy, Dan Filato, would go, Artie, no, seriously, Steve Dahl invented that first. I don't know why you're listening to that. It was Steve Dahl. It was Steve Dahl.
Yeah.
It made me very curious because I kept hearing this name. And then Aardvark, I believe, had a whole bio written. And the guy's an amazing, amazing radio guy. He created all this shit. Howard was in Detroit. And I think
Steve Dahl was in Chicago, right?
Right. And he could either get his signal from Detroit or he was having tapes sent to him with Steve Dahl. Howard basically pilfered many, many, many techniques.
Well, let me share with you.
Innovative.
Yeah, let me share with you a couple of the things that Steve Dahl was the first to do.
Oh, you got a list? You got a list?
I have a list, my friend.
Please share.
I'm actually being sophisticated podcaster
share,
today, and I have a list. So, Dahl was the first person to do this helicopter reporter named Tyrone, which I think Howard then turned into Mama Laka Boo Boo.
I don't know who that was.
Yeah, right. That's exactly the same.
You know Mama Laka Boo Boo?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I know Mama Laka Boo Boo.
That's the same rhythms. That makes total sense.
Right. Then we have that Howard would call the Bijou Theater for gay film descriptions. And Steve Dahl was the first person to do that. But why would Howard call the Bijou Theater in Chicago to find out about gay movie descriptions when he could have called basically anywhere in New York in the 80s?
He was working in New York, and he opted to call a Chicago...
Yes.
Oh, my God. That's...
Yes.
Man, if there are any more evidence, then that's it.
Wait, I got more for you. Steve Dahl had a homo room where a basement with dripping water and everything that he would go down into to discuss homosexuality.
Same sound effects and everything?
Yes, dripping water and everything.
Shit.
But the homo room is no longer.
Right.
The last one to do that was Shatner, right?
That's exactly right.
Well, he tried to get Eric the actor into the homo room.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen.
He wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Good for you, Eric.
Steve Dahl called Iran during the hostage crisis to order KFC for the hostages. Howard then became Fart Man and started doing his calls to the Middle East.
Was that a racist thing?
Hello, ordering KFC for the hostages. Are you kidding me?
I don't know what color the hostages are.
Steve Dahl called American Airlines.
They are mostly white.
After the 1979 crash of a DC-10 at O'Hare, and offered to make restaurants out of the DC-10s when they were grounded. Howard then co-opted that about 2.5 years later and did the exact same bit when that plane crashed in Florida in the mangroves. I did a lot of research. I had a little help. You know, once
really
they
good.
started
That's
giving
really,
me all
really
the
good.
information on Steve.
Scoop-de-double-doop, baby.
Okay. Also, and here's an interesting thing. There is another DJ named Charles Licadera in Boston.
Yep.
When Howard was at BYU.
By the way, that's where Billy West came from.
Oh, really?
That's what I was just going to say. Billy West was a guest on that show before he came onto Howard's show. And I would... Billy, if you ever hear this podcast, I would love to have you on the show. And
he's actually open to that. I've heard him do some pretty obscure podcasts.
What do you mean?
Thank you. What are you calling us? Obscure fuckface?
25 people listened to us last week.
You know what? I actually have a count on the website, but I don't know how to use it.
I don't need.
On how many people have listened to the...
We have so much, and we don't know how to use.
All I know is that the first podcast that John posted has almost 900 views. So that's awesome. I think that's awesome. Okay.
950 or me hitting refresh.
The Jay Leno jaywalking thing, I think, is just... It's atrocious how he went on and on about how he was the first person to do that. Meanwhile, Steve Allen, with the Man on the Street, was really where everybody kind of co-opted that from. So he's like a crock of shit with that. The chicken doing the football picks, he claimed that was ripped off by Leno, when in fact Howard ripped it off from Bob and Tom. Bob and Tom used to do the chicken picks. So... You know, it's just a bunch of bullshit, in fact, about what he has done. He has successfully, to his credit, sued for, more than a fifth grader, I guess was the one that he did. Or maybe it was Are You Hot or Not was another one that he, I think, successfully sued for. And he was...
Who did? Who sued?
Howard the litigious
Did he really?
fuck. Yeah, he sued
Yeah, that
ABC.
was a guy, Scott Einzinger.
I
remember
used to
work
that.
For the show. Remember that guy?
He used to work for the caddy guy? The caddy guy?
Caddy
carrier.
Let me tell you something.
Okay.
Jackie Martling was a creative consultant on that show.
Really?
I recorded the show once to see how accurate this was, and I'm reading the credits at the end because I have no life, and I paused it, and it says creative consultant.
Really? That's
creative
interesting.
Consultant Jackie Martling.
And that was that after Jackie was off the show, yeah?
That was after Jackie was off. It was about 3 or 4 years after Jackie was off the show.
Okay, here's a couple of interesting Opie and Anthony credits. So they used to mock Beth by using the ack thing that they used for Eric the Midget. They were the first ones to use ack.
With Eric? For whom?
No,
for just
Beth. For Beth. On Opie and Anthony. They also did a crow squawking for a guest they used to have on named Stalker Patty before Fred used it for Marianne.
Are you sure about... Because Marianne seems like forever.
No, there was a Squawker Patty that they used to call.
For who?
For Opie and Anthony. And they used the exact same drop for the exact same thing.
Opie and Anthony's big theme was, but they would goof on him all the time for really delusionally thinking he invented everything. And I think Anthony would just go, "Oh, I invented that, Robin." No matter what it was.
Exactly right. Exactly right. There was another thing where they kind of tried to co-opt, what the hell is that name of that show? The dancing show? Opie and Anthony did a whole thing.
Dancing with the Stars?
Yeah, so they were trying to rig Dancing with the Stars by...
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And then all of a sudden, Howard decided to do Sanjaya. Mm-hmm. Exactly. There's a couple of other things.
I want to know, and this just hit me too. This has been bothering me for years because I was a huge fan of the actual show. Why does Howard get a pass on ripping off Win Ben Stein's money by calling it Winfred's money? Well, exactly. Why does he get a pass? I don't.
Because
why
he's
does that
Howard.
not come up? But he doesn't even. Howard doesn't even know the show. He doesn't even acknowledge.
Of course he
This
wouldn't.
is a takeoff. But like, why does he? It was so blatant, and we got Fred, who has to go second, listening to the answers.
Of course.
In a quote unquote soundproof booth. As he
We could do that here.
I'm gonna go with that. I believe that Fred did not hear the answers. Like, I truly think.
I believe he cheats his ass off and everything.
I truly think that Fred is actually.
Sucks.
Nukas is probably a little bit smarter than we give him credit for.
You know what? I loved Fred, and he was so quick before Howard evolved with the sound effects.
Oh my God! He
with
would
the
jump on
Spanish
something
thing.
like immediately.
Anything Spanish,
chicken, everything.
It was so funny.
Now he just phones it in. He doesn't even give a shit.
I never hear a sound effect
Kind of
anymore.
sad, actually.
It is, because he was right on. I give him that, John, because he really was right on with sound effects.
No, he was quick. He was quick with playing the same, and that was like you said, it was that era. But now you couldn't be more asleep at the wheel than fucking Mookie Blaylock. Now, if I'm a serious executive, and I do a bottom line on that show, the first thing I do is go, I'm paying this guy seven figures to
$200,000 an hour.
I'm talking about Fred.
Oh, Fred.
I'm paying this guy seven figures to do what? Hit 3 sound effects and tell Howard he used to go to a break and play a Led Zeppelin song.
Please, what are we paying?
I would cut him right down. Seriously, if I were, and I'm not a money person, but I do know kind of how this all works and the Marvel stuff. I'd be like, I'm cutting this guy out, and you're putting a fucking afternoon show for these paying Lemming subscribers because you have fucking 5% programming during the course of a 24-hour.
It's actually disgusting. What do Richard and Sal do all day?
I mean,
how many phone calls can you do to Tradio?
No, prank calls are illegal. They're not even real. So all those prank calls, it's an FCC violation for a sanctioned radio station to do prank calls. You're not allowed to do. If they do, they have. It's all fake.
Don't they have to get the permission of the person?
Yeah, to release it. Yeah.
I don't even think that matters. I think they're not allowed to do it. You're literally not allowed to execute real prank calls.
All right, John, can you look into that for us, and we can come back to that at a later date? But meanwhile, we're going to get Ben.
That was the thing I got from Opie and Anthony. They said they are very adamant that you are not allowed to.
Curious.
They're not because they said they would do them themselves. They have people offering to do them for them and said you're not allowed to do real prank calls.
And by the way, there's no better prank phone calls than Jim Florentine. And,
I know. I love those too.
And also, what was the name of those guys back in like the early
Boys.
80s? Jerky fucking boys. Oh my God, the best prank phone calls ever. All right, we're going to disconnect, John, just for a little while so we can get Benjamin on, who is just going to talk to a couple of the things that we just discussed and maybe give us a little bit more detail about it. And he kind of has a cute little voice. I think that he'll be
And he doesn't look like Aunt Jemima. I'm amazed.
He doesn't look like a Negro woman from the South.
He just
shockingly.
does not, no.
All right, so, John, we're going to call you back in about 10, 15 minutes. But stay there. Don't go anywhere because you're flaky that way.
Where did I go?
Sunny.
17 Squabble Lane last time?
Yes.
Right away.
Sunny Sunrise, just stay right there, okay? We're going to call you back.
I will come back with a song.
All right, bye, lover. See you later. Hang on. Okay, so bear with us.
Is he gone?
He is gone.
Oh, there he is.
All right, bear with us while we figure this out because now I'm going to get our Benjamin online, which I'm very excited about. I know.
Did you know that?
By the way, you look fabulous right now. What? Oh, so we're in a studio right now, and apparently nobody.
Ourselves.
I know there could be like
we're scared
fat German tourist rapist outside.
I can take them on, but otherwise, I don't know. That's a riot. We're here. Nobody's here.
I'm slightly drunk though. I had a vodka cranberry before I came in today. Just so you know.
Devil!
I know. You came here with the wine.
I know, but it was my weapon against those wildebeest.
Ben.
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry it took us so long.
Wait, are you in the bathroom? Where are you? You sound echoey again.
Yes, I am.
Where are you?
As requested, I'm in the bathroom.
I made him go into the bathroom.
Yeah, he has high ceilings, so it's sort of tinny.
So we, in advance, excuse us for having just a little bit of tinniness, but you know what? It's Ben's first time online with us, so we're excited to have him, and we're happy that he's here. So just strain a little bit, and you'll get the gist of what we're talking about. So Ben, we're talking about we're talking about Steve Dahl, and we're talking about how we feel that there's a couple of different things that Howard has basically ripped off from him, from even Opie and Anthony, and this litigious fuck basically sues anybody that he thinks has ripped him off, but yet, at the end of the day, there's so much that he has basically co-opted from other people, and because he had a captive audience in New York, where they didn't hear people from Chicago or Detroit or anywhere else, that he was able to get away with it. And I was thinking about it on my way here, going through the Wildebeest Pack, about how he's not funny and he's not fun, Howard. And I'm almost positive he wasn't that person in college either. No. So all of a sudden, he came out with this persona that was just different than what everybody else was doing. And I'm kind of curious as to where that came from, because I am positive he was not that guy in college.
Definitely.
What do you think, Ben?
Well, the unauthorized Howard Stern bio that I recently reviewed for Dog Shed.
You did a great job.
Oh, thanks. There's a guy who goes on record who worked with Howard who said that the two of them listened when Howard was in Hartford to tapes of Steve Dahl, who at the time I think was in Detroit. Howard went from Hartford to Detroit and took Steve Dahl's vacated position and developed a reputation there as being a Steve Dahl copycat. In fact, I read a thread that Steve Dahl thread just yesterday, because I knew we were going to talk about this, where I guess there was a best of on Steve's podcast network, and it was from the late 70s, and Steve was complaining that he had been hearing about this guy in Detroit who was just stealing his act, and it turns out he was talking about Howard.
Wow, shocking.
Our Howard.
You know, Steve Dahl was actually the first person to bring people from his back office onto the air and basically berate them as well.
What a copycat, you know?
I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, so I was a Steve Dahl WLUP fan long before I even knew who Howard was. And the one particular bit that I thought of as a defining bit of Steve Dahl was they would call this gay movie theater called the Bijou.
Right, we were just talking about that, so tell us about that.
Yeah, so it was funny because the guy who read the movie times had a very like out of the closet Stern. I'm actually Fred's probably gay guy when they used to do that. The deeper kind of like today at the Bijou,
Ooga,
that kind of thing, the Ooga type thing, the lingering
Ooga.
Yeah,
and remember that.
It was early. It was early on.
Yeah, so they would call and play this thing, and I always thought it was funny. I was probably 12 or 13 when I first heard it, and the movie titles, the guy would summarize what the movies were, and so
at the Bijou.
Pardon?
At the Bijou.
Yeah.
Right.
And
he had that George Takei-ish type of voice.
Exactly.
Just like George Takei.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my.
I'm going to try and find a clip of that so I can insert it here.
You could on YouTube find clips of Howard and Robin playing it, which surprised me because when I moved from Illinois in '94, and that's when I first started listening to Howard, because he always had trouble finding a market in Chicago, and I heard best ofs, and they would call the Bijou, and it surprised me because I thought I was 17 when I started listening to Howard. I thought the Bijou was only in Chicago, so it seemed weird that these guys in New York would also have a Bijou and also have, and it turns out they were calling the exact same Bijou that Steve Dahl and Gary Meyer made popular, and there's no reason that these guys in New York would know about a Chicago gay
Who
theater.
would know? Exactly.
Yeah.
Who would know that? Unless,
right.
And he's always tried to claim he doesn't really know who Steve Dahl is, like he doesn't know from him, and
right.
he's not somebody that's on his radar, but he always tries to claim that he's such a student of DJ
right.
and radio history.
Well, he said, wasn't Soupy Sales his, hero or something
all
like
of a
that?
sudden, after ripping a new asshole
hero.
for
Yeah.
1,000
yes,
years.
being mean. And then when he croaked, he was like, oh, boo, hoo, 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 hoo.
Yeah, right. He was just about to send
or
him,
Soupy
a note and say, let's
Beth
get together.
told him he died, and he was just going to call him.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Howard has lately been mentioning a guy from the golden era of WLUP radio, which was Steve Dahl and Gary Meyer, Jonathan Brandmeier, and Kevin Matthews. And Jonathan Brandmeier has been coming up recently on the Stern Show, and Howard has been saying, I congratulate him because he's just gone syndicated. And I remember years ago, Howard, when he was daydreaming about having the Howard Stern radio network, he was going to have this guy, Kevin Matthews, who's this really talented DJ. I don't know if he's still in Chicago, who I remember distinctly listening when Howard called into Kevin Matthews' show. Remember when he used to call into other DJs and announce his presence in their market or whatever?
Yeah, right. He's going to kill you. He's going to destroy you.
Yeah. This was a friendly call.
Bang his father's skull.
Right.
Dead.
Yeah.
His dead.
This was a friendly call, except that he was trying to get Kevin to put down Steve Dahl specifically by name. He was saying, that he's fat, he's this or that, and so he obviously is aware of Steve Dahl. I mean,
100%. Apparently Steve Dahl had a syndication deal right around the same time that Howard started to get syndicated. But unfortunately,
right? I always thought of Steve as not getting a voice outside of the Midwest.
Well, apparently what happened is he started drinking and he had to go into rehab or some things like that, where he just fucked up. Like he just fucked up at the wrong time. Because I think that he probably could have been a competing voice to Howard at the time.
And he was actually younger than Howard as well. So
who was Steve Dahl?
Yeah.
Wow.
He found his voice sooner than Howard did. And I remember listening to Steve, and I'm just going by memory here, but I remember him as being a very comfortable speaker, like taking his time as he told stories, very transparent. But I don't remember him ever saying he was the most honest guy on radio and hitting that point over and over and over again the way that Howard does. And by the way, nowadays, if Howard was to play the Bijou's outgoing message, he would be drawing a line and saying, I dare anyone to laugh at this because I'm not homophobic and I embrace gay people as God's gift to the earth. Remember
yes, he's so evolved now. But you know what the reality is? The Bijou tapes would probably be, I don't know, 100 times funnier than any of the shit clips that he plays right now.
Right.
With these,
right.
I mean, honestly, anything that he plays right now.
Do you know he did Ted Kennedy era?
I know.
This week. What the guy's been 30 years
He does
already.
Vietnam, he does Ted Kennedy, he does his parents. Those are the three go-to things that he still
At least his parents are
knows.
still alive.
And you know what? He has the manatee just laughing at everything he does. He's become, and this is a segue into our next segment of the show.
Oh, can I say one last thing very quickly before we...
Yes! Tell us your Johnny Depp story.
There's one very conspicuous bit that Howard took that he claims as his own, and that's the Fartman character that he took from Mad. I think it was Mad. No, National Lampoon.
So, Fartman actually started in a magazine?
Yeah, and you guys should find the clip and play it during this broadcast because you'll hear the clip of I'm Fartman and all that kind of stuff. Howard literally took the diction and the cadence and the name and so on of the character.
Maybe that's the reason.
I'll send you a link.
I would love that.
Thank you.
And we'll insert it at some point here, but maybe that's the reason he never got the movie made. Not only was it a ridiculous fucking thing that could have maybe, just maybe gotten the viewers that he had on K-Rock to actually watch the show. And he tried to do Porky's, he tried to do Fartman, he tried to do just stupid juvenile things that nobody would really care about again, I think.
The Fartman thing, I believe, and I've been doing a lot of research because I'm putting together this thread of Private Parts, the movie.
Oh, nice.
And
looking forward to it.
Doing a lot of research on it. And, Howard says in Miss America that Fartman fell apart because of New Line Cinema wanting to have all the rights to merchandising for the character.
Yeah.
And Howard didn't want to give that up. New Line was kind of burned by the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies and Freddy Krueger franchise. And I guess they imagined there would be a Fartman
doll,
lunchbox and fruit snacks and all that kind of stuff.
Farted with the big cheeks.
Yeah. has since said that they fell apart because of artistic differences.
No, I bet you that National Lampoon probably put the kibosh on it.
Maybe I do believe that they would. It was probably a dead character, and they would say, "Give us a small fee, and we'll."
Nonetheless, it was theirs, and you know what?
He invents it. He invented.
It's so funny. It's so funny that nowadays, you know, I drank the Kool-Aid. I thought that everything he said was true, and I feel that now that we know better, that even when you listen to things in the past, that I don't think that anything he says on air is really telling us the total truth. You know, he can't be every man anymore. Like he can't associate with the truck driver who's going from Ohio to California now and listening to him for 4 or 5 hours a day or for 3 days a week or whatever it is. He can't associate with that person anymore because he doesn't know that person.
He never did.
You know, he flies private everywhere.
When any of us was aware of him, he was already so far beyond that. I mean, when he's on Letterman for, I think it's his first appearance in the early 80s, he's on there complaining. I think he's complaining that he's only making $400,000 a year. I think at that point he was 28.
Always the victim.
It's just that he said he was boasting that his show earns this much money and that the guys at NBC are not paying him what he's deserved. So he's been so. I mean, that's $400,000 a year in early 1980s
that's
money.
Some good moolah. Today
it's so far beyond.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he's never been every man, and you know, I want to get into how out of touch he is and how he has done things over the course of the last couple of years that it would just, you know, shock any human being if they were listening from the outside or just looking in. And Benjamin had done an expose on his iTunes, his discovery of iTunes.
A fake press release. Because in,
who did
September,
a fake press release?
Yeah. So Ben, can you explain the story to tease for us? I have to go to the bathroom. I've drunk entirely too much wine.
We're all by ourselves. It's scary.
Where are you guys?
We're in this fabulous studio.
You're actually in a studio?
Yes, but we have rotten.
Oh, nice.
But we have rotten equipment. We have all this great professional equipment in front of us. We have a sound booth where people record to sing. Yet we're on GarageBand. We don't know how to use this stuff. So you wouldn't believe it, Benjamin. Wonderful stuff.
I pictured. Forgive me, but I thought you guys were in a living room or something. I didn't think you were in a studio.
We're actually in a studio, but we're not using anything from the studio. You know what I want to say to you, Benjamin? I loved that video. That was incredible. That you
the Yoda 2 videos.
Yes, amazing.
Oh, thank you.
And just it was so good. All the lies and just the pictures. How long did that take you to get together?
We're talking about the Yoda videos, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I had been on the hunt for the Robin narration of the Yoda story.
Yeah.
Because Amazon, and I have an iPad, I don't have a Kindle, and I actually thought, what's the cheapest Kindle I can buy in order to get the Robin? So I found that you can use the Kindle app and you can buy the audio version. So I went to Amazon, bought the as read by Robin version, and found that there was no audio whatsoever. So I screen captured every page at relatively high res, and got a refund that night. And it bothered me for a little while that I wasn't able to find it. I was starting to wonder, is it even real, this audio? I gave it one more shot with a different app and found her audio, and I felt like I had discovered something major because I hadn't heard anyone in all of the 5-star reviews of Yoda acknowledge Robin's really bad reading of this children's book.
She's a bad actress.
It's not like she had great material to start with.
Oh, please.
But the illustrations are fantastic, and the illustrator is doing all of the heavy lifting in this thing.
Of course, and, Beth didn't write one word in it except for Yoda.
I do believe that she wrote her author's statement at the end because she said that nothing gives. I think she said something like, "Nothing makes me happier than being thanked for introducing people to pet adoption," and it's a weird thing that not not the act of a pet finding a home, but the act of you being thanked is what makes you happy.
She's just me.
Right.
We're talking about Beth, and we're talking about his Yoda picture video.
Yeah.
Where are we? I thought we were talking about...
Well, you were in the bathroom.
I know. Well, I had to
I can go back to Howard being out of touch with you.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Well, where did you digress to?
No, I was just going to his videos that he put on. You know, those great... The things he put on, the Yoda one.
The Yoda videos.
Yeah, the Yoda videos.
Yoda videos
about the book and about Robin Quivers doing the reading.
It's the actual audio that Robin read and the actual pictures from the book. But,
that Benjamin put on. Oh my God, those are the best.
Yes, that's what I was talking about.
I thought you were talking about the extremely gay Beth and her brothers video.
Oh, that was horrible. Oh my God.
That was playing at the Bijou Theater, I think.
Yes, definitely. My brothers, I would be like so skeeved.
Oh my God.
They would never do that. They
Mortified
would
by
kick
that.
me and throw me in a garbage bag. Never. I mean, just frolicking on the beach, carrying me.
You know what? Honestly,
awful.
she is Pittsburgh 6 made good. Honestly, she got the golden ring.
She really did. She got the prize, baby.
She got the prize. Not that Howard's a prize by any stretch of the imagination.
She got the moolah.
She got the moolah.
Yeah.
She got the moolah. So we're going to segue into how out of touch our boy is. Oh, so we were talking about iTunes and how...
Oh, yeah. How press release.
Ben, actually. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. So you totally digressed from that while I went to the bathroom? So basically...
I didn't know anything about it.
So Buchwald did a press release about how now Howard is into iTunes.
Well, that was fake. I wrote that.
Oh, right. Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah.
You wrote the press release?
I wrote a press release. Basically saying how millions are going to be generated by the fact that Howard is now part of iTunes, even though how many years was it after iTunes was?
So 10 years into iTunes being around and 3 years into it being the number one seller of music, Howard in September of 2013 announced that he had signed up with iTunes.
Right.
And for his last negotiation for Sirius, he had hinted, or I should say, he denied rumors, probably that he started, that he was going to go to Apple. That he was going to go to Apple. And
yes, I remember that, and he was going to that big, the chunky guy from Apple.
Who's the chunky Apple
Steve
guy?
Wozniak or something like that.
Wozniak, right?
Yeah. And he was getting a big. He was being wooed big time.
He's so full of shit.
Of course he is.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So the best part was when he put out his playlist.
Yeah.
There were like a couple of typos on the playlist.
Yeah.
And he had one song, was it The Ocean by Led Zeppelin? He had it on there 3 times. And
he proudly tweeted this snapshot of Metal Mania, the playlist that he made.
Right.
And he was a program director when he first started out. You would think that he would do something a little more innovative than put 18 Led Zeppelin songs in a row. Three of them were repeated. I mean, one of them was repeated 3 times.
The Ocean.
And The Ocean. And a very telling thing about that is because it was then followed by his iTunes purchases, which were the 2 Nine Inch Nails songs that he knows of, despite having forever in his studio that conspicuous Nine Inch Nails sticker on the door.
Oh my God, you're so right.
Yeah, so he's aware of Hurt and Closer. You remember whenever JD did that playlist and he chose what Howard considered to be an obscure Nine Inch Nails song that he only did to be cool, and it was the song March of the Pigs, which was...
That's right! He thought it was like a totally obscure song.
Yeah, which was so popular that it was on Beavis and Butthead.
I don't
back
even
in the
know
90s.
it, so I have to say.
Okay. Well, anyway, it's definitely not. It's definitely not an obscure song. But Howard is aware of 2 Nine Inch Nails songs, and he bought them both. But the telling thing about his playlist was that he had 18 Led Zeppelin songs with no cloud icon next to them, and then the freshly purchased 2 Nine Inch Nails songs that he knows of, the 3 Metallica songs that he knows, and then the Best of Mountain. And the telling thing is that the Led Zeppelin songs, there are 3 of them that are misspelled or irregular caps or the song name is wrong, which is indicative that these are pirated songs.
Did he get those from Baba Booey?
Yeah, that he suddenly has become a music lover, and had Gary load him up with music, and he's the only music lover I know who says I love music and leaves it at music without getting any more details than music. I can't imagine him going into Hot Topic and saying, "Do you have any T-shirts that say music?" Because I don't want to point to any one band specifically. And if it's Bedazzled, that's even better. So
this is March of the Pigs. Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Yeah.
Never heard it in your life.
You know it. Wait till you get to the obscure.
Yeah, right.
He's dancing right now. Yeah, I'm sure most of our listeners will understand what that song is. Very obscure.
Right. It's 1994. It's a well-known song. So when Howard became an iTunes user, in the month of September of 2013, they did 9 shows, and in every show, he talked about his lust for the new iPhone and how great iTunes it was. In fact, he would break into conversations just to changing the topic, just to say how much
gotten a lot
he
of
loves.
dough from it, don't you think?
He
That was
must
like
have
a
gotten
commercial or something.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, he does own Apple shares. It's one of the conservative shares.
Yeah.
I think he owns Disney as well. You know, those kind of things.
But of course, he sold out his Sirius before.
Yeah,
right?
right.
God, that what a pig!
Right.
Yeah. So when he, in September of 2013, announced that he was now an iTunes user, member, whatever, I created a fake press release and quoted I basically just took the Don Buchwald's comments about Howard going to Sirius and changed it for Howard is now an iTunes user, which was, at this point, iTunes only has 575 million users, but with Howard and his influence, we see that as hitting 600 million within a year.
Yeah, Howard bumped 20 extra
What do you
people.
think, Ben? What do you think's going to happen with Sirius? Because I kind of feel that, we looked at, I was at Whole Foods the other day, which is a whole nother fucking story.
You told me you didn't like Whole Foods.
Oh my God, did I?
We were talking about Super Stop and Shop.
I hate Whole Foods more than I'm just going to segue just for a second here because I was in Whole Foods and I was making paella, so I needed saffron.
Told me about your,
right.
that.
And there's this woman there, completely gentrified, Upper West Side, 3.2 kids with the hedge fund husband, and she's standing in the spice aisle talking to basically Jose, who doesn't speak fucking English, right? And he's stocking the shelves, and she's like, excuse me, is this cracked black pepper organic? And he looks at her like she has 12 fucking heads. And it's like, who the fuck cares whether or not the black pepper is organic? I kind of digress and I don't know why. Oh, all right, so I was at Whole Foods. Why was that?
You were asking about Sirius, the future of Sirius.
Oh. Will they rehire Howard?
Oh, I know why. So I'm in the Time Warner Center, and there's a Tesla upstairs for like show and tell that you can go in and check it out and do the whole thing. So I asked the girl, I was like, what entertainment does it come with? And she's like, well, it doesn't really come with any because it's Wi-Fi friendly, and so you can just basically put on whatever it is that you want, whether it be, podcasts or Sirius or Pandora or, anything that you listen to. And that's the future of car drivers. Sirius has made most of its money on having it basically installed, kind of like Windows.
And like Howard said, but he has
and McAfee virus antivirus thing has been installed on 1 billion IBM computers.
Yeah.
Sirius was installed in everything. But now, when cars have Wi-Fi, I have no need to have Sirius anymore.
Right.
I don't even like the programming, to be quite honest
I don't
with
either.
you. There's nothing I need to listen to on there.
Mm-mm.
Nothing.
I don't use any Sirius hardware at all to listen to Sirius. It's all through my app. I probably spent close to $1,000 on Sirius hardware back in
Why?
2005. Well, I was in Vegas when Howard left for Sirius, and we lost the show in October of 2005, and we didn't get to hear the final shows. So I was really anxious for Howard to return, at least return to me at least. And so I bought the Sportster and the boombox, the really ugly equipment, and then I had I needed something for my home, and then I had to have these extension things for the wires, so that so it could pick up the signal, and then I ended up getting the that portable thing that they had, the stiletto.
Yeah, it's basically you bought the whole Betamax care package.
I totally bought into it. In fact, when around December of every year, I find myself feeling nostalgic for that time, actually, because I remember the joy that I had just turning on Howard's channels and hearing that
curse words. Hearing curse words. That was like the most fun.
At that point, you were just hearing the Fresh Balls guy interview repeated a million times, and
I don't remember him.
Do you remember that? It was like back when Howard had Bubba was kind of like a reporter, and there were 17 news people, and they were just talking. They couldn't. Howard wasn't allowed to be on the air at that point. And,
right.
So
they would just do these little tester podcast.
Yeah. And it was so exciting to me because I had gone a couple of months without hearing the Stern Show, and it was great. It was an exciting time. And so around that time, usually when Howard and Beth are in Mexico, I'm thinking like, oh, it was so nice when I was anticipating what their first show was going to be, which is why I went back and looked at his promises that he did 10 years ago to get us all to go and spend all this money and to come and follow him to Sirius, which was really eye-opening. We can talk about that another time.
Yeah, that's a whole nother podcast.
Yeah.
We were talking about how out of touch he is and what his feelings are and everything, and his whole feeling on podcasts and the future.
Cards.
Right. And what people don't realize is that small time and small local radio, for the most part, is gone. And most of these shows are basically syndicated shows from either LA or New York that these smaller B and C and sometimes D mid-markets have now. So there's no way that somebody can come on and be a DJ today and go to Detroit and make it big and syndicate and be something. And the reality is that podcasts and what we're doing right now are here and now. And maybe at some point in the near future, it'll be something else. But the reality is that he's so behind with what he thinks somebody needs to do in order to get into this business. And I realize he is an ARP member at this point. He's got the card. He can get discounts at McDonald's now or at Whole Foods. He is an elderly man that we, as younger people, still feel should be relevant, but he's really not. And that's the shame. Yeah, that's really the shame. All right, Benjamin, we're going to cut you off right now because we're going to go back to John for about 10 minutes and then go over to our friend Michelle. Michael, or Smichael, as some people call her.
Great voice.
But Benjamin, we're going to come back to you at some point in the near future so we can talk about a couple of the things that you're posting in terms of all the shit that Howard has done in the past, and we really want to talk about that more in depth.
Yes.
But we'll do that on a separate show.
You are wonderful, and we thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I'm so glad you're not a Negro woman from the South.
You're very cute, Benjamin.
You are very cute.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, don't forget to send me pictures of that of the
Great Antique.
Great Antique
that I got.
Bye-bye.
Yeah,
bye.
Okay. All right, bye. Good luck with the show.
Thanks. Bye. All right, there's Benjamin.
That was nice.
That was nice. He's a little chatty, but in a nice way.
Well, John is.
You know what? He's such a font of information.
Well,
that
it's
I feel
Meet the Press.
I can't believe I go to pee and you guys totally digress off track and go into Beth and her fucking cats. How did that happen?
No. It didn't really go into Beth and the cats. It went into the video, and he started talking.
I don't know. I walk in the door. All of a sudden, we're talking about Yoda
because I didn't know anything
fucking
about
Yoda.
what you were talking about before. I had to think of something else. I didn't know.
I thought he had it all down pat. Yeah, Yoda.
I had no clue.
You got Yoda. You got Yoda.
Yeah.
So, should we go back to John, or should we go?
We better go to John because he's like come to
is
me
he
already.
chopping at the bit?
Okay. No, he's like snoring.
All right.
This is a long one. Poor S. Michael. She's so cute. I want to hear her adorable voice.
Oh my gosh, she has the cutest voice. All right, let's go back to John, and then we will go to Schmiegel.
And we're all alone in here. Was everyone on the floor?
You know what? I went to the bathroom and I don't have shoes on, and so I kind of freaked myself out. It's kind of like when you're in the airplane and you don't have your shoes on, and you go into the bathroom and you're like, I can't go into the fucking bathroom. This skeevy foreigner urine all over the place. What are you doing?
Just once, can we find a way to find right?
You are such a romantic singer.
You people listening, you have to know how much we love Arm. Like, seriously, we talk to him all the time. We have like these.
We are pals.
We have these in-depth conversations about nothing.
And he texts me other people's messages.
Oh, I heard about that.
Be careful, sweetie. You could get in big trouble with that.
You're lucky we love you. That's all I have to say. To it. I learned a couple of things from doing the first two podcasts.
So did I.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We learned a couple of things about how, we were a little too insular in terms of our...
Nice word.
You
nice.
like that? Thank you. How we would talk about people online and their tag names and stuff like that. And when other people would listen to it, they'd be like, I have no idea what the fucking aardvark is. Or,
really?
I don't know what you're talking about and all these shout-outs and everything. So we're going to try and limit that. We really want this to be open to more people. I was also told that when we talk about people like Jason or JD, that maybe some people don't know who they are.
And I want to apologize for this one. I hate to say it, but I actually like Jason and JD. I have nothing against them, and I felt like I was really mean about Jason last week. I don't like Howard.
Are you talking about Jason being a hairy meeple?
Like
he is though. There's nothing. Listen, there's nothing wrong with saying silly stuff.
On a list of things wrong with the Plughead Show from 1 to 50, Jason's very near the last.
He's
49.5. Guy that's I actually like.
Yeah, me too.
But we don't need Governor Alley apologies, Teehee. You don't have to qualify that. Jason,
you don't qualify that. It's our fucking podcast. We can say whatever we want.
That's the great thing about Jason is he's actually the only one on the show that can take it.
Exactly, and he's the one who said that he's not having children because they're afraid they're going to become monsters.
Well, they will be. Let's be honest.
Oh, please.
I mean, let's be honest. That if that baby comes out looking like Jason with slightly pubic curly hairs on the chest,
it'll come out with hair on its back.
It pretty much should be given up for adoption. Honestly, at that point. Okay, so we just finished talking to Benjamin. He had a couple of good insights about the history of the show, and he's super cute. He doesn't look anything like a Negro woman from the South, so we were pleased about that. And then we're going to kind of segue into really how out of touch the Howard Stern Show has become with today's media and today's society, and basically how they're just not... He's just running to his own drummer right now. There was a time where he would actually take phone calls from other people that would say, you're an asshole, you're a jerk, and this and that. And he would kind of take it.
I love that.
Now, there's no one. And it's Marianne, Bobo, Tommy from Malden.
Did you hear this, though?
Maybe Bobo again.
Bobo had a challenge to people. He said, people are criticizing me, then you call in. I'm like,
you can't.
You call in, but...
No, he doesn't take the fucking call. He doesn't take the call.
So I just was like, how could you even
How
say
dare
that?
you even say that? He has no idea. He has no idea that, Howard is just so insulated from everyone
Don't
right
hurt
now.
my feelings.
No, he doesn't want to be hurt. He is America's judge, and he needs to be cuddled. Exactly. And he needs to appeal to my mother, basically, living in Florida.
Or children sitting on his lap.
Or 12-year-olds. No, that's fucking full of shit.
I would pull my kid off. It's like Michael Jackson or
I would get hurt by the bone spurs of being on his fucking legs.
And his bad breath from starving.
And those teeth, those choppers. Which I loved. Let's just segue, because he loves to make fun of Sal with his fake teeth.
And Gary's chompers.
And everybody else's chompers, but let's look at his. And did you notice, I think there's been some pictures of his bottom teeth that are just so fucked.
Oh, he never had anything done with his bottom teeth.
Was there ever an original problem with his teeth to begin? Like, why did he target that? By the way, like, when, it's always the braces and all the teeth things. Why is that the cosmetic surgery that's socially acceptable in society? Like, when someone gets like a nose job, you piss on them, or someone's not satisfied with their whatever, they're not. But like, we all have perfect teeth.
Because the smile is the entry to the soul. The smile is the originator. You look at somebody who has like this captivating smile, and that's the first thing you notice about them.
And he's so uncomfortable smiling.
Exactly.
He's so uncomfortable.
Oh, you don't like the rebel pose he takes at every
with the fingers
with the arms forward
on his chin.
Howie, rebel, Howard Samuel, rebel. Is that anything worse than them playing that David Bowie thing when they do promos for series?
Yeah, there's a couple of things worse.
Douche chili.
There's a couple of things worse. There's him talking about chess. There's him talking about photography. There's him talking about watercolors. There's him talking about Mod Podge.
Journaling.
The interesting thing is, I hate giving Robin any credit because I can't fucking stand her.
I tell you, Summer, Teehee and I were saying this. Again, out of a list of 1 to 50 things wrong with the Howard Stern show, Robin's basically the same, laughing hyena huckster she was in the 80s and 90s. She's the same. If anything, she has a better work ethic than any of them.
Of course she does. She had cancer. At least she called in and did it. Howard would be singing the blues.
Yeah, he would have quit the show. Oh, boo-hoo. He would have quit the show. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. But
she still calls him out on stuff because he was telling about, he was talking about America's Got Talent and like people exploding cars. And she said, well, what's the talent? She was like asking, like.
Right, even last year, she said, I went to a couple of shows. She's like, I didn't think anybody was that great.
He was all pissed. He said, thanks, Robin. Thanks, pal.
Well, the reality is she's not getting paid to say anything fucking good about that show. She's not getting paid for it.
At least she's telling the truth.
I'm actually really surprised that Sirius lets him get away with that. I got to be honest with you.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't. That is out. It's cross promotion. What he got away with at K-Rock the year before he went to Sirius.
Oh my God!
Promoted Sirius.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh, it's going to be great when I'm at Sirius. How did he get away with that? I don't know that one.
Another Jess on Crack suggestion. When we mention the shed, she thinks we should call it like Howard did with.
No, we're not mentioning it. No, we're off DS right now. We're not doing that anymore. DS. You know what? We need to appeal to a wider audience.
Yes.
Other than our little crew of people that love us
and that we love.
No, but I'm saying that was the euphemism at the later the later.
Know what I say to that?
I say We're not doing that. All right, so you're gonna kill us, and I know I'm gonna hear shit on the walk home tonight.
Well, I'm walking home with you.
I'm just saying we're gonna hear shit on the way home. But we're going to now cut to our friend S. Michelle.
Michael.
Am I saying it right? Am I saying it wrong?
Michael.
I want you to force her to pronounce it. I want you to force her to pronounce it.
She pronounced it for us.
Oh, yeah, I know, but that was just us.
Where?
Schmiegel.
Oh, that's how. Okay, Smiggle?
No, it's not that either.
Oh, got it.
We don't know what it is. But she has the cutest little girl voice, so we're going to talk to her for a little bit, and then we're going to wrap up with you. So I'm going to hang up with you right now and call her because she doesn't have Skype, or else I would double connect us. So I'm going to click you off for a moment, and I completely expect that when we come back to you, you will have a song for us, okay?
Click this, honey.
You're an asshole. Goodbye. He's such an asshole.
We got to fix him up. We got to get him to Canada with Jess on
such
crack.
An asshole.
Jesus Christ.
Such an asshole. All right, let me see what I can do here. All right, Schmiegel.
She could be sound asleep by now. I'm sound asleep.
You know what? Honestly, is Canada going to cost me a lot of money to call her? Like, seriously, I'm going to get a bill for like $4,000 for a call to Schmiegel? Sorry, guys. Bear with me. I have no idea what I'm doing. Are you there?
Hello. Please leave your message.
It's hours later. It's like 12 o'clock now. Everybody's home. The other people in the damn building. It was 2 hours ago.
Schmiegel, call us.
S. Michael, we love you.
Where is she?
I don't blame her. It's been hours.
Oh my God, I feel like this is like the Elisa shit show where people are calling in on like ghetto phones and shit like that.
Well, we're calling them. And we have all this great equipment.
I know. You don't understand, people. We're sitting in a studio that has state-of-the-art equipment.
Thousands of dollars. We've got
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
People could be singing in here.
Doesn't even matter because here we are on our stupid little Mac Pro with
GarageBand
podcasting Samsung microphone. I'm going to try her again. And if we don't get her, then
we'll wrap it up.
Okay, we're going to try one more time.
We'll get her again.
What?
Hello?
Hi!
It's so loud.
Sorry. I'm sorry. It took us so long. We were on the phone with Benjamin.
It must have been awesome, right? That guy knows everything.
He knows everything. Honestly, he really does. Almost to a fault.
I just,
Yeah. So
between us chicks.
Yeah, T was in her second REM sleep.
I was like thinking about what I was going to have for dinner tomorrow, and
I know,
where
the walk
I'm going on
home,
vacation.
everything.
Yeah, should we go to a bar? Should we go to a restaurant?
Yeah, I know you. I know that's exactly what you were doing. But it was actually really interesting content.
He is. I like him a lot.
So, hi, sweetheart.
Hi. Say hi to everybody. This is our S. Michael, and I love her voice. She is adorable. I love her.
So tell us a little bit about you, because we're trying to get away from like our whole DS connection, but we love you, and you're such a
sweetie,
but you're such a big part of our day-to-day blogging activity.
The nicest too.
I know, and. So we love you, and we want to know a little bit about you, because there's a lot of people that are going to be listening to us that are like, who is that Schmiegel?
We love her. S. Michael. We love her.
Schmiegel. I like Schmiegel.
Okay, so I live in Canada, and software engineer for like 20 years. So I'm a lot older than people think because of my
You have an adorable voice.
You're no older than us, sweetheart. Just trust me.
We're not that old.
We're not that old, but we are cosmetically enhanced.
We're not spring chickens, and we're not old hens.
We're fabulous.
We're
actually
between spring chickens and old hens.
So what does that make us? Cocks? What does that make us?
Makes us okay. We're all right.
I think we're kind of hot.
We are kind of cute, and I bet you are too. I love your voice. It's adorable.
It is like a 13-year-old, honestly.
But you don't sound like a French whore.
So I heard that you were on the Dominus Spreecast, and you basically just wore like a Corona beanie and just sat there kind of dead silent.
Were you really?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
This is what I hear.
Yeah, I'm like douche, from the Spreecast.
She basically is the silent square. She's kind of like the bizarre Corona Center Square on the Dominus podcast.
Did you see her?
You don't see her. She has on a little Corona beanie. You don't see her face. She doesn't talk. So all you see is like her nodding up and down, or
cute.
just kind of like.
Can you hear her giggling?
Nothing. She doesn't do anything. So I love that we're hearing her voice now.
Oh, I love your voice. I've heard so much about it. It's even better than I thought.
Okay, so where in Canada are you? What province? What section? What sector?
Ontario.
Ontario.
I live very close to upstate New York.
Oh, really?
Oh, so you're not that far from us.
Yeah.
Do you ever come into the States?
Oh, yeah, I go every month for grocery shopping.
What do you mean?
I buy candies.
Wait, I'm sorry.
She gave them all up for Lent like me.
What's with you girls? What is with you girls? Who gives up anything for Lent anymore, honestly?
I do, and so does she.
So what is the point of that?
Well, it's
other than losing a little weight and making yourself feel a little better.
That's what it's the point of it. Right? Yes, that's my point.
Kind of a challenge.
What is it for you?
It's kind of like a fun challenge.
It is a challenge. Exactly. And she only cheated, what, one time?
Well, one time with chips and one time with the chocolate.
And I dreamt about Three Musketeer bars.
I don't know
from
from this
eating
at
it.
all.
Yeah.
I literally am sitting back on the couch.
But you come into the United States to buy candy?
It's only like a 45-minute drive from my house.
To buy candy?
Why? Honestly, why?
Is it really that much cheaper? Or you can't get it there?
It's all different stuff. Like, our Walmart looks the same, but the food part has different stuff.
So, what is it that you actually acquire here in the States that you can't get up in your own place?
Different flavors of ice cream, cereal, yogurt.
That is so
We don't have Yoplait yogurt.
You don't have Yoplait? Do you have Fage?
How do you spell it?
I never even heard of it.
Of course you have. F-A-G-E, Fage?
I hate yogurt.
Oh, yeah, I tried that last time, and it was disgusting. That's kind of like Greek yogurt or something, right?
Exactly. It's exactly Greek yogurt.
Fage.
Yeah.
Fage.
I don't know what it is. I've never heard of it in my life.
Am I wrong here? Am I out of the loop here?
She knows, and she tasted and said it was gross.
I don't know. I don't eat yogurt anymore because I low carb all the time.
Yeah.
Like a fucking psycho.
So you bet. And we're Lent, and she's making fun of us.
I know. The other week I felt so bad. You had talked about how you were slightly anorexic at one point, and that you basically ate one Progresso soup and 20 crackers.
Right, and you said that was a healthy diet.
That was perfectly.
Yes. Yes.
I thought that was a perfectly healthy diet. So I said that the other day to somebody at my office.
And did they give you, like, are you out of your mind?
Well, it's my receptionist who happens to also model swimwear, and she's like, I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I was like, I know, that's what I said.
Do you think this, listen to this, when I was anorexic in my 20s, because we were talking about Howard and his anorexia, I would have a can of minestrone Progresso soup and 20 saltines, and that would be all I ate all day. Do you think that's a healthy diet?
It sounds like not enough calories to me.
Exactly.
How would you spread the 20 crackers out throughout the day?
No, I would eat it one time.
What time?
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Perfect. See, to me, that's like Blinner. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. all at the same time.
That's good.
You got your veggies. You got your juice. You've got your protein.
Oh, come on.
It's everything that you need to sustain yourself for the day.
It's like 200 calories,
Perfect.
220.
Perfect.
Plus the crackers were about 250, 470 calories, 500 calories for the day.
I probably would have eliminated the carbs, but yes, I think that's a problem.
That's wrong. That's very wrong.
If I can only do that. You know what I ate?
I couldn't do it now.
You know what I ate for dinner tonight?
What?
I ate a little bit something. Are we going to eat after this?
Yes.
Okay. I ate a fraction of low-fat, it was sugar-free, fat-free, chocolate peanut butter yogurt.
Ew.
Yogurt. I know. That's what I ate. All day.
How about,
All day.
you did it. What about you? What did you eat today, S. Michael? Anything yummy?
Must we call her S? Michael? Can't we just call her S?
S.
I had peanut butter cups.
Yum.
Delicious.
I'm still eating the Easter stash.
Yum.
You know what? That's a little Beth-like, I gotta be honest with you, because there was a long period of time where all she ate was candy and she didn't shit. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that aspect of her life?
Yeah, she ate candy all the time.
So give us a little Howard-esque detail about you. Give us something that we don't know about you. I know that you're completely, ridiculously obsessed with Crazy Days and Nights. And I love that you always reference...
See Dan.
You see Dan. And I love that you always reference that for us, because I think that's ultimately cool. But I think it was me that actually turned you on to the Timmy Shimmy thing that went on with C-Dan before you probably even listened to it.
Oh, yeah. Like, I never realized that it was all different people selling the website. And it's totally different now. I don't know if you guys have been looking lately, but kind of the items really suck most of the time.
I think
it's
so.
Always
I don't like the layout as well.
Me neither. I don't like it either. Everything
I think it's totally different people running it now.
So tell us about the Dominus Spreecast, because I know you've been on it a little bit, and we want to.
And you've never spoken.
I know, no, but we want to kind of cross-pollinate with it a little bit,
Yeah,
so
that
they
would be
can get a
fun.
little bit of exposure, and we can get a little bit of exposure on there. So, what's the whole story with that? What's the basic premise of what goes on there?
Well, she doesn't do it every day. It's just whenever she has time.
Okay.
And it's usually at 8 p.m. Eastern time. The next one is going to be on Monday.
Okay,
and
cool. What's that, like 2 hours?
Usually less than 2 hours.
Are you going to be on?
Maybe, yeah, I always do the same thing.
She's really not on.
Don't you want to talk or anything?
She's really not on.
You don't want to talk?
No, I don't want to be. I still want to remain anonymous.
But you won't say anything though. So you just sit there and you don't even laugh?
She nods.
Oh yeah, I do laugh, but I think my microphone is not picking it up. So I have to change my.
They don't do testing see, we're professional people.
Oh, yeah,
we
we're
do testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we're totally
on
professional.
our pitiful. If you saw how we have this set up,
We're so
I'm like,
ghetto.
Really, with this
We are so ghetto. You have
state
no
of the
idea.
art shit right in front of us, and we're using a computer, and
We're ghetto. We're
but,
ghetto.
You know, it works.
So I just got a PM from Benjamin. Great talking with you guys. I had a lot of nerves leading up to it, but you guys made it really easy.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, and then he forwarded us the National
thing that he
Lampoon
bought.
Fart Man
Oh.
bit that Howard ripped off that was released on vinyl in 1979. So I'm going to play this for us right now so that we can hear exactly what Benjamin was talking about when we were talking about the Fart Man thing. So hang on, as we're just going to play something, okay?
Yep.
Have amazing powers. I can fart so hard that I can fly through the air. I can gas evildoers and knock them unconscious. Or I can light my farts and turn them into a devastating wall of flame. I'd be a great superhero if I did those things. But I don't.
Okay, seriously?
Wow.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Wow. Did you hear that?
Yeah, it's shocking.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Were you way into Howard?
No, I only started listening at the end of 2005 when it became available in Canada.
I'm serious.
In my
In Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it went downhill pretty fast.
Wow, that's actually amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Seriously. I guarantee you that that's the reason that Fart Man as a movie was never done. Seriously, are you fucking kidding me? That was a complete and utter theft
Big time.
of National Lampoon's.
Like sinful.
Wow. We didn't know this. See? Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you for sharing that with us. I really appreciate that.
That's
That's
great.
amazing. All right, so it's 8:10. We're going to kind of wrap it up a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
I'm sorry we got to you so late.
I'm hungry and a little bit drunk.
But
and
thank you for
I
being
need
with
to-
us.
We love you, and we're so happy that you came on with
And you
us.
have the best voice. I love it.
Delicious.
Honestly, you do. And the cutest laugh.
Delicious. She's delicious.
She is.
I know. All right, I'm sure this is costing me $1,000 to call you in Canada. But thank you so much, Ez, for calling in, and we really, really appreciate it. So we're going to wrap up a little bit, and we're going to go back to John just so that he can probably sing us some ridiculous song and call it a night. All right,
Thank
sweetheart?
you.
Bye, ladies. Thank
Bye.
Bye, sweetheart. Thank you.
She's adorable.
She's so cute.
I love her.
She's so cute.
She really is. I love her. I mean, I really do.
She's very, very sweet.
I like her.
She likes everything we do. She's awesome.
She is. How can you hate somebody like that?
You can't.
Such a great kid.
What am I doing now? Oh, right. I'm going back to Johnny Boy.
To saying, where are these broads?
I know. We're gonna wrap it up now, guys.
This is like 5 hours. It's going to be editing at the wazoo, I'm sure.
I know. A little bit. All right, here we go. Back to John. I can't call him Arn anymore because I get confused.
They do both.
I know we suck, actually.
You always said you knew I was gifted, but you never could figure out just how much my body is baffled and it's time I surrender to your elegant touch. I love you.
What is it?
I have no idea.
What song is that, John?
I'm crying. I'm fucking crying right now. I have no idea what he's singing.
What song is that?
Susan. The branches of my legs are resting like sand with beauty abundant. All a picture of this passion of blessing grounded land.
Oh my God! It's hysterical. I could see him in that whole outfit.
Okay, you know what?
That was great, John,
You know what?
really.
I think you've said it all.
Okay.
I think he said it all.
I think so.
I think so. All right, we gotta go. We've been on way too long.
We're the only people in this whole
We're the only people in the building. We'll probably get like raped as we walk out the door.
They only have cartoons here.
We're gonna wrap it up because we're hungry and drunk and tired.
And we're the only ones in this huge
And
building.
we're the only ones in the building. So
white people problems.
Oh, thank you, John. All right, so we love you, and we will see you guys next time. Please join us on RadioGunk.com. Follow us on Twitter at RadioGunk. Blah, 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 blah.
It'll be Beth next time. I think we should do all about Beth.
Yeah,
all about beef.
We gotta hit beef.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a beef. We're gonna do a grade A beef special.
Yes, we'll do it.
Nice. That is very, very clever. I like that.
Grade A beef
I
special.
love that.
But
Very
you know what?
nice.
We're gonna have to fucking riddle it with allegedlys.
Allegedly.
Yeah, we can't really. No, we can't really. We can't. It's hard, that's a hard place to go. But I just want to mention that we have some upcoming guests that I think you guys are really, really gonna like.
Yes.
So I'm working on that now without flashing them my boobs in order to get them on. So we're working on that.
She's a lady.
I'm a lady, only with them. So we're working on getting some really, really cool special guests on. So just keep tuning in, and we love you guys.
And we
thank
hope
you
to get better.
Yes.
It's only our third podcast.
And thank you so much for listening, and we'll talk to you soon.
Woof, woof.
Goodbye.
Not coming into this century and what that asshole is doing to his own people and what he wants to do to us. This cyber attack is a 9/11 type attack.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is a 9/11 type attack. So, hi everyone. It's Summer and T and John.
Hello.
Hi, broads. Welcome to the Radio Gunk family.
Hi, broads.
Hi, I love it. You didn't say broads all last week,
I
and
know.
I
I took a lot of shit for that.
I think people actually mentioned that last week, too.
I did, and I love it. Broads is the greatest.
Broads is the greatest. I just want to tell you one thing. That I worked out tonight.
Yay.
With that bitch that fucking kills me on a constant basis.
Humble brag.
And every
Humble
time...
brag.
No, it's not a humble brag. What it is that I need it. So...
I know. It's good for the endorphins. I agree with you.
If I don't have the incentive of paying someone, I won't do it. I mean, that's just the bottom fucking line.
I get
just
it.
won't do it. And this bitch, she lured me in the first 5 weeks. Like, she was just nice and easy tries and buys and planks and shit like that.
Traps.
And now...
I don't even know what a plank is.
And now this bitch has me on, like, 20 pounds, 30 pounds in each hand, doing, like, these tries and these buys. I can't even move my fucking arms right now.
Okay,
like,
Nicole Bass.
I can't move. I am literally in fucking traction right now.
Oh, boo-boo.
Yeah, I know. So thank you, everybody.
But your body's going to be swell.
Well, that's what she says.
But honey,
like,
when it's all over, you're going to have more traps than the Red fucking Skull.
What is that?
That's a Captain America villain.
Jeez.
You are super.
I told you I watched it. You made so much fun of me yesterday because I told you I was watching. Oh, I thought I was watching Avengers.
What were you watching?
What the hell was I watching?
You Daredevil.
Oh, Daredevil.
Which is set in your neck of the woods, I might add.
Well, you know what? Okay, can we just talk about that for a quick second? So there's a show called Daredevil on Netflix. And it just came out maybe like a week or two ago. And I was looking at it on IMDb, and it got a 9.3 fucking rating.
A 9.3.
A 9.3. And so I'm like, let's watch this. This sounds like it's something good. And it's all based in Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah, yes, John told me about it.
So,
Shot.
Yeah, so it's based in Hell's Kitchen, but you would think that we live in a neighborhood full of like, seedy, degenerate.
Well, I used to be.
Yes,
when I first moved here. Oh my God!
Hell's Kitchen.
It's 1978 Hell's Kitchen. It is perpetually raining. It is always dark. There's tons of construction. I'm like, what the fuck? This is so not our world.
There's the Sharks and the Jets.
Yeah, exactly. That's the Warriors. Like we were talking about the other day.
Yeah.
And it's no representation.
Not today.
But it's actually, it's
78 though.
It's almost insulting.
I wasn't here.
No, it's not 78. He's saying it's like 78.
They make it like it's been years since 1978.
I take it as a personal insult.
I don't. It's stupid.
I do. I do.
It used to be a piece of shit.
Yeah, I know.
It used to. I was afraid to walk down the street when I lived here.
But now it's lovely.
Unless I was high on screwdrivers, which is vodka and orange juice. No, I was really lucky.
Really?
It was bad.
Screwdrivers?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, my God. I was a kid, so I couldn't drink anything. I couldn't drink wine or anything.
I can drink a screwdriver if it has, like, just a skosh of amaretto in it.
Really?
Yeah, because then it tastes like a creamsicle. It's, like,
delicious.
Isn't
that a Harvey Wallbanger?
Yeah, it's a summer sky special.
I can do it now, but I have to add a lot of club soda.
Well, that's the whole thing. We shouldn't be drinking wine. We should really be drinking vodka. Honestly.
I know. You told me it won't bloat us.
I know.
John, are you bloated?
Harvey Wallbanger. You're like Dean Martin at the Playboy Club.
Such a Harvey Wallbanger.
I think I'm going to order a rusty nail, baby.
I really don't. What is that? I don't know. It's orange juice, vodka, and something else.
All right. Yeah. So, hi, guys. So, what we're talking about tonight, we just wanted to have a nice little podcast, just a little something before next week's. Yay! I'm going to tease this right now. So next week we have Reverend Bob Levy.
Yay!
For an interview.
You like pee. You like pee.
We're going to have a lot of blue cheese at hand.
No, we're not. I am not even going to the fucking blue cheese.
I am asking him. That is my question. I gotta know.
But this is our big get for the week, and we're going to start a series called They're Around. So this will be a rolling podcast. We have some other people on tap for future
goodies
that we're very excited about.
If anyone has any recommendations on They're Around, we'd like to hear them. Because we've thought of our own.
Oh, we have such a hit list.
A huge list of
We have a They're Around hit list.
So if there's any They're Arounds out there who listen, our 25 listeners.
Oh, come on, more than that.
35. It's a slow bill. 50.
I figured out.
What?
We actually had on the website.
Oh, you figured out how to do it.
Yeah.
Yay.
We had 75 listens to our last one.
Oh, right.
Several 5-star ratings on iTunes.
Yay. Thank you, you guys.
Thank you, you guys. We really, really appreciate it, and keep listening because I think it's just going to get better.
Growing more than Gary Puppet watching Jillian Barbary on an L.A. weather show.
Yeah, right.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, so what we want to talk about today is a couple of things. So courtesy of our friend on a blog that we go to on a constant basis, Nemo, he coined something called WikiLeaks.
Yay!
Which we love.
Laughed my heads off.
Which is a division of Wikipedia. Yeah. And it was just really interesting this week how all of a sudden the spin is on for him never saying that he called the Sony leaks a 9/11 type terrorism attack. And I kind of feel like he knew right at the beginning that there was going to be some shit that came out.
He did. He had to have. He was too outraged.
Yeah, he was too outraged about something that he should have nothing to do with.
I know.
Like, it
was
had
ridiculous.
nothing to do with him. So all of a sudden this week, was it last week? Yes, because we talked about it last week.
We did.
So Simon Cowell came, there was an email, and I'm not really sure who it was sent by, but the email...
It was a big NBC executive. I'm not sure of the guy's name. It was a real big wig, pun intended, executive. Like, top of the food chain type of guy. Like the Les Moonves of NBC type of guy.
So here's the email, and so we can talk this through because the follow-up is kind of amazing. I met with Simon Cowell yesterday. If you remember, he was considering what to do with the show America Has Talent. It's got talent. Who the fuck is this person? He is the star of
America Has Talent.
I know. He is the star of it in the UK.
So great.
And the producer here. It is usually successful and a better show in the UK. He is thinking that the right thing to do would be for him to star in the show, not Howard Stern, and move it to Los Angeles, where it would be cheaper to produce. He wants to meet with you. He is out here for the next couple of weeks. Any chance you can sit with him and hear him out? Perhaps with Bob Greenblatt. He is very talented. We have a big overall deal with Simon and his own music company and half of all the television shows he produces. Now, first off, that is the most retarded. That is definitely written by some stupid, apathetic, fucking millennial, 26-year-old.
Who the hell doesn't know who Simon Cowell is? He's a billionaire here, people.
Well, but this is written so poorly.
Yes,
like, seriously, I would get so much shit at work if I wrote something this pathetic, especially talking about something so important.
And
it's kind of weird to me that this would be sent to anybody.
And it's weird to me that it's like he has to explain who Simon Cowell is. I don't give a shit about Simon Cowell, but I know who Simon Cowell is.
Everybody knows who Simon Cowell is. But like we talked about last week, I think, maybe some people are in this weird little bubble and very insulated and don't really know much about him. But I just think it's kind of weird.
Me too.
I also think it's kind of weird that we don't see the respondent email to this.
Well, it's also weird that Simon hasn't commented on this at all.
He's taking the high road. Listen, he's a billionaire.
Really, and that's kind of good. Howard only fights those who won't fight back.
Well, Howard isn't fighting because he doesn't know if he's mad, John.
Well, he knew Simon wouldn't comment on it, so that he's going to keep going until he does. If Simon decides to fight back, believe me, he'll shut up.
Oh, 100%. And, I was looking through some information from this week's shows where a caller had asked him, asked if he would take
let's say planted caller.
Planted caller. Right. So planted caller, well, question number 2 actually was, would he do another show with Simon? And Howard said he probably would. And the reality is he knew. This is all things that he knows about. We had a whole discussion today about what a farce it is, basically, for him to say that he's re-signing with AGT and, I don't know if I'm going to do it. I kind of feel that Howie Mandel at some point had said something on the show about having a multi-year contract.
Yeah, that he did.
And 100%. This fucking douchebag had a multi-year contract. That's why it wasn't that big of a deal to kind of talk about these kind of things, to say, it's no big deal. Because, you know what? Even though Simon was saying it maybe prospectively for future seasons of the show, he knows that this means nothing. And he knows that, maybe Simon wants to take it over for next year, so it's okay. That's why he's not so outraged about it.
He's a baby. He is
Did you guys read something that... Did you guys read something that Simon fired Mel B from the UK version?
Oh, yeah, I saw that today.
Yes. I wonder if there's like a cleaning of house, because they strip that thing down every few years.
Yeah.
If you got to remember, Piers Morgan came before Howard. Piers Morgan's really good friends with Simon.
And Piers Morgan actually was at the helm where they had their best seasons and their best ratings.
Yeah, and that was the best ratings.
But you know what? They were having problems with Mel B. Wasn't she a little fucked up last year? Didn't something happen where she got like all bruised and beat up? She went to the hospital.
We have to ask Gus.
And she looked like a hot fucking mess. She was just all bruised up.
I don't know.
I think she's having some issues. So they figured, let's leave her for America, where she's probably not going to get as scrutinized and as beat up as she probably does in the UK.
Allegedly.
And thank you, sweetheart. That was really good of you.
Yeah, we got to say as many allegedly as
because I don't know about that.
Yeah, wait until we get to the Beefus show. Then we'll just be sprinkling the allegedly.
Oh, yes.
And then we also want to touch on the fact that I'm going to mark, what is today? Thursday?
23rd?
April 23rd. Let us mark this week, 23rd, 24th, as quite possibly the worst week of shows that have ever been played on the Howard Stern radio networks. The worst shows ever.
They were bad.
They were unlistenable, though.
Oh, definitely.
They were just turgid, horrible bullshit.
Well, what's her name? Rumor Willis.
No,
it's a big get.
It's
that's
number
the
one.
big get. Three shows. That's the big get.
Yeah, the big get.
So Rumor Leno came in at some point on Wednesday.
They could do channel.
Who is the love child of Jay Leno and Demi Moore's severely handicapped and retarded sister, because she does have some weird almost look of Demi, but
I feel sorry for her,
Why do you feel sorry for her?
Because
she's on a dance show. She's doing something with herself that you would normally not get in any way.
Of course not, because she's not an attractive girl.
No, she's lucky she could be a receptionist at a.
She's how old?
25, I think.
No, I think she's just younger than that.
No. The other sisters are in their 20s.
She's been around.
Yeah, she's been around a little bit.
She's around.
I think she's 25 or 26.
She's around. But yeah, this is her moment to shine for like a brief moment.
And what she said, what was funny was, this cracked me up. Well, I'm just I'm only doing this, man, because, I just feel like I should be doing it.
Oh, and then vocal fucking fry that she had. Oh, it's driving me insane. She sounded like that bitch from Ashley Madison. I couldn't stand to her.
Yes, man.
Unlistenable. I had to fast forward to that.
But I did listen to her thing saying that she had no motive going into Dancing with the Stars, just something fun. And then she mentions that she is recording an album and she's going to release a single before she's off Dancing with the Stars.
Jeez. Well, that's the whole tie-in promotionally.
Zazoo-zazooing, John.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go back. Don't do it. Do not do it. You killed me last time. Do not make me cry. So let's talk about this whole Simon Cowell thing just for a brief amount of time. Howard said something about the fact that Simon doesn't own America's Got Talent, and as a matter of fact, a company called Fremantle and NBC own it. And that's just not the case. Simon has a company that is a combined Simon Cowell-Sony company called Psycho, interestingly enough, but it's SYCO. So Simon Cowell and Sony together. And Simon owns 50% of that. So in reality,
if you read the credits to these shows, you see it's like 100 Simons. It's like Simon Cowell, Simon Fuller, Simon.
Well, because it's all English. That's exactly right.
It's all right. It's all
That's their favorite name.
And Simon Says.
So Simon owns 25% of AGT. And I have to believe, I just can't believe this is an email from an actual person that works in his...
Yeah, it just seems too weird.
It's too weird and too juvenile and too stupid. And nonetheless, it's out there and somebody got it from somebody and it's out there. So Simon, in fact, owns 25%. I've got to believe that he knows that Howard is a money-sucking entity, like a leech that is not drawing the viewers and the advertising that they may have gotten with Piers Morgan or with David Hasselhoff, whoever the fuck was on the show.
They did better with David Hasselhoff. And the thing was, the caller, the planted caller, but what he said shut Howard up pretty quickly. He said, yeah, you brought the ratings up. And then Howard said, well, the ratings have been good. The ratings have been good. He didn't say, yeah, I brought the ratings up at all. Because he knows that's too easy to say.
So the
wrong
best
answer.
part of this whole thing was the complete and utter indignation of Robin and Fred.
Well, because they had to be.
They were just so outraged.
The best part was Robin pretending she didn't know the story.
Oh, I know.
Okay, can we just discuss that for a very, very quick moment? And what the fuck does she do all day that she doesn't have the time, like we do in our spare time, to go on, like, Daily Mail or Radar or any of these other places?
That's all she does.
Oh, please.
That's all she watches 15 hours of TV a day and every fucking movie. She knew that story the second it hit.
Of course she did.
I've seen better acting from Lila. I've seen better acting from Lila Arciera on Son of a Beach.
And she, she's like, how dare he? If he ever comes in here again, I'll just kick him in the balls.
I'll slap his face.
And then Fred was all like, he shamed you in public and it's just outrageous. And then Howard segues into, I would never do that to somebody else.
I don't know if I should be mad. You guys are mad. Should I be mad? You know you're pissed, you stupid freak.
Oh, God.
What?
Yes, liar, liar, pants on fire. And he would never do that. And the killer was, how does he know I don't need the money?
Oh, that was my favorite part.
How does he know I
Robin
don't need
said that
the
Simon
money?
Cowell is taking his livelihood away from him. Are you fucking kidding me?
He can't have his beautiful soup or his cashews.
You could feed the entire country of fucking Colombia on how much he paid for that place in Palm Beach.
Save the children if you give them $15 a month.
You could give an Apple computer to every child in Peoria.
Yeah.
And the outlying areas for how much he's more. Oh my God,
15 million.
But guys, isn't that his dream to get fired and they have to pay his contract out?
100%.
Hasn't that always been his dream?
You're exactly right.
He doesn't want to be fired. That's such a big time humiliation.
But you know what? If he is not present and if he's not seen and noticed, he dies.
Yeah, he's like the Wicked Witch. Throw water on her.
Exactly.
I'm melting. And never to be seen again.
He needs this to be relevant.
Yes, of course.
And not that he is. I mean, we had a whole discussion about that, 2 weeks ago, about how irrelevant he is right now. But
well, that's why it makes sense. The Wicked Witch wouldn't work in the UK. Like anything European, Simon...
That's a good one.
Oh my God, that was great, Gunk.
Simon is huge and outside of you. So if Simon replaces the Wicked Witch, he gets that whole audience, the Euro audience, would love Simon. So it makes sense just internationally that Simon takes over.
Well, the reality is that Britain's Got Talent is a much, much, much more popular show. But let's go another step forward. Reality shows in general haven't been that popular for the last 3 to 5 years.
No, it's all going downhill.
Except the Kardashians.
No. Other than The Voice, I think is probably the biggest.
Oh, you mean like the talent thing?
And here's America's Got Talent, which is, it's played in the summertime.
Yes, it's the highest rated summer show.
One day it's on a Wednesday at 8 o'clock. The next time it's on at like a...
Guys, can we get to the bottom line of the grand prize? The grand prize is $1 million. It's like a Dr. Evil grand prize. $1 million, right? And these days, in these climes, with after taxes, what is that? $650,000. That's not a big deal anymore.
Over 20
years.
Hold on. If you read the fine print, and all they have it like the disclaimer at the end. 40 years.
No, 20 years.
20 years. 20 years, babe. Nobody on that show is alive in 40 years.
Well, they have 8-year-old ballroom dancers.
Okay, 600,000
dancers
divided by 20 is $30,000 a year. My secretary makes more than that. Divided by...
Humble brag.
I hope so.
Come on, it's true. Divided by 52 is $576 a week. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's the grand prize. That's what they're all fighting.
Exactly. And it's horrible because who wins? I mean, they're going to have a pancake guy.
And so what they do basically is they have an America's Got Talent showcase in Las Vegas. So it's a running show. I don't know what theater it's in, but it's a running show out there where people can see who won and a couple of the acts that are the follow-up acts.
Runner-ups.
But let's be honest. who gives a rat's ass about a guy who shoots himself out of a fucking cannon and can throw himself into
Or
a
a
net?
dog
Like,
show.
why is that even important?
I hate dog things.
Where can you showcase that?
That is not showcaseable. I mean, that's why they go after like these little kids and shit like
and
that.
that's not showcaseable either.
Honestly, it's
unless
a
you're a
total,
weird
total
freako. I'm sorry,
shit
that's
show.
not. It's awful.
It's a total shit show, and I would be pissed if I was Simon.
Well, it's also fixed. I mean, Joe Matarese, the comedian, said they have this stuff casted. So no matter how much you kill at the auditions, they'll just wipe you out of existence if they don't feel that you fit a particular demographic niche they're going for when they air the footage.
Well, that's why the kids are so good for like grandmas and shit like that.
Exactly.
And for little kids who want to be stars.
But let's discuss Rachel Butera, who was on Howard Show how many times?
There. Ooh la la.
Yeah, but you know, she still comes on and does like.
Did she? Oh, she did the Liza Minnelli thing the other day,
which
right?
sounded exactly like Joan Rivers. So
really? That's what I thought.
It was
like,
horrible.
my God, is this Joan Rivers trying to do Liza Minnelli?
Can we discuss how between Vietnam and Ted Kennedy and Liza Minnelli and Joan Rivers, it's like, Howard, you're really showing your age plus some.
Like, but then again, we know who they are.
Well, the scary part is that we do know who they are, but the reality is that if you're like 35 years old and you're listening in like a truck in Minneapolis, you have no idea who the fuck these people are. No, do you
But guess
care.
what? They don't listen. That's a scoop.
Apparently he has 27 million listeners, so who knows?
Oh, please. That's
where
what he
that
said this
comes from.
week again. He was bragging about it.
Hey, Summer, I'll have you know, my nephew Chucky just started a Mountain Leslie West cover band he's touring with right now.
Yeah,
you are kidding, right? So there was a fabulous follow-up email on WikiLeaks where Don Buchwald was inviting somebody named Steve.
Oh, Summer, read the email address. What's his email address?
The best. don.bensonhurst@gmail.com.
Wouldn't you think he would have like a website in his own, like not have to use Gmail?
Keeping that street cred, you're from Bensonhurst.
Right. If in NYC January 31st, we'd love to have you attend H's birthday party. VIP types like you, along with Kimmel hosting A+ talent. You can sign them all up.
Who is he sending it to?
Apparently that was to somebody named Steve at Sony. And I guess that's part of the whole Fremantle, Sony, Psycho, bullshit. You know, it's all fucking interrelated. Everything we hear is bullshit.
Can we point out, Gunkets, can we point out that Marianne Garvey is responsible for that article? Marianne Garvey used to be an intern on the show, and I think was Benji's intern, and then she had like a low-level position sort of behind the scenes. So she used to work for the Plughead show, and now she's a cop.
She still works for the Plughead show.
Exactly.
Right. She's the only person that would put Beth in.
Oh, yeah, that's what he said. She's so good to my wife.
Yeah.
She gives her like a full shot, bikini shot holding a cat.
It's actually pathetic.
It is.
Honestly, I don't know that anybody buys that Kool-Aid that he's passing out right now.
Shame on you, Marianne. We get you.
All right, so let's move on from WikiLeaks.
Can we talk about the big scoop? I'm thinking of Marianne from Brooklyn. She called in.
Yeah.
There is a new kitten that is named Hugo.
Oh, Hugo.
Who is a blind cat who
Hugo,
can't
who is
see
blind.
because he is blind.
Right. So Hugo just came into Beefus's life.
Yes.
And
Marianne from Brooklyn called and informed everyone so Howard could say that his wife was a saint and they're giving it eye surgery. And the same tale that blind Bella, who is blind because
she cannot say yes.
Yeah.
So Hugo is the new blind Bella.
Right. So blind Bella gets a real reprieve, and Beth will now humiliate blind Hugo.
Right, by throwing him in the sink and pouring water on him so they can swirl
Did you see what she did? She put him in a cup with that man hand of hers.
You know what? Poor Beefus, seriously. Poor Beefus. She's all by herself in the Hamptons, in her other $40 million palace.
Sad.
Just playing with fucking kittens and showing us her left side. Like, that's pretty much all she does.
Well, he won't let her do anything else.
Well, yeah, she's trapped. She's actually
she
a bird in a gilded cage.
She doesn't drive. She can't even take the car out.
She doesn't drive. She hasn't driven in over 15, 20 years.
No, she said since she's like moved to New York, which is like very
well,
young.
As a matter of absolute fact, that was when I was at that stupid AOL thing. Remember when they were interviewing her and I did that live blog from there?
Oh, that's right. You saw her in person.
And she said, well, honestly, I haven't driven in over 20 years. That's exactly right. You're 100% right. So, right. So it's over 20 years. She has somebody who drives her everywhere that she goes. And interestingly enough, I have a girlfriend who happens to go out to the Hamptons a lot. And she said she sees Beth out there all the time.
Where?
Like going to tennis lessons, going to...
Really?
Yeah.
Is this off season though? So is this pre-Memorial Day or is this strictly summer?
I think it's strictly summer. I think it's strictly in season.
Still?
But
I've always wondered what she does off season out there because she goes out there.
I don't know.
She has her two best gay friends out there, so I'm sure she hangs
Katie
out with them
Lee
a lot.
Joel.
But yeah, but Katie Lee lives in the city.
And
She's
Katie
not out
Lee
there all the
also
time.
is going out with some handsome dudes and having some fun. Oh,
yeah,
my
no,
God.
that's right. She's having fun.
Oh,
She
my
actually has
God.
a passport and can travel places other than Mexico.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty
And
amazing.
without Howard.
And without Howard. Thank God for small favors.
Yeah.
But she was married to that fucking troll for a very long time.
He lives under a bridge.
I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
He has eyes like a frog, like one of those horrible little frogs.
And that poor daughter, if you think Rumor Willis is bad, poor daughter.
What's her name?
Christy Brink.
Alexa Ray.
Yeah, but you know what? Plastic surgery can be a dangerous thing, but in her case, yeah, she has those eyes. She has
eyes.
She has frog eyes.
Ribbit. Yeah,
you're right. All right, hold on a second.
And I'm going.
All right, so let's now discuss the worst week ever. Worst shows ever. Honestly, worst shows ever. So on Monday, let's do a little recap of what happened this week, shall we? So Monday... there was some talk about Fred Armisen and the Flaming Lips doing some sort of Beatles.
Did you hear it?
Horrible.
Who would listen? John, did you hear that?
Yeah, I think that's from his birthday show. I'm pretty positive that's a clip from his birthday show.
Oh, no.
This was a clip. It was awful.
And more clips. And then the guy, he does Ringo Starr impersonations.
Are you guys? I mean, you guys are probably Beatles fans, but doesn't he make you kind of hate them? Like the fawning over the Beatles, and it's such a cop-out, sort of ballless thing to fawn over. And when he's in doubt, he plays an 8-minute Beatles song and then talks about them for 40 minutes, and it's the same teabagging. They make me hate classic rock. That fucking show makes me hate all these bands, and I shouldn't.
Agreed.
I can't deal with that Beatle dry humping.
No,
especially
I know. It's
a
awful.
poser like him, especially a poser like him, who's such a goldfish fucking brain, who has no real passion for anything. And I know he really could. If Paul McCartney didn't do his show, he would hate him.
You know what I love most about Paul McCartney?
It's the fact that he rejected
sign
his daughter.
the autograph. That was hysterical.
Somebody else
Chris
talked
Rock
about that this week. Somebody else said that they saw Paul McCartney and they were with their...
Chris Rock laughed.
Chris Rock.
Yes.
I feel like it was
hysterically funny.
All right, so let's do a little recap of this horrendous week. And by week, I mean W-E-A-K and not W-E-E-K. It was the weakest week ever.
It was bad. But I haven't listened for a long time.
Yeah, I know. But the point is, I'm such an avid listener. I listen on my way to work. I listen while I'm doing work. It's become elevator music, actually, in the background. It's like Charlie Brown's teacher in the background. Yeah, and it's so boring. Like the Rumor Leno thing, I fast-forwarded through. The Dumber Than a Box of Rocks, which we'll come back to in a second, I fast-forwarded through the entire segment.
I did, too. I couldn't believe it was an hour and a half.
Ronnie talking about clits and pussies and
I want to vomit.
Is almost as vomitous as portraying the pissbag wonder Robin Quivers as a sexy, attractive
pissbag
female that people
Well, they don't do that anymore, do they?
Are you kidding? They play those stupid songs.
Well, yeah, they got 4 lemmings. They got 4 suck-ups making songs for them for free.
I am positive that somebody calls them up and says, "Can you do one on Robin this week?"
Fucking Psych and Mikey Boy and all those fuck faces.
Fuck them. And she admitted the other day that she doesn't masturbate
I remember that because
she has some
an issue. And how you can tell me, you can tell me.
Yeah, no, I need to move my 20-pound piss bag to the side in order to get at my plus.
Let me tell you, Howard, so you in turn can tell Beth.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fucking joke. You know what? The truth is that she probably still has real issues. that they'll never bring up on the air.
I don't blame her. I wouldn't want to tell everybody how to piss bag.
You have been on a show your entire adult career where all you have done is exploit people,
of course,
and make them feel like shit,
yes,
and throw out all their intimate details of their lives, and then all of a sudden you are holier than thou, and you're not allowed to be spoken of. I think it's fucking bullshit. I got to be honest with you. I think it's bullshit.
Wow.
You know, when I was listening to the show to prepare for this,
me too.
One of the things that's really hard to deal with is like some of the old rituals, and when you hear that fucking Rob Zombie song start off, call me the American Nightmare, call me the American Wig, and it starts up. And he's talking about fucking, finger painting. It's this badass, like, song. It's so hard, and it's so hard to listen to. It gives you douche chills just listening to any of those old rituals.
Tiny Tim was more masculine at this point.
All right, so let's discuss. So on Monday, Ronnie went to some strip joint, and they went on for an inordinate amount of time.
And he makes his girlfriend squirt? What is this?
I don't even those words. And then, actually, I found it really funny. The Nicole Bass was stripping at some club, and Julie was there with her. I found that kind of amusing, I must confess, because I still think that the Nicole Bass thing is such a fabulous shit show of nightmare and horrors, and that basically, I don't know if any of you have ever seen her puss online. But
you did?
Yes.
Oh my
there's
God.
pictures of it. You can Google it.
Oh no, I don't think
She has sort of a penis. Like, she has a penis.
Well, that's what happens when you take the testosterone.
Say that fast 5 times.
Testosterone. Your woman, your clitoris becomes sort of like a
Dr. Cheese telling us all.
Becomes like a penis here. It becomes like, like a guy thing.
Yeah, so...
Not that I know personally, because I don't take testosterone.
Say that fast again.
Testosterone.
So then they went on with the whole Nicole Bass thing. There was a great quote that Howard said. He said that strippers amaze him when he's drunk and horny. And that's truly the fake fucking story, because I can't imagine him ever being that drunk and that horny.
Except if you're a male stripper.
Exactly. And then they went into the whole Simon Cowell leaks thing. And then we went on to Tuesday. I mean, that was really the whole show. I mean, there was nothing going on.
Okay. Well, it was a Simon Cowell thing, feigning,
but
should I be mad?
Yeah, right, so we went there. So then Tuesday, and this is when the Benji fucking vortex started.
My God.
And I have to tell you, I still truly believe that the Benji Elisa thing is all bullshit. The fact that she would hook up with Gonzo Shitcock, and I will never say that name again.
Who is that?
He was the one who had this whole war going on with Eric the Midget.
Yeah, he started like a contrived feud with Eric to try to get him.
And that's really the name, is Eric.
Gonzo Shitcock.
I
was going to say it again. God damn you. Gonzo Shitcock. So now he has ingratiated himself with Alicia. And they apparently, supposedly, have this whole online love affair going on. He's coming into New York, and he's going to finally meet with his new girlfriend, and blah, 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 blah. And Benji apparently Wednesday, started crying about this whole thing, because this guy, GSC, called in to say, you know what, Benji, I hope you're not really mad at me about this, but, me and Elisa have something special. And so the whole thing has taken hours this week. So let's say there were about 2.5, almost 3 hours worth of Benji filler content this week.
Oh, that he almost killed himself, but you called King of All Blacks instead of the hospital.
Oh, right. So basically, Benji filler equated to $600,000 worth of Howard's time this week, which I love.
Bad.
So on Tuesday, apparently Benji tried to. Elisa thought that Benji overdosed on sleeping pills. And instead of calling the police or an emergency ambulance or something like that, she apparently tweeted King of All Blacks. So I don't understand the whole relationship going on there. I don't get anything that's happening there. I got to be honest with you.
I don't care.
Well, I mean,
I really don't fucking care. It's just amazing how much content that takes.
Oh, and also Ivy Supersonic called.
Oh, fuck her. You know, between the two Jewesses who have no jobs and big tits, and basically all they do is suck dry any stupid fucking Syrian guy from New Jersey who wants to pay for their
Who's the other Jewess?
Elisa.
Howard.
But
Howard.
Ivy Supersonic?
Elisa and Ivy.
Oh, she's tiny.
She's still a Jewess.
But does she have big tits?
She does. And she wears those stupid fucking hats, and she thinks that she's something she's not. And all of a sudden, she should have been on the They're Around show, but she's
on Elisa's show. She's a regular.
Exactly.
And she also said that she was trying to fix up Elisa with
a very wealthy Rothschild
How does she know this guy?
Because
she
gets
know
around.
him?
She's part of that scene. She's just part of the scene. The people
It's somebody
that go
who
down,
used to go out with that.
not the people. Paris Hilton went out with him, but those are the people that hang out at the Gansevoort and they hang out at the Standard.
And she does?
They just meet all these
What does she do?
Because she has nothing else to
So
do.
what is
she doesn't
she?
do anything.
How does she have money?
Stop asking me questions. I think she's like a hat designer or something like that.
Well, I should ask.
I mean, yeah, she is. She's just an asshole.
You know she's a Jewess. I would figure you would know the other stuff, too.
I'm just allegedly she's a Jewess. I haven't even looked this up, but I'm positive that she is. So I think
she definitely. Broads, I hate to say it, but we're falling into the vortex ourselves.
Yes, we are. I agree.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
I cannot stand that.
I am moving.
Ew.
I am moving.
They have 40 people working on that show, and that is what they fucking come. Yeah, it's something like, what's the head count? Like, all the people in the back staff, it's like 40, 30. It's like after the Howard TV people were cut off. The head count's something like 35 to 40 people or something like that.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Work when they're not there.
And I asked some people what their thoughts were on this today, and my question to you guys is are these people on Howard's payroll or on Sirius's payroll?
From what I understand, he doesn't touch it. He gets Sirius pays them, and he has his own marbles. And he pretends that he's paying them out of his own marbles, but he's not. It's completely separate from what they get paid. They're paid by Sirius. He has his own. It's all about Buchwald, who represents Buchwald.
I don't know that either. I think
like,
that's his excuse.
Because there's no way that you would keep a staff of like 7 newscasters for the Howard 100 News.
Well, there's none now.
No. I'm saying when they first all came on, I can't imagine that Sirius would think that it was a good profit margin to hire all these people.
He did a bait and switch. He probably told them, this is what, okay, I'm going to have this, and I'm going to have all these shows, and I'm going to pay these. And in order to secure that $500 million, he had to tell them, I have this crazy news team, and he's rattling off all these ideas and that big notebook of ideas, and these shows,
Howard 101
and then Bubba the Love Sponge, and Pharrell. And at one point, do you remember Adam Carolla had signed on to do an afternoon show?
No,
but on the Howard channels, and Adam backed out because Howard didn't want to pay him.
Really?
Well, I believe that he didn't want to pay. I didn't know that.
You could probably go back and look up the news. It was announced. It was literally a news story. It was announced Adam had signed with Howard's channels to do an afternoon show, and they pulled it because they didn't want to pay him.
Really?
Yeah. That was like 4 years ago.
Who didn't want to pay him?
Well, I mean, obviously, your first assumption is it would come out of Howard's
That's why I think all of it comes out of Howard's. I don't think he just blames Sirius.
Like, who pays their
blames John?
Well, Tim Sabian was really just a human shield.
What do you mean?
Anytime Sabian was used as Sabian would suck up the blame so Howard didn't have to take it. Because Howard's the shot callers of everything that goes on in that fucker, lest you think that it's coming from any other source. So Sabian was the fall guy in the way that Gary's the human shield for anything that goes on with guests.
Yeah,
and Howard's
I think you're 100% right.
And who was the guy from K-Rock? What was his name?
Tom Chiusano.
Tom Chiusano. He also had to take a lot of the crap.
Whatever happened to
him? He worked for
quietly
K-Rock.
retired.
Did he retire?
Quietly, yeah. I think he just went off into the sunset.
Good
bought
for him.
suits at home.
Can you imagine dealing with Howard?
So let's discuss just for a quick second the dumber than a box of rocks scenario. So somebody had posted what all 3 of these girls looked like, and they were basically the exact same fucking girl. Like, they looked exactly like each other.
Fake lips, nose job, big tits,
brown hair, dark eyes, big tits, stupid as fucking can be. And I guess they all come from the same agency. And I don't really understand, I think he's trying to do things from bits that have been important in the past, but they just don't resonate anymore.
Yeah, and there's no Howard TV.
There used to be a time where girls would line up to like. Yeah, go back.
I hated that shit in the 90s.
So did I.
I used to never listen to that shit. Yep. But you listen. You know, there's the trucker going from New York to California who has 1,000 hours to kill in his truck. You know, we'll get some sort of titillation out of that. And you're 100% right. See, once the Howard TV went off air, there was no reason to have any titillation whatsoever. Yep. Therefore, it just got completely removed from the show. But
somebody had said there's cameras rolling still, like they're actually still recording all this shit.
Who said that?
And it's like they're trying to stockpile footage for some bullshit he might do in the future. So it was reported on and that somebody had a picture of a camera rolling, and there was video footage on one of the entertainment shows. And it was very, very shady, as if they're trying to stockpile footage for some future endeavor that he's trying to negotiate right now.
What's the name of that? What is it? Whale Rock?
Yes, exactly, Whale Rock.
Right. So we never know what's going on with him for the future. I think his whole lawsuit for $300 million with Sirius, which was such a crock of shit when they merged with XM, who had more listeners than Sirius
27 million people.
So it's kind of interesting to me that, was it because XM had more deals with car dealerships?
He wanted to take credit for the guy who's he literally wanted to take credit for the guy who's a Anaheim Angels fan who wants the ML to listen to baseball on the radio that was on XM and all the sports that were on radio. The NFL fan. He wants to take credit.
As well.
He wants to take credit for all the XM channels that have nothing to do with him at all. That's just crazy.
But it's shocking.
By the way, every pig gets slaughtered, and I love the fact that the entirety of that lawsuit was just shut down.
Oh,
I love that.
Twice. And you know, after he sued, after he lost the first one, his father said to him, "Why bother?" His father told him not to go through it again.
Where did you hear this, Teehee? Where did you hear this, Teehee?
It was on the show. Howard said that.
He said that he quoted his own father?
He quoted his own father, and he said, "But Dad, I have to. I mean, I'm doing the right thing. They're wrong, and this is in my contract."
So delusional.
Yeah, and his father said, "Why bother?" You know.
All right. So let's continue on with the week. Right. So we had Box of Rocks. Okay. So the thing about Box of Rocks that I was just amazed about is that it went on for almost a fucking hour and a half.
That was the most disgusting part of a Box of Rocks.
So let's say that that's $300,000 worth of fucking time based on some idiots who did a show. And I didn't listen to it. I fast forwarded through the entire thing.
Horrible.
I thought it was a total waste of fucking time. And then Ronnie,
the
being
disgusting
the perverted
Ronnie
200-year-old. Honestly, it's like a fucking vampire talking about clits. It was
so
disgusting.
Really.
Okay, so then let's go on to Wednesday with his. Apparently, Howard's had some sort of emotional moment, kind of entering into Sirius about, wow, look what we've done, and look how far we've come,
and look at all the employees. I'm like, what?
Seriously,
they're all gone.
Oh my God, that's another thing I wanted to talk about.
Was that in the private parking garage or the freight elevator?
Right. Or was that when everybody had to shut their doors while you're coming past? Like, wait, he said something this week, and John, I think you and I talked about it.
It's Arm. It's Arm. Don't call me John again. It's Arm.
John.
That's better. I like
Do
that.
you remember when he was talking about taking some painkillers for some
pain
he has in his back?
Dr. Sarno.
Right. So what happened to Dr. fucking Sarno? I
He's
thought
dead.
everything
Well,
was
he's dead.
Dr. Sarno was mind over matter.
Exactly. Yeah, I was very surprised when I heard that one. I wrote that as well.
And the pain was only in your mind.
Really? I was like, wowza, when I heard that one.
Wow, right?
Yeah, big time.
Fucking amazing.
Yeah, I wrote that down.
He swore by Dr. Sarno. Like, this is the person that will cure your world, mind over back pain. And here he is bitching about that he had to take 2 painkillers because he was in so much fucking pain.
What did he do that he would be in pain from?
He probably lifted a pencil off the floor.
Okay, guys, now we have to you always have to think under the assumption that 95% of what he says is a lie.
Yes.
I think the painkillers are a lie, and I think the back pain's a lie. I think it's total bullshit.
I think everything he says is a lie.
I think he took painkillers, really.
No,
I think he took painkillers.
I
because he would never say that otherwise, because he's like Mr. Big.
That's
I
the
don't
martyr
take
complex. That you can't fall into. That's the martyr complex. He wants you to feel sorry for him. He's taking
don't feel
painkillers.
sorry for him.
No, well, that's what he thinks. He thinks you're gonna. That's the total lie. There's no way that
I don't know.
There's
He'd never
no way
say
that
that.
hypochondriac took a painkiller.
I feel like I realized from doing this podcast, and even though we're only doing it for a small amount of time, I think that the need to fill the space and the need to talk about shit and the need to just say anything.
Oh, it's therapy. It's therapy.
It's therapy for him. That's exactly right. All right, so I wanted to just kind of top this off with what the fuck else happened on Wednesday? So it was more. Benji cried.
I didn't hear him cry. I guess I fast forwarded that.
Apparently, he cried at the end. He was so upset about what happened during the show that day, and how Ronnie said, "Dude, you got to get over her. She's into Gonzo shit." It's almost not worth mentioning because I fucking hate the whole thread of it so badly. There was something else I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I had Howard on painkillers, Dr. Sarno. That was fine there, too.
Oh, I love that you mentioned that. Oh, okay. So here's really the only thing I wanted to say to kind of wrap this up. Sour Shoes, without question, is the highlight of the show.
I didn't hear him.
Oh, my God. He doesn't... Okay, right. So he does an Artie impression now that is so spot on. And it shocks me that the show has become... knockoffs of Eric, knockoffs of Bigfoot, knockoffs of Beetlejuice, and now he has like an Artie, so he doesn't ever have to bring Artie in again. And he has Sour Shoes doing like a whole Artie thing, and he actually even said yesterday, that he would love for Sour Shoes to come in and sit in the Artie chair for the day.
I'd love to hear what Artie has to say about this one. That would be good.
Artie.
Yeah.
How fucking ridiculous
How
is that?
cheap and disgusting.
It's disgusting.
And he wouldn't even have Artie in. He didn't even talk about him for how long after he tried to kill himself. Pig. Awful, Howard.
You know,
shame on you.
And maybe we'll get into this with Reverend Bob next week.
They can't have anybody on that show that's remotely talented like that. It'll never. He could talk all he wants. He'll never ever have him on with any longevity.
Well,
he'll have him on. If you notice, whenever Sour Shoes gets rolling, and nobody ever wants him to. No one ever wants it to end.
You can just let it go. Exactly.
And he'll cut him off. He'll hang up. Why are you? If it's so entertaining, if your audience loves him so much, why are you hanging up? Why would you not have him in the studio all the time?
Because I have a fucking ego the size of my $50 million Palm Beach house, and
52.
nobody can be funnier.
We don't need you.
Yep. Nobody can be funnier than me. And by the way, you're not fucking funny.
Exactly, as Jerry
Look at who surrounds himself.
Right, he surrounds himself with fucking losers. Benji, which you've pointed out on many occasions, only has a job because he has contacts and he has a sister who's in.
And he works cheap and he stinks.
He works cheap. He must work cheap.
He's gotta.
It's a disgusting animal. I can't stand him either with his fleshy face.
Well, I can't stand his whole stupidity, and I don't even.
And I think the whole thing is
the Elisa
shit.
Bullshit.
All right, so that's all we have for this
Pretty much.
week. Yeah. So I didn't cackle too much this week for all you haters.
I hate that word, haters. Oh, and next week we're going to have, I hope, we have this wonderful human being working on a great.
Oh my God, so amazing. Cannot wait.
Should I mention it?
No, don't say anything until it's
I won't say anything until it's done.
No, don't say anything until it's
Thank you.
debuted.
You know who you are.
No, don't thank him yet. Let's wait until it's finished.
Okay.
So we have
I'm not saying his name.
Okay, shh. We're having a new theme song.
Yay.
And we're actually going to be like
great.
almost professionals when Reverend Bob. So we have Reverend Bob next week. Then we have a really good guest the week after. Then we have a really good guest the week after that. And we're working on a couple of other people to come in as well. And just know that it's part of the They're Around series.
And fun and funny.
Yeah,
Great,
and I think that we're going to come at it from a new angle and different angles than things that you've heard before.
It's going to be fun.
I know. I'm so excited.
I am excited about it as well.
You look fabulous, by the way. I don't know if you...
Really?
Yeah,
No, I don't feel it.
No,
Thank you.
You really do. Just so you know.
Thanks.
Hey, how about a reach around?
You know, we told you to come in, John.
Yeah.
We want you here.
Fuck you.
We broads. are alone, and we're looking for some,
We're looking for love in all the wrong places.
Our lookalike to it. Who is that? The new thing that I saw.
What?
Your lookalike, John. Who was that?
Doppelganger. My doppelganger?
Yes, that everybody was telling you you're handsome and
Jesus, Daredevil?
Yes, you handsome boy. Did you see that?
Not to be
I probably have him by a decade.
my Daredevil, the one I was just talking about
Yes.
today.
Yes.
Oh my god!
Did you see it?
I like that. Yeah, but that was only with the glasses on.
Yes, we've got to see without
He's a Brit, though. He's a Brit. He's a Mexican.
I need full body shots of you, almost naked, so that we can actually get a good visual. So we can get a good visual of what you actually look like.
I've sent him pictures of me.
Have you?
Yes, of course. So we know.
I've never sent him pictures of me.
You didn't?
No. But he knows what I look like. I mean, we Skyped.
When you guys when you guys went to Chicken Soda the first time, Gary Puppet and I jerked each other off.
Chicken soda.
In that 15 minutes.
God knows he
Oh.
needed it. And by the way, I think that's a whole crock of shit as well.
You think Gary Puppet's an act?
I think Gary Puppet's an act. But for those people who don't know who Gary Puppet is, he is somebody that we happen to love on a
funny
blog that we go on all the time.
And if
He's
you know
also on Twitter,
Howard, also he's famous from that because
he's
he is
brutal
one of
on
the
Twitter.
people that Howard wanted to go after because he was saying mean things about him
on Twitter, right?
And he went boo hoo hoo publicly.
Who was he going
Not my bro. Exactly. Not my bro.
Well, I love this guy on Twitter named Bring Back Jackie. He's been
I
really
love him too.
supportive.
Funny.
And he's awesome. So I'm just going to give him a shout out. So today, whilst we were blogging, there was a lot of great information and content about when we thought the show jumped the shark. So we're going to be exploring that in some future episodes and just kind of discussing.
I would say when John Hunt.
I was just going to say, did you guys hear the call they played of Yucko leaving a voice message for John Hine? You diabetic, fat, fuck, blah, blah, blah. It was hysterical.
I don't listen to the wrap-up show anymore.
No, I don't either.
I completely have eliminated that
They
from
played
my
it during
life.
Howard's show because Yucko was pissed off that John Hine didn't pick up his phone call on the day that he was on the show.
Was it the Yucko Gunk mention
Yes.
day? Oh.
Yes. So Howard
You know what? I was
played
so
it.
focused on the fucking
Yes,
Gunk thing that I didn't
yes.
hear anything else
No,
Yucko
the
had
next,
to say.
yeah, that was the next week that Howard played it, and it was this really
rant.
Oh, it was a riot. I love
Hey guys, I didn't
Burger
listen to the
King
entire
eating
show.
diabetic.
But
You know what? If you can get that
I'll
for us,
get
maybe
it.
we'll end
So funny.
we'll end the episode with that. All right, so guys, we're gonna wrap it up now at 52 minutes and 38 seconds.
And we have this very exciting interview next week.
John, do you want to take us out with a song?
Everybody sing, everybody dance, lose yourself in wild romance. We're gonna party, caramba.
Is it caramba?
Come on and sing along all night long.
All night.
All night. Un bonique secco, jumbo jumbo, we can party all day go. Oh, tombola, un bonique secco.
All right, I'm hanging up on you. Goodbye. Look,
I love you.
I'm clicking them off. All right, so guys, we'll see you next week, and we're looking forward to our interviews.
Yay!
And love you. Take care.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye. Yay! Greetings, everybody. So, John, are you here? Are you with us?
Hello, it's me.
Oh, no.
I thought about you brats for a long, long time.
I thought about you brats.
Hi, everyone.
Little plughead fact. Paul Giamatti sung that song by Todd Rundgren in the movie Duets, which is about karaoke.
Wow, that's
Big bomb
information
himself,
nobody
that
can use.
Guess what? I never watched that film and never wanted to.
News you can't.
Gwyneth Paltrow's in it. That's all I need
News
to
you
know.
can't use. Thank you.
Paltrow and Huey Lewis are in it.
Ew.
Hi, everyone.
What the hell is this?
This is my writing utensil, silly.
Oh.
And I can stab you with it as well.
Oh, to tell me to shut up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our podcast for this week. We're going to start with our week in review, and then hopefully we'll have some guests coming on later on, and it'll be all good.
This is our numero 5.
We've
done 5, kids.
It's a lovely Wednesday afternoon. The weather is phenomenal outside.
Really nice. Really nice.
And we're so happy to be with you today. It's perfect outside.
It's really nice. No humidity. No.
Yes. Hashtag my purpose.
I love that. The hashtags.
So,
remember
does
that one?
anybody even listen to that? Does anybody even give a rat's ass about the hashtags?
Well, what I loved about it was very passive aggressive. What's that about? And he knows his little dream girl does hashtags.
Of
my
course.
Purpose.
Everything.
I wish she could see me.
Everything he says is calculated and manipulated.
Yeah.
There's nothing real there anymore.
No.
He's been stripped. The curtain has been revealed, as Priscilla Jenner would say. And it's pretty much over for him. All right, so we're going to talk about this week. We thought last week was the worst week ever, and we've actually decided that it was, in fact, the worst week ever. This was marginally better.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but last week, without question, with Rumor Leno and that whole crew, was the worst week of radio I have ever heard in my entire
I've heard worse, I have to be honest.
Honestly?
Yeah, because I haven't heard it in so long. So it's been like a year and a half, and so when I listened to it, I'm like, my blood pressure didn't go up as much as it usually did. That's why I quit listening to Howard, because I felt like I was going to have a stroke. Because honestly, it was so boring and horrible.
See,
and I was so angry.
I work while I listen to him,
but he's so
and it's kind of like listening to a Julia Child's audiobook. Like, it's just in the fucking background. It's nothing I care to listen to. I fast forward now through every interview.
Oh,
They're all so ponderous. They're just awful. Every single one of them is an hour and a half with people I could give a rat's ass about.
I did like Gay Aiken. I did.
Well, we'll discuss that. Okay, so here we are. So we had Monday's show. Monday was Mungay. As
I love that. Thanks, Nemo. Thanks, Nemo.
So Clay Gakin was in.
So current, too. Clay Gakin is such a current hot star, right?
Yeah, topical and relevant.
Not 5 years ago when he was going against Ruben Studdard.
What? No, it had to be longer than 5 years ago.
It's got to be
American
like
Idol
8, 9, 10 years.
Years and years.
Is that 10 years ago?
Yeah, we're getting old, baby.
We are getting old.
You know what I liked about that? Clay Aiken saying.
Clay Aiken.
Gay Claykin, whatever his name is. He's gay. That he said before he moved to Los Angeles, he did not realize he was gay.
Bullshit. I could have told you, if I was in school with him, I could have told you in second grade that
I could have told you from Massachusetts into North Carolina, and not even seeing him, he was gay.
Absolutely.
He just was pinging off the charts.
You have the Studio 54 Ian Schrager, Steve Rebell gaydar, so you're better.
Wow.
Right?
Wow. Yes, I do, sir. And I'm going to tell you that my gaydar is so sharp, it's
so
not
mine.
even funny. I've had people come into our office who I will who have like 3 kids or whatever, and I'm like, gay.
That doesn't mean
anything. Gay.
Me too.
They're like, no, he's married. This is his second marriage. I was like, yeah, because he still hasn't found the woman who's going to give him anal and, diddle his balls. This is why.
Yeah.
But yeah, totally gay. So anyway, let's see what happened on Monday of any interest.
What about, did you get the Gary thing?
Howard and Clay have a lot in common because they both work with retards. Clay used to work in...
oh, that's awful.
Clay used to work in special ed.
Yeah.
North Carolina, and now Howard works with a retard every day.
I'm going to admit that I pretty much fast-forwarded through the entirety of the interview. I wasn't really sure that there was anything for me to gain by listening to it.
Well, I did like where he was trying to get Clay Gakin to say that he didn't like Simon.
Oh, right. He didn't like Simon.
Did he really goad him into that?
Yeah, he did.
Well, he tried to.
He didn't say he liked Simon.
And Clay didn't give into it. He also tried to goad him into how horrible his childhood was and, how he felt ostracized and he used to sit in the front of the school bus with the school driver. And he's like, yeah, that's only because I was shy, not because I was gay. Like, not because of any other reason other than I didn't really know anybody.
And he was like, they picked on him, but not because he was gay.
He was a fucking nerd.
He was a nerd. Yeah.
He's like
Can't you guys see Will Murray, though, trying to manipulate him in the pre-interview before he goes on? They're going, all right, Clay, you're going to go on there and Howard's going to ask you to tell you that you hate Simon Cowell. And you're going to hate him. And you're going to hate him. And you're going to tell him why. Okay.
You are 100% right.
But he didn't. But Good for him.
He didn't give in. And because you know what? Simon was his key to
made him
success. Why should he shit on him?
There would be no Claymates.
Part of his life.
Yeah, no Claymates. He would have no dough. No one would know who he was.
So,
whatever.
Can we talk about Bruce Jenner just for a quick second?
Did you see the interview?
I did see the interview.
Me too. John, did you see it?
John,
Can I tell you my favorite Kim Kardashian story real briefly?
no, you cannot. So Bruce Jenner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I thought about this long and hard because I was sort of obsessing with it over the weekend because I hadn't seen it on Friday. And
I didn't either. My sister taped it for me.
And a lot of people live blogging it at the time. And, he has one eye that blinks independently of the other like a fucking gecko, which is a little disturbing. And the voice. Yeah. And horrible. Honestly, horrible. So the thing I took away from it was, one, that he is not gay. But I guess if he still likes women when he becomes a woman, then he will in fact be gay.
He'll be a lesbian.
Two, he's not having the surgery, which makes me then believe this whole fucking thing is just a way for him to be able to wear women's clothing, let his freak flag fly, and make millions of dollars on an 8-part docuseries that's going to be going on this summer.
In July.
It allows him to be this person, and maybe he does want to be transgender. Maybe he does want to be that person.
You silly goose.
But he doesn't want to chop the Frank and beans off.
Too perfect.
But you know what? He did not say he wasn't gonna. He said, I don't know.
Which means, by the way, if you are truly transgender, you don't want that penis. You actually don't have penis envy. You don't want that appendage. You want to be female. Well, and I thought there'd be years of psychiatric work that had to happen before you
have to live as a woman for a year.
Okay, so I guess that's what he's going to be doing over the summer.
And he wants to save it for, he didn't tell us what his chick name was.
Right.
He didn't say, when she said, are you going to date gay men or women? He said, I don't know yet. So he's holding it for his big, he wants the ratings and he wants that. And he may get chopped.
I just found him a bit disturbing.
Oh, I was very sad.
A little condescending.
As Bill Murray said.
Yeah.
As Bill Murray.
Who, John? Who?
Goodbye, penis. Goodbye, penis.
It was weird. And Howard was right about that black dress he showed Diane Sawyer that he was going to wear.
Way too small for him. Did he steal that from his fat ass stepdaughter?
Yeah, who's only 5 feet, and Bruce is 6'2".
Moronic, Botoxed pig.
Yeah, gross.
Oh, I can't stand that whole thing.
I can't stand Chris.
Attention whores of the fuck.
Like they're shocked. Chris via Kathy Lee said, oh, Chris was shocked about this. She just learned about this.
Oh, bullshit. She knew about it from day one.
Of course.
And he had man boobs.
Exactly.
Actually, they came off the best out of everything on that show.
Who?
Like the older son.
Oh, I love them.
I love them. They were so sweet and caring.
The daughter and the 3 sons. Oh, yeah, they're great.
And notice how no Kardashian came on.
No.
Like, I don't really understand the whole... It's very fuzzy to me that this is actually real.
It's got to be real.
I don't know.
Did you hear the guy taunting him and then whistling at Bruce? Hey, Bruce, talk about it.
No.
And Bruce was in the car.
Oh, no. I didn't see that.
That was awful.
Okay. Being embedded with High Pitch Eric. So can we talk about that for a quick second?
I heard nothing about that.
Well, I'm trying really hard not to listen to it, but they keep pushing it. And so they're trying to do it kind of like a Netflix series where you can actually binge listen. All right, so then the next part was about High Pitch Eric and how Shuli is embedded with him. There was a lot of talk online about how he is definitely taking advantage of a mentally incapacitated on SSI, doesn't have a pot to piss in, basically, except for the junk food that he consumes on a constant basis. And this is his easy way now of making filler content for, is it 101? I think it's on demand, as a matter of fact. I think it's like a binge.
That's the infrastructure of the whole show. That's 100% true.
We want to hear it. There's no visual. Yep. It's just audio.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think there's any interest to it, and I don't think that anybody cares about what happens to High Pitch Eric. I mean, we all know he's on like a death trap,
Don't you love a billionaire though who moves to Florida for tax purposes because he doesn't want to pay his own taxes?
Exactly.
Worried about some big fat slob making $600.
I know, some mentally challenged big fat slob.
If it affects anybody, who gives a shit? What do you want? What Howard? Do you want his $600 for you?
Yes.
My almonds?
Yes, he do. He do.
Hey, kitty litter isn't cheap. John. All right, so we're going to pass over that because I think at some point I'm going to listen to that and then we can talk about it
I didn't
when we do like a whole whack pack kind of dissertation.
Yeah.
Because I really have no interest in him.
Me either.
All right, then there was like that whole disgusting thing about how Jason polluted the bathroom.
Oh, that again.
Oh, Tim Sabian bullshit.
Who needs this, honestly?
It's just so boring.
And the best part about it, the takeaway I got from that is that if you notice, he tried to spray the poopery so that when Clay Gakin went in there, it wouldn't like stink up the whole fucking place. But apparently, so I'm not sure how well that poopery works. Well, then again, I'm sure that Jason's shit is probably like an elephant.
And you know, honestly. Jason is such a shit master.
Shit master.
He has his shits timed at home. There's no way he would shit on that. He knows exactly when he's going to the bathroom. That dude, all he does is eat and shit. He knows exactly when. There's no way he would risk.
He actually probably eats and shits at the same time, like an elephant.
Some people
do that. Grazes and shits.
Why do people do that? People can take food into the bathroom when they're taking a dump.
No.
I have enough problems when people take their coffee in. It's like the fumes get into their coffee. It's just, and they drink their coffee in the toilet.
And it's mostly guys. It's not girls.
Of course it's
like
guys.
At my office, anytime you see somebody walk past you with the newspaper and a cup of coffee, you know they're going to take a shit. And it's like, I don't even know that you're dumping right now. It's true.
Dump. Horrible. It's awful.
I knew people at really bad jobs I've had who would take a shit just to waste time at work. Like, how much do you hate your job that you have to take a shit? Like, they would sit in the bathroom for like 45 minutes, like just to kill the time, kind of to get like the next. But that's misery.
I have people at my office who seriously will take no less than 15 cigarette breaks. And it's like,
yeah, that's where the smokers have an advantage. There's been an age-old argument over the smokers in society that have an advantage. They get more breaks than people who don't smoke. Like, and the non-smokers finally got together and said, no. Just because I don't smoke, I don't get an extra 45-minute lunch break. These guys do. Every 15 minutes, you run outside.
And they all bullshit. They all go at the same time. Right. It's like they hold hands to like go downstairs and smoke with each other.
It's a new water cooler.
It is a new water cooler. All right, so let's move on. I don't even know if anything else happened.
Well, what I like.
We talk about Downey, right? We talk about Downey.
Yeah, but I want to get to finish Monday a little bit. Yeah, that was Monday, baby. Because in the beginning, Howard was berating Gary, who was at the White House dinner.
The correspondence dinner.
And he had the audacity to approach Howard's object of lust, Bradley Cooper.
That's right. And ask him if he would come to the table.
And it was right there.
Right. That Shylock shitbag Ross Zabin was there, too. So it was a serious... They must have bought a table.
Yeah.
Sirius must have bought a table there.
Yep.
Right, because there's such good White House correspondents.
Oh,
and it gives a rat's ass about what they have to say about anything.
But the thing that got me...
Obama killed, by the way. He is so good at delivering that.
It's so deadpan. Like, that smile.
But politics aside, he is great at that.
He is great at that. It's very self-effacing. I give him props to that.
Me too.
Yeah. What were you going to say, babe?
Just about Gary, Howard made this big thing out of it. He's like, oh, you have to be a hero in front of all the serious people. Well, what about the time he went with his daughter, with Sir Paul? Again, we were mentioning that last week.
Right.
And he wanted to be the hero. He even quoted himself saying, I wanted to be the hero for my daughter. She loves him.
And he got rejected, right?
Yeah. So... You're knocking Gary.
It's such a crock of shit.
His stupid daughter was forced to like the Beatles from him because it's the only thing
he talks about.
He was now he's trying to impress something that he's forced her to like. That's such stupid.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Gary having gone to the correspondence dinner
or asking the guy to say hi.
You know, and the funny hubris of it is that Howard would never go to something like that because he, in his brain, really does think that it would take attention away from other people, that he would be the star of the show and that nobody would pay attention to anything except for him and beautiful Betho.
Or is it the opposite? That he's not going to get all the attention.
Right.
It could be that as well because they're not making the White House press dinner party about
it's not
Howard.
A party for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
it could go either way.
I also bet you he would, let's say he did have, and I think he could go if he wanted to, But I don't think he'd be allowed to bring his security goons in.
Yeah.
Or his hairdresser.
Yeah, definitely. Tony, no,
But he can't have dominion over the Washington, D.C. Protocol. I honestly believe that.
Yeah, he has to be in control, and he has to be in charge of every iteration of where he is. Like, he has to know exactly what he's doing going into it so that he can set up for it. Because he has no spontaneity. He cannot be that person. All right, so that was Monday. I think they did like a nice embedded YouPorn advertisement in the middle of the show as well. Like, Gary went on and on about how he, logs in and, and Howard's like so afraid to log in and be able to download porn. And then he went into this entire story about the porn that he watched. And it was basically this girl, and she meets up with these two guys, and they take her back to the apartment. And
what a surprise! There were more dicks on screen.
Really?
Surprise.
Well, he doesn't like the puss. He told you vaginas are gross.
Vaginas are gross. They're yucky. All right, so
the heteros rule was usually that there can't be more cocks on screen than pussies in porn. But
that should be.
We know his orientation.
So the cock to pussy ratio has to be
right.
Has to be pro pussy. Is that what we're saying?
He watched the Bruce Jenner thing. All he did was worried about the pole vault in his pants.
Yes. Did you hear that? He said,
"Yeah."
Well, I was noticing Bruce when he was running in the Olympics, and I noticed his package was really huge. Yeah, I'm like, you fag.
All right, let's move on to Tuesday.
Yes.
So Tuesday was our big Robert Downey Day. I didn't listen to a lot of the show because I was traveling for the last 2 days, but I know that it was complete snooze fest. And, John, I know you talked about how, once again, he had Robert Downey in as opposed to anybody else.
Same fifth interview. You got the whole Avengers cast, which he probably doesn't have. No Chris Evans, no Scarlett Johansson, no Samuel Jackson. It's Downey again for the fifth time. The same fucking. He doesn't even know anything about comic books or that culture. He is. This dude is stuck in 1961 comic. He doesn't know Steve Rogers' name, for Christ's sake. He doesn't deserve to interview Downey.
He's so cute.
And it's the same thing. So it's like, well, Downey is a birthday show. Downey, just like Ryan Felipe, is a birthday show suck-up. He's on the speed dial. It's as big a star as Downey is, as talented as he is, and as interesting as he can be, and how it'll make him uninteresting. It is a absolute nail-it-in booking at this point.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like the only people that he gets in nowadays are people that will basically suck up to him. And it was interesting with today's Ryan Felipe show about how he's like, God, I feel like this is the last time I'm going to be on the show. I don't know if you're going to be back. I'm really concerned that you're not going to come back. And
boo-hoo.
But he had some interesting things to say today, which I can't wait to bring up. But let's
go
stay
back
with
to Robert Downey Jr.
I don't even.
$2 million. I just want to say $2 million for the birthday party he threw for himself.
And I love that Howard was shocked that he actually had to pay Steely Dan
and like he
to
didn't
perform.
Ryan Felipe is from Baltimore. Did he call him out for not talking about the Baltimore riots?
We're not allowed to talk about the riots. We don't talk about. No, not we, but we as in the Imperial Howard Stern. We don't talk about these things. This is not something that my audience wants to hear about. They don't want to hear about topical news like that.
Yes, no.
Somebody had mentioned today if O.J. Simpson had happened this
I read
year,
that.
He probably wouldn't even bring it up. But he would, because he's a sycophant and he loves stars. And
he's like
that
a girly
with them.
girl and he wants to gossip. He's like a little gossip queen. And what was fun is I was discussing the Baltimore riots with somebody from Starbucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have the race relations. The barista was telling me about it. And
the
it was
homeless lady with the computer at
it was beautiful. We were it was, precious moment for me.
And what did they say?
Evidently, Beth...
Kill Whitey.
Wait, what about Beth?
Beth jerked him off to...
that was... wait, we're going to come back to that. That was today's show. So here's a couple of things I noticed about yesterday. So all of a sudden, JD is back on the radar. As inarticulate as ever. Like
filler.
He's kind of like Henry Kissinger. Like Kissinger, whom I knew back in the day because he used to walk his dog with me.
Mm-hmm.
He still has that really, really heavy, thick accent, and he's been here since he's like 6 years old.
Yeah.
Like it's just an affectation. I think JD is just such a fucked up nerd.
Yeah.
That he can't get out of himself. He can't be He can't be any more than he is, and I can't even see.
I know you like JD, and I honestly don't know why.
I don't. I don't like him. I just said I don't want to pick on him.
To me, him just after Benji and Ronnie is the sort of ruination. The fixation on him is the ruination of the show. You want to say jump the shark moment? I say when John Hyde joined, that's another one. You can say the JD fixation might be the very jump the shark moment. He's so hideous and so forced
and boring.
Boring. No, I don't like him. I do like Jason. I don't really care about JD.
Nothing to the conversation. It's actually almost like it's tears come out of my eyes.
It's insulting as everything he puts on.
So my big takeaway from yesterday was when he was talking about the fact that he CCs Beth on
that was a big one.
every email that he sends to a woman. Now, let's dissect this just for a second. They were both cheaters. Like, I believe in my mind that he was seeing her whilst he was still married.
No question.
I do too.
Maybe he was separated, but nonetheless, he was still...
No question.
And then you have Beth, who has admitted in the past that she cheated on every single person she ever dated except for Howard.
Her dream.
Look at who her father is. He cheated the fucking government. And you don't think she has it in her blood?
And honestly,
she's got a lot of that in
once
her blood.
A cheater, always a cheater. So he probably doesn't trust her, and she doesn't trust him. And the fact remains that he is singularly one of the most unattractive human beings ever to walk the planet. There is not a shot in hell that anybody wants him except for his money. End of story. There's no way you can be physically attracted to that man.
Especially now that he's like an emaciated grotesquerie. I mean, he's storkery of bones.
He's disgusting. Yeah. And so the fact that he would have to CC her and say, "Look, honey, I'm not saying anything inappropriate. I'm not saying anything that'll make you upset."
But how does she even know that he's emailing these people?
Exactly. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Do they have like joint account? I mean, it's retarded to me.
They're such idiots.
And also, you guys didn't.
Also, I mean, obviously, it's a me thought protest too much gay guy trying to look hetero. It's a forced look at me, I'm hetero, CCing women. That's hard. It's certainly.
Yeah, but then he swings around to today. I don't even know if was there anything else you want to add about
the black pubes.
yesterday?
I just want to say that he mentioned that he has a full bush of black pubes.
Did he let Richard Christie see them? What was that whole story? I wasn't really paying attention.
I wasn't either, but I just read that and then I didn't see it, hear it, but he did. And they're all natural.
Of course they are.
From Grandpa Saul. Thank God.
Of course.
But I'm thinking maybe they do take his pubes and then install it to his hair. Because his hair is sort of a pubis mound of curls.
Tiki, you joke about that? That could very well be true.
It could be.
Ew, it's like carrot top. Ew. Pubit top.
Yeah.
Ew. Okay, so let's go to Wednesday. And this was really interesting because he started out the morning talking about how he would love to just do 1 hour a week. He's doing too much. He's just doing too much radio. He needs to really cut it down to an hour. He's like, I don't understand how much live TV I really have to, live radio I have to do. And then when Ryan came in, he said to him, are you going to do any more hours, like 12 hours? He's like, you know what? Letterman only does 5 hours a week. That's all he does. Well, 4 hours a week. Because does he do a Friday show? I don't think so. He only does 4 hours a week. Why should I have to do any more than that? And this is his idea. Like, I think that the new Howard 2.0, is going to be somebody who does a Leno-type show or a Letterman-type show where he just interviews somebody for an hour. Like, he's always wanted to do that. Remember there was that whole time where he was in discussions, allegedly, with ABC?
To do a special once a month or a couple times a year.
It was like a Barbara Walters style interview. By the way, he on West 67 in Columbus, where he lives, 101, Millennium Tower.
Attention, stalkers.
He lives directly across from ABC. Like, literally, Ralph could come to where that interview would take place. So that's like the laziest thing. I mean, that's even lazier than America's Got Talent, if that's possible.
Yeah, this is where he's going to go. Either that or somehow he will go the podcast route and he will make people pay for it.
Well, he was talking about a podcast.
If people pay $10 a month for him and he had 1 million listeners, can you imagine? You make $120 million by just phoning it in.
Yeah.
And do maybe a 2-hour show a day.
That's probably
people in to do.
I wouldn't listen. I wouldn't listen at all.
Then he was super gay today, talking about how Beth was diddling him.
Playing with his cock.
Right, whilst they were watching...
Derek Huff.
No, they were watching Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil.
What was that, Dr. Phil?
Kim Richards from Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and how she's such a hot mess and such a train wreck. So Beth started playing with him.
Playing with his man-mate. What a vile image.
Vile fucking image. And then
I'm scared.
I want to see Real Housewives of Pittsburgh with her father under house arrest. That's the show I want to see.
He went through an entire tirade. I wasn't sure if it was today or yesterday about... it was today. Wait, because he was waiting for Rumor Willis to come on.
Oh, yes. His TiVo.
Right.
What's up with this TiVo
Who
bit?
the fuck still uses TiVo? Seriously. So apparently he was waiting on Rumor Leno to come on. And,
you guys don't have Lotus Notes?
No.
No.
Yeah, I left it with my Betamax in Brooklyn. So he was talking about how they only get like these C-list celebrities, and it's all C-list, and finally they should get more quality content on there, more B-list. And I vaguely remember him saying that they wanted Beth on the show.
Yes, they wanted Beth on years ago.
Yeah.
Years ago.
Even before they were married.
Now is the time for Beth to go on that show. Why is he unnaturally pushing the AGT button? Why?
He does not want her on the show because he thinks...
But there's no harm, no foul there. It's not like it's a reality show where she has to talk about him, where they have to see her livelihood.
But it's also grueling, and it gets him out of his plugs for all that time.
Well, that's exactly right. And also, I don't know if there's a monetary compensation at the end. Does it go to charity?
I think they all get $100,000.
Is it for charity,
No,
though?
for them.
Right. So Beth will get an instant $100,000.
Adam Carolla did it. I think he said it was $350,000.
Wow.
Like that.
Oh, wow.
I think at the time when they asked Beth a long time ago, it was $100,000.
So then they went into JD, and again, inarticulate, just stammered his way through. I guess they recorded his pre-interview with Ryan Philippe.
Mm-hmm.
And they spent 45 minutes on JD this morning. 45 minutes. That's $175,000 worth of time.
Isn't Ryan obsessed with JD, too?
Well, I think they went out together. I think...
he asked him out for a beer.
Yeah.
I don't know if it actually happened. I cut off so I can come here. But I think that they were supposed to go for a beer. And, JD doesn't want to go fucking anywhere with that handsome stud muffin boy.
He's cute.
He wants to be seen with him. Then we had an hour plus with Ryan Philippe, who's on some new TV show, I guess. So he was promoting that.
I missed that 100%.
Totally missed that. Then he has the balls to pick on Sal's teeth and how white they are.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that.
Now Sal wants to get hair plugs in the back of his head, which they, I think, do take from the pubis.
That's right.
I can't really remember how that went.
From his pubis. They said, I heard something that Howard was saying about dyeing pubes, but he didn't have to dye his pubes. He was going more into pubes again, which... It's a wretched thought.
And then Ass Napkin Ed called in to talk about the 7...
Sal pretends to be really vain to impress Howard. I think that's it.
I don't think Sal is nearly as stupid as we give him credit
Just like
for.
Bob,
Yeah, exactly. They're not as stupid as we give him credit for.
Webby. Howard won the Webby for his birthday show.
Oh, meanwhile, they basically paid to be part of the Webbies.
Of course.
He was up against, I think, a review of the Pink Panther from 1967 expose or some bullshit thing like that. There was nothing to it. There was really nothing to it.
And somebody called in and said that Howard was voted, I don't know what magazine it was, .com. Howard was voted the best interviewer.
Right.
Ahead of Barbara Walters, David Frost, Mike Wallace, all these people.
You can't win a Webby if you had a $2 million budget to put the show on and fired people because of that budget. You're disqualified from the Webby.
Just what?
I don't know why, but he won the Webby. He won it.
What's that?
He did win it.
That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't be qualified for it. You shouldn't even be qualified for it if you have a $2 million budget to put a show on, and salespeople had to get fired because of your birthday show.
Well, I agree, 100%. Oh, did you see that Jennifer Aniston was in town, and guess what? She didn't go on Howard's show.
I thought they were friends.
Oh, yeah, right.
Done the show.
No, except when she was she did something for some health thing, and he made big fun of her for years and years and years and years. He made fun of Jennifer Aniston.
Nutrisystem.
So
yes.
that was it. So, as much as we say it was marginally better than last week, I think not so much.
You know what we missed about last week, though?
What?
he was all of a sudden, it's not fun, it's not funny.
Billy Crystal.
Billy Crystal. Remember, he was saying, "Oh, he's so funny."
Wait, what?
Yes, he
When was
did
that?
last week. Oh yeah, he was. Oh, I want him on the show. Oh, he's so funny. I loved him.
Which means
His
that he's gonna
stand
be on the
up.
show.
Yes.
That was a long time
Yeah.
ago.
All that means is that it's going to be on the show.
You
That
think?
It's going to be 100%.
Or what about the Seinfeld thing? He said, I saw Seinfeld on Letterman, and he always goes on Letterman, and I asked him to come on our show. And he said, well, the last time it was perfection, so I don't want to come on again because it was so good. I can't top it.
Yeah.
What does that mean? He don't want to come on again, Howard.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah. Poop. Yes.
Okay.
Don't you broads feel as if he's due to have Jesse the Body Ventura on again? Talk about their fake presidency?
Yes. And also, Jesse will once again invite him to Mexico. And Howard will say, yeah,
down
sure.
To Mexico with me in body shirt.
All right, I guess that's going to wrap up.
We're wrapping up our wrap-up
We're
right
going to wrap
now.
up our wrap-up, and we have a special guest today.
Fifth episode.
And it is Chaunce Hayden, who's editor-in-chief of Metropolis Magazine,
Yay,
which
yay,
is
yay.
metnights.com, and a fabulous archivist of Howard information that I'm positive you guys are going to be really interested in hearing about. So, Chauncey,
yes.
Hi. Thank you so much for coming on with us.
Hi, Chauncey. Thank you. It's T.
No, I'm glad to hear somebody still wants to talk to me.
We love you.
When it comes to Stern, I'm so blackballed and so hated that even to this day, I haven't been on the show since 2005.
Oh, my.
And people still hate me. I don't even know why.
Well, that makes us even, Chauncey, because we had blue balls waiting for you.
That's John.
Hello, Chauncey. This is Richard Johnson, a.k.a. arm of the New York Daily News. Welcome to the RadioGunk family.
How are you?
So, Chauncey, we did a little research on you, and we were just kind of really curious about a couple of things because, we obviously, the show from way back. We've been listening for forever, and we were thinking about how much free content you have given that man over the course of your time.
Huh?
And
residual free content. I think we should get residual.
I'll say this, though. Back in those days, really, I think I was the one really getting more because Stepping Out had just started.
Right.
And we were about 16 pages. We had maybe 2 or 3 ads. And then as soon as Howard started talking about the magazine every day, everybody wanted to advertise. Like, all Howard Stern's advertisers came on board. All the bars in New Jersey came on board.
That was a perfect demographic.
Yeah, it was great. And so I kind of used Howard,
as much as he used you.
The brand Stepping Out for many, many years.
Which was great.
I drove from Suffolk County, Long Island to Montclair, New Jersey just to get a copy of Stepping Out.
Pitiful.
You made me want to move to New Jersey almost. Except for the blue laws, the drinking blue laws that I decided against.
No, back in the day, it really got popular. It would be so funny. They'd have Entertainment Tonight on TV, and they would say the cover of the week, and Vanity Fair would come up, and they'd say, and the other cover, and it'd be Stepping Out. I'm like, do they even know we're a free newsprint magazine?
Chauncey, there were weeks where you had better guests than Howard had.
He did. You interviewed some fabulous people.
Days, people wouldn't do Howard because they were so afraid of the content of the show. So I would try and get the guests that he couldn't get, and then I would ask them about Howard.
I remember that.
That's why he was so in love with me Stepping Out, because I was doing his interviews, and then he got to feed him on the air.
Like, why can't I get Billy Crystal on the show, and then you would get to the bottom of it?
Right. Then I would ask Billy Crystal, how come you want to do the Howard Stern show? And he would have no idea that I'm associated with it. And it was magic. It went on like that for decades.
But you would also
question. You didn't lob up softballs like you were in Beer League and extra in Beer League. You asked hard hitting questions.
Exactly. He asked those questions that Howard would have asked.
Yes.
So it's so interesting that Howard couldn't get those people on when you would ask them pretty much the same kind of insightful, get into their mind questions.
Great questions.
One of my tricks to get celebrities to give their honest opinion about Howard, I wouldn't come across as a fan. I would come across as the opposite. Right. I would say, you know that son of a bitch Howard?
That's good.
What he said about so-and-so. And he would say, I know, right? And then they would go off. Because it would totally disarm them to thinking that I am one of Howard's goons, you know?
Right.
That's brilliant.
It was really brilliant. Oh, it was so brilliant.
It is. Chauncey, just researching you like the last day, you're like, I had like a whole, you're like the J. Jonah Jameson, Lois Lane, the Ben Urich of Northern Jersey. I mean, you've broken like five, we're going to get to that, but I just got to tell you, man, hard-hitting journalism. And that's what it should be.
I mean, it means a lot for you to say that. You know, when I started at Stepping Up, really, I'm aging myself, but there was no internet yet.
Right.
So what I would do when I would get an interview, I don't know how old you guys are.
Young, whippersnappers,
babies, not even out of college yet.
I would take a handful of dimes and nickels, and I would go to the library, and I don't know if you remember a thing called microfiche, and you had to put money in this plastic window, and like an article from People magazine from 1982 would come up, and for a nickel you could print it, you know, on one of those really smelly paper things that had that odor to it, and I would really do a lot of research. So when I interviewed someone, it made national news or sometimes worldwide news because I did so much damn research. I knew more about them than they knew themselves.
Well, my love, welcome to our...
Maybe that's more sophisticated than Lotus Notes, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
So let me tell you something. This is why we're having you on today, because we also have done our research on you. So we're going to turn the tables on you a little bit. And when I emailed you the other day about the Cavuto interview, we talked about how prophetic it was. I mean, it was fucking prophetic.
Prophetic.
How you went onto this show, you know, Howard was pissed that you went on the show to begin with, but what you were saying is what he should have been more upset about. Not the fact that you were on the show, but the fact that of what you were saying and the content of what you were talking about.
And to me, his new name is Chostradamus. He was really right there.
I like that.
You are. Will I lose 10 pounds next week, Chostradamus?
But Chauncey, I'll piggyback on what the broads just said. What was great about it
that's what he calls us.
We're his broads.
He used Cavuto and Fox News. So he's hiding from them, and Sirius wouldn't give them anything, and you dragged the story out of it.
That's
so
great.
He had to address
Tell you, that was so... Well, I did Cavuto twice. Well, the first time I did a show, it was when it came out on the front page of the New York Post that I was subpoenaed by the SEC
Remember
to
that.
testify against Howard for insider stock.
Did you get nervous about that? I mean, were you...
I was crapping in my pants.
Yeah, I would be too.
You know, I was facing jail time, and I didn't even own stock in Civic.
That's what I was...
Was it really just because you were on the show the day he announced that he was going to Sirius?
The reason why I got subpoenaed, and I know I'm digressing a little bit from your question, but
it's all family.
The reason why I got subpoenaed by the SEC, I was sitting in my office one day, and I get a phone call, and the fellow on the other end says, I'm so-and-so, I'm the chairman of the SEC, we need to ask you some questions. And I said, Sal, you got to stop bugging me at work.
I'm sorry to laugh, that's just a good...
and then the phone rings again, he goes, no, I'm really the chairman of the SEC. I go, Sal, cut the shit, I'm busy today. And I hung up. So then the next day, I get a FedEx package. And it's from the Securities Exchange Commission.
That's a sophisticated prank.
Yeah, and it's a subpoena in it. And I'm like, wait a second. You don't get FedEx subpoenas. There's a guy drops it on your desk or something. But it's a FedEx package. That's not how they come. So now I think somebody's really messing with me. It's an elaborate joke. So I call the Stern Show. I call Gary and I say, listen, I'm getting a subpoena. I go, is it you guys messing around? He goes, oh, we don't care about that. Whatever. Who cares? It's not real. Throw it out. And I'm like, no, I think
it's real.
So then I have a buddy who was the editor of the business section of the New York Post. So I call him and I say, I just got a subpoena from the SEC. If I show it to you, can you tell me if it's real or not? So he goes, show it to me. He goes, fax it over. Let me take a look. So I fax it over. I don't hear back, so I'm assuming it's bullshit. That next day was a Saturday. Howard was on vacation.
Of course.
Convenient, yeah.
The New York Post is a picture of Howard Stern and Mike subpoena.
Ah, jeez.
God damn.
And this is at the time when Martha Stewart had just
insider trading.
Yep.
So the media painted me as the guy who was going to bring down Howard Stern and throw him in jail. And Howard was, in St. Bart's that whole week, and he's getting, you can imagine, he's getting all these letters and emails saying Chauncey is putting you in jail.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Forcing him to respond.
Let me ask you a question, though. Was it specifically because you were on the show that day? Or I know the stock price obviously would have gone up after...
Well, I'll tell you, the reason why they did it was because I had a gig on Channel 7 on ABC News. It was a segment called Tattletales with reporter Gigi Stone.
Okay.
And once a week, I'd come into the studio. I would actually sit where Diane Sawyer sat. Like,
ooh la la.
And it was so bizarre.
Yeah.
And they'd have a camera on you in a room by yourself, and you'd have a headphone on, and Gigi Stone from another part of the building would say, hey, Chauncey, tell us what's going on in Hollywood. Tell us this. And I would give my gossip. And one day she said, so Howard Stern, his contract's running out. What do you think he's going to do when it runs out? And I said, well, listen, I don't know, but my guess is he's going to go to Sirius because Opie and Anthony are on XM.
Right.
He's not going to stay at terrestrial radio. So the only thing left is really Sirius.
And they're going to throw a shit ton of fucking money at him.
But it's not about money, he said.
Money, and he's going to own all the marbles.
Right.
So that was
marbles. Yes.
Nice choice of words.
Educated guess. So 3 months go by. And the day Howard makes the announcement that he's officially going to Sirius, I happen to be on the couch in the studio. I was there. So now someone on Wall Street goes, wait a second. Howard announced that he's going to Sirius. Well, this guy Chauncey, who's sitting there next to Howard when he makes the announcement, 3 months ago said on national TV that Howard was going to do it. Howard knows this guy. He has him on the air all the time. Something smells fishy.
Yeah.
Let's take this guy. Let's subpoena this kid and let's see what Howard told him and if this was an illegal leak of insider information.
Yeah, but that's so curious to me because obviously you made no financial gain off of the fucking thing.
I even own stock. Nothing.
Exactly. So what? They have nothing on you. But
it was ludicrous.
It did make for a good headline.
Big time.
That was a bigger company at the time. Too.
Yeah, no, Sirius was a nothing company. It was a penny stock. So it was ludicrous. But meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal, New York Post, Daily News, Fox, CNN, everybody's parked outside my home.
I love it.
Satellite trucks. I got all this going on. And a big-time lawyer in the city called me up and said, dude, you're facing jail time, too. We'll represent you for free and take care of this, pro bono. We just want to be a part of this because it's such a huge national, story.
It really was.
And so, a lawyer charges, and something like this, you can go bankrupt.
That's
so
crazy.
they were doing a pro bono. So I said, sure. So the lawyer made a statement to the media saying Chauncey doesn't own stock. He's not. This is a witch hunt. Whatever. So all the papers quote me.
So this is all within the week. This is all within the week where Howard's still away on vacation.
The whole week he's off the air. So now Howard thinks I'm doing a press tour while he's on vacation.
Right.
Now Neil Cavuto says, why don't you come on the business show and tell people, this is bullshit. So my lawyers say, why don't you do just one show? Do Neil Cavuto. Don't do anything else. And just say, listen, I don't own stock. Howard didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. And get it out there. So I did. Howard comes back from vacation and goes, first thing he says, so Robin, while I was away, apparently Chauncey did a media tour based on my name. I knew he was dangerous, but I didn't know he was ever this dangerous.
Wow.
We're done with Chauncey.
Right.
Yeah, I heard that.
I called in and I said, Howard, I tried to tell you I got a subpoena, and Gary told me basically get lost. And Howard said, that's fine, goodbye. And that was the last I ever spoke to Howard.
But he lied. John Cho.
You did the ABC interview. Was that at West 67th in Columbus?
No, they have an office on the Upper East Side. That's why this news and stuff is on the Upper East Side.
That would have been funny if it was directly across from Penthouse Plughead.
No. They have TV studios on the East Side too.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So that happened. Now, so I'm banned from the show, whatever. And Howard's having a field day. You know, the callers are calling in saying,
"Oh, you're an asshole. Everybody's ripping you a new asshole."
And death threats. I heard you got death threats.
Ralph was saying, "I always told you Chauncey was a bad guy."
Ralph. Huh.
You know, and this is it. I have no voice. I'm just the worst guy in the world.
Right.
So now I get another call from Neil Cavuto, who says, hey, listen, we're doing a thing on Sirius, and Howard's making his move today. I think a year had gone by at this point. Do you want to come on the show and tell us your opinion about if Howard's going to be a success on Sirius?
The future of Howard on Sirius, right?
Yeah. And I said, well, I'm warning you now, I don't think this is going to be a great thing. So if you're looking for me to do a kiss butt interview, I don't want to shock you. I have nothing good to say. I think it's a mistake. They said, no, say what you feel. So I came on and I said what I felt. I said, how Howard, he's saying for a year now he's not going to sell advertising kind. He's going to be doing this. He's going to be doing that. And I said, none of this is going to happen. It's all bullshit. I said, the revolution is not a revolution at all. It's Howard cashing in and making almost $1 billion.
Amen.
$500 million over the course of 5 years, amortized into, now what's amounted to, we've decided he works $200,000 per hour, since he's only on 3 days a week now for 4 hours.
$800,000.
And plus all the money he cashed in when the stock was high. How much did he do? And now it's like, what, 5 cents?
A lot of money.
Yeah.
And listen, he's a businessman. I don't begrudge him that, but I knew everything he was saying for that full year before he went to Sirius. None of it was going to happen.
None of it.
Everything was a lie. It was
Chaunce, it was beyond spot on, and that's why Tiki was calling you Chaunce Hayden.
He is
beyond spot on.
That's what I read.
Another thing I said, which came to be true, I said, listen, all these subscribers, it's going to be a novelty. They're going to pay $19 or $20 a month to see what it's about. Then they're going to say, screw this. Why am I paying $20 a month? It's not worth it. I said, all the new cars that are coming out that are prepaid subscriptions, they're going to not have those subscriptions anymore, and it's all going to collapse. Like a deck of cards, it's all going to come crashing down. I said, it's antiquated technology. You're going to have things like Pandora. You're going to have
Spotify, all of these things, right?
iHeartRadio.
Yeah, iHeartRadio. You're going to have all these things that are going to be free. Why would you pay for Sirius?
How ridiculous.
I think what happened at that point, though, is, yes, he had a huge fan base. So, and I consider myself one of these people.
I was his fan.
I went with him to Sirius.
I didn't.
I wanted to hear him say, fuck you. Like, I wanted to be able to hear him talk the way he wants to talk. Listen, I'm a diehard from, NBC days. So
I didn't listen to
after so I drank the Kool-Aid. Yeah. And I thought that, this guy is coming on the air and really going to change the face of radio.
And what about his big revelation? He had a nose job.
Well, that was later on.
That was like to get people to go into Sirius.
And he still refuses to talk about his hair transplant.
Nah, we were talking about that.
Oh, please.
Your supposed hair plugs look way better than his. Way better.
Oh, I shaved my head.
Good for you. Own it. Own it.
That's a great story.
Because you got a great mug. He doesn't have that option because he's a fucking president.
He's got a pinhead. It wouldn't look right.
No, but it's a whole nother story. But with the Cavuto show, So I did my whole hour, and
I thought you were
I
great.
told it the way it was. It was a great show. Even Kabuto at the end said, "Dude, that was awesome."
It really was.
That you were dead on with everything you said. He goes, "I agree with everything you said." Yeah. That's what Kabuto said to me off the air. I agree with everything you said.
Yeah, but then look at the way he kissed Howard's ass the next day when he was on.
Under the bus like you would have.
Oh my God, you were the shit under his shoe. Seriously, Chauncey.
It was the worst. So Howard.
Chauncey, did you try to call in at that day when Neil was on?
Well, no. What I did, Howard, he did Kabuto the next day. Compared me to Beetlejuice. Yeah. Said having Chauncey on is the same as having Beetlejuice on, and. Oh, he also said, Chauncey is not an expert on my show. Meanwhile, Howard, for 18 years, I did your show almost every day. I helped you write your book, Private Parts. You give me credit for helping write a new book. I've had lunch with you. I've hung out with your wife.
Yep.
If I'm not an expert, who is an expert?
Well, that's exactly right.
You know what? So anyway, when Howard tries to destroy you, he'll say whatever he has to say to destroy you.
Oh, I think
you won that war, Chauncey, and you kept winning.
You know what? He honestly, the reality though is that Chauncey became persona non grata on the Howard Stern show, so it wasn't really a win-loss thing. Howard just has he has a voice with millions.
It's an honesty thing.
And he can't be honest. But he buries people.
They're around. How many people has he buried?
Well, he comes
Marty, everybody.
I'm a free magazine editor. I had some gigs on Fox News, and I did, I would get my time on TV and stuff, but for the most part, I was really small potatoes. And Howard dedicated the next 10 years of his life to making sure I never got a job, never worked, and that anyone, whoever bought or published my stories, never did again.
But isn't that funny?
You're a tenacious, hard-hitting journalist, and he's threatened by you. He's not doing that unless he's threatened by you.
His job was to make sure that I no longer worked in the industry.
But did you ever hear, Chaunce, how he said he would never take food out of anyone's mouth? He has never tried to get people not to have a job. He understands. He's the biggest liar ever. He has tried to get people canned and blackballed 100%.
He's a bully. So he really was a bully. But you know what? The way I must be his worst nightmare because I never gave up. I never let it get me down.
Good for you.
And I just kept going. I said, you know what? I don't need the Howard Stern show. I don't need to be serious. I don't need to be Sal. I don't need to be Richard. And they don't understand that. They can't believe that you don't care that you're not a part of the show anymore. And I think that was more of a weapon against Howard Stern by not caring than if I was upset about it.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do you still ever listen to the show? Do you ever hear it?
I've never heard one show since the last day I was on.
Beautiful. Let us give you a little bit of education on what's going on with that show at this point in time.
Bad.
So now Howard has evolved, obviously. Howard is the kinder...
As you said, Disney. You said Disney.
The kinder, gentler AGT Howard, who now will spend of a 4-hour show that starts at 7 o'clock as opposed to 6 o'clock now. He will spend about an hour and a half with whatever celebrity will kiss his ass because nobody else is really allowed on the show anymore.
Or Marianne from Brooklyn.
Right. Or Bobo or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Those poor people.
Yeah. Well, and they also promote him. They have their talking points for the day and they talk about whatever's going on in Howard's life or his
Beth
or his wife's life. And so now the show is really all about this new, evolved, gentler, kinder, makes up with everybody who he's ever had a fight with. That can help his career, not people like you.
That he needs.
You know what, Chaunce? I love that interview you did with Pat Cooper. Fabulous. That was great. And Pat laid it online. He said, "What do you mean you're the new Howard Stern? You're always a Howard Stern. You're a bully. You're a bully. You made your money from being a bully."
Pat's pathetic as well. Pat
was great. You guys it was a great interview, Chaunce. I enjoyed it immensely.
So Chauncey, dovetailing, I'm sorry, I piggyback on that. So now he hasn't replaced Artie in 2009, and you were prophetic again in terms of Howard enabling him to commit suicide. Even
Norm Macdonald has gone out and said it is a no-brainer that he and Artie himself is persona non grata in the same way you are.
Oh, well, I'll take it a step. You know what? Never mind Artie. What I've said, what I've written about, and I stand by this, I don't care what Howard says. Hank the Angry Dwarf.
Yep.
Howard made him a drunken clown.
Yes.
The only purpose for that guy to live was to be a drunk on the show. He enabled that poor guy to drink himself to death, and then when the guy died, Howard does his, well, you know, we tried to help Hank.
Bullshit.
No, Howard, you squeezed every ounce of life out of that guy you could squeeze for a few laughs until he drank himself to death. And if he wasn't Hank, the drunken angry dwarf on your show, he could have gotten help, but it didn't behoove him to get help because you wouldn't have a sober Hank on your show.
No, of course not. It's content for the show. Everybody needs to be a fuck up.
Drunken Hank was the only interesting Hank.
Exactly.
So the guy drank himself to death. Thanks, Howard. Good job. And I don't care what anyone says, but that's the kind of guy that Howard is.
We know that. But the funny part is, remember...
I should go on and on. There was... Like, I don't know if you remember Debbie Tate.
I got this right here, Chaunce. Listen to this.
Quiet, John, for a second.
I want you to hear this, Chaunce. This is like verbatim to what was discussed about Artie. I found this today. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Chauncey, this guy writes he actually is the guy who puts it all together. He's a one-man show. He writes a magazine called Steppin' Out. It's one of those flyers they hand out in the supermarket.
It's like a super flyer giveaway paper.
Yeah. This is what the man does for a living. All right, listen, I'm no one to put down. He seems to be making a comfortable living.
He was so funny. The other day he was trying to say that my cover on his stupid magazine was the highest something.
The highest handout.
You know how many are sitting around here?
That's always the highest handout. They're all here.
What is that about?
I wouldn't call it stepping out. I'd call it handing out. Anyway, Chauncey befriended one of the beautiful models from our New Year's Eve pay-per-view show.
I'm sure he's tried to befriend others, but this was the only one that stuck.
This was the only one kooky enough to be friends with him. Of course, she had a massive heroin addiction.
Yeah.
It's the only way that she could hang with it.
Chauncey.
No, I must have been naive. I was the only one who didn't know she was on heroin.
No, remember, we only saw her, actually, during the time that she was clean. She actually told us that she had had a terrible drug addiction.
Hey, Chauncey, what'd you get how funny about Chauncey is? What'd you get, more tattoos?
So, what's your thoughts there?
Howard said he had, just like in Artie, he had no idea, but everybody else did, that Debbie Tay was a heroin addict.
Tells him, while he's saying, I didn't know, Robin says, yes, you did. We talked about it. We all knew it. But Howard's now going to wash his hands of it.
Of course. Just like Artie.
But this is the worst thing that he did. So when she passed away, they wanted me to bring her ashes on the show.
Yep.
And I said, no, of course I'm not going to do that. And they were begging me. So I said this. I go, listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll bring an urn with Debbie's ashes on the show on one condition. You dedicate the show and do free commercials for the Harms Recovery clinic in the village, in the city. That's a free clinic for heroin addicts. That doesn't get any support except for public support. It's not government funded. I said, that's where Debbie was trying to get help, and they need the money. So if you will give them free spots on the show, I'll bring her urn in their name. And we can make people aware of what heroin addiction is and how it kills and how we lost Debbie over it.
And the family was okay with this? I'm just curious.
He said, what's that?
The family was okay with this?
No, the family didn't want me to do it. The family didn't. But she was estranged from the family. She hadn't talked to the family in 20 years.
So is Howard, Chauncey.
Yeah, right. So
both his daughters.
Right, exactly. So I agreed to bring the ashes on and talk about Debbie's life and say, what kind of person she was, what addiction is, because I watched Debbie shoot up firsthand, and I saw her. I took that girl over my shoulder at the emergency rooms trying to get her help. I saw how little help there was back then for addiction. So I felt like I had a great perspective of it. So I go on the show. Not only did Howard never mention the clinic, never run a spot for the clinic, when it went on E and he was supposed to do the commercial, never did that. and went as far as to take the lid off the box,
asshole,
the bones on the show. Robin, is this Debbie's skull? You think this is Debbie's breast? And we all ended up getting sued. I got sued, Howard got sued, and CBS got sued for $10 million each, which ended up going to the Supreme Court 5 years later. And at the very last minute before trial, Howard settled out of court.
Wow.
And
Howard always settles out of court. He's one of the most litigious fucks known to mankind, but he will always settle out of court.
It went to the Supreme Court before it got there. And to this day, the case is studied in law schools because it was considered defamation of a corpse. But it didn't have to, what it was supposed to be was just looking like a funeral for Debbie, an urn, and talking about drug addiction, and where to go to get help. And it was none of that.
You know what, though? Honestly, you had to know somewhere in the back of your mind, being as controversial as he was back during that time period, that there was no fucking way you were going to be able to go on that show
and
with
have
this
to be
poor
a decent
girl's,
human being,
right? With this poor girl's ashes, and
look positive.
Yeah.
Looking back, I do know that.
Yes, of
By
course.
the time, I was so devastated. I mean, but that was my soulmate. Yeah. I was completely devastated, beside myself. I had never lost anyone like that before.
And how sad, that poor girl.
I was just a mess. And this is like a week later.
Yeah.
So I was just, basically just beside myself. So I made a lot of dumb decisions. But, Howard knew better. He was taking advantage of a guy that was grieving. He took advantage.
He takes advantage of everyone, Chaunce.
That's his MO. That's his MO.
Advantage.
I see it now with the show with somebody like David Arquette, who clearly is having problems.
Poor guy.
Who clearly is
like David Arquette.
Allegedly on drugs and really fucked up.
And feels Howard's his friend, which is his real bad problem.
That's the downfall of most people that go on that show who
ain't his friend.
Who have problems. He's using them to exploit and
fill in time.
And fill time.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Don Buchwald has to approve of your friendship before you can do it in terms of David Arquette's not A-list, he's not on what he considers A-list or B-list or whatever, so he's not pre-approved by Buchwald to be his friend. And it's interesting, Chaunce, you talk about, tragedy, funerals, you also knocked the cover off the ball another time when you brought attention to the fact that Howard blew off Gary's father's funeral in Union Day.
Oh, yeah, that was another one, right?
That was a huge story.
Oh, that made us all sick.
Beth sprained her ankle.
Oh, boo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Right, she sprained her ankle. They were in Long Island. There was no excuse whatsoever for him to actually not be able to go to that. And then the funniest thing about it, or the irony of it, is that the next day she's at a polo match in the Hamptons.
With Katie Lee Joel.
With Katie Lee, right, the other...
Gold digger!
Okay.
Gold digger.
Wasn't gonna say that, but yes. So... it just amazes us that he gets away. And, his excuse for all these fucking things, for not going to weddings, bar mitzvahs, the funerals, anything like that, is that he will take away from what's happening at the funeral.
Right.
He will take away from it being an important...
That's so huge.
Yeah, and it's a shame. And where did he call that out, John? Where was that?
It was, Howard actually read Richard Johnson's story the next day after it, because Opie and Anthony had hit. So Chauncey kind of played on that, and Howard had to address it because it hit the Daily News. People were calling him out on it all over.
But
it wasn't
shame on him.
Various news sources, and Howard had to address it. And Chauncey, it was a kick in the balls. Did you ever hear the audio of him responding to you?
No.
Oh, I got it for you.
Oh,
go, Johnny, go.
Here, I'll give you a link.
Oh, thanks, John.
I don't have it queued up.
I read about it in the New York Daily News. That's what he was reading it from.
Right.
I wrote about it in the Rush Malloy column.
Right.
And, again, he couldn't believe that he couldn't silence me, because this is when he had already banned me from the show, but yet it was driving him crazy that I still had the voice of the media and he couldn't shut me down.
Chauncey, when he was trying to reply to this, it was like he was reading a prepared statement written by Buchwald, creating a lie as to what happened with Beth. I mean, this fucking guy's got a limo driver, 3 of them. I live in Long Island, he's a mere, 55 minutes away. He's a private chopper he has access to. Someone sprains their ankle and you have to see them out to the healing of it's absolutely ridiculous. And this is his 30-year producer. You're
I know.
off the guy's dad's funeral. Does it get any more parasitic?
My trophy wife twisted her ankle.
Yep.
Were they even married at that point?
No.
Yeah.
No, it was like just before.
She was just his bimbette.
Yeah.
It was. I thought that was so unbelievable.
Oh, made me sick.
I couldn't comprehend it. There's no way you get there. If you have to put Beth in an ambulance and then take a limo or a helicopter.
Why does she have to go with you?
Exactly. She's not his friend.
Who gives a shit if she comes or
Beth
not?
doesn't have to be there. Beth doesn't have to be there. She doesn't even know Gary.
Exactly.
At that point, she was new to everyone. That was so disgusting.
And then the next day, the worst part about it is that everybody's kissing his ass like, oh, no, it's okay, Howard. You know, you're right. It would have been a distraction. And thank you for the bagel and schmear that you sent for us.
And the cold cut platter.
Right. Thanks for the platters.
The bagels, lox.
Yes. So what a man.
Fuck you. All right, so another thing I wanted to bring up with you, because we love this story also, because you have so many of them.
You
it's
got
awesome,
great ones, Chauncey.
is the Lila Alcieri story.
So beach.
Wait, oh my God. It's so far back.
Yeah. No, but come on, that's a good one. We love that one.
Wait. Don't tell me. Let me guess. Okay. That's going so far back, I actually have to think about it for a second. That was the black woman on the show.
Yeah, right. No, let him go.
And if I remember correctly, oh my God, oh God, I'm going to get it wrong. You better tell me because I know.
No, we're going to give you a little hint. Son of a beach.
Howard had her up to his bachelor pad.
No, I wanted him to guess.
Yes. You brought her up to his New York pad, and she described the whole to me.
And then he made her watch Son of a Beach with him.
Now, obviously, he was trying to get laid.
Yeah.
Really?
The only way she's going to get a part on the show is if she has sex with them. And he was saying on the air something along the lines, well, first of all, Chaunce is a liar because nobody comes up to my phone without my doorman approving it. Yeah. Meanwhile, she's sitting there, Chauncey. I was in his, I'll describe every single room to you. I was there with him alone watching Son of a Beach, and Howard made the moves on me. She told me the whole story, and he's denying it on the air.
I know. I remember that clearly.
Listen, there are hundreds. There was one of the worst. You know what bugged me? I think the most. One of the most.
What?
Maybe it was worse, but one of the ones that really sticks out. So Howard's going on vacation. It's the last Friday before he goes.
It's always vacation.
And it's always a vacation.
It's always vacation.
I was the first one to break the story that Marlon Brando had passed away.
Oh, I don't remember this.
Yeah, I broke the story. I had a friend who was good friends with one of his caretakers. So they said, Chauncey, no one knows this yet. Marlon Brando just died. It's not going to be released to the media for another 6 hours. You got the exclusive. It's a worldwide, global story. Yeah. And I know he's dead 6 hours for everybody else. So I call into the show, and I say, right before the show was ending for that day, I said, I have a major news announcement. Howard puts me on the air. Oh, so Chauncey has one of his big news announcements. Probably wrong. He's usually wrong, but go ahead. I said, well, Marlon Brando just passed away. And they're like, oh, my God, that's amazing. How did you know that? That's incredible. And so we do our little rap. I hang up. Gary comes walking in, says, oh, by the way, Howard, once again, Chauncey's wrong. Marlon Brando's alive. And Howard goes, once again, everybody, the most unreliable, worst journalist ever, Chauncey, gave another false story on the show. Marlon Brando's alive and well. Meanwhile, he's been dead for over 2 hours, and I just gave him the exclusive. And then he's off for the whole week, and he ended it with me being a liar and a bad journalist. He comes back on Monday, never meant the following week.
Wow.
Mentioned that I just threw this guy under the bus, called him irresponsible, a terrible journalist, and doesn't say, you know what, I got to admit, the guy gave us the exclusive and I was wrong.
How could he ever do that? That's just not him.
Chauncey, can you remember the date of that so I can go back and archive it?
Well, if you look up when Marlon Brando died...
That's pretty easy, John.
T.'s favorite Marlon Brando movie is Don Juan DeMarco.
No, it is not. It's on the waterfront.
Okay, Dr. Moreau's on.
All right. So what else you guys want to talk about? Because I went through my little list, my little litany of things I loved about Chauncey. Oh, wait, I have questions for you, Chauncey. Are you actually friendly with anybody who's currently on the show, or are you just off the grid?
Well, that's a great question. It's funny. I was at a comedy show a couple of weeks ago, and I guess this. I was going to say yes, but I guess it's no, because I was at this comedy show, and Mike Ganji was there.
Ganj.
With Steve Cirillo. And they were very nice, very friendly. It was all great. But then again, Ganji got screwed over as well.
Yeah, so did Grillo.
And so did Grillo, and so did Doug Goodstein. And
So did everybody.
so I guess to answer your question, no, because this is the deal. If you want to be in the Howard Stern world, whoever Howard Stern hates, you have to hate.
Yep.
And if he finds out you don't hate someone he hates, you're gone. You're out.
Right.
And it's like a cult, like a sick.
It is like a sick cult.
Well,
You're
when
not
you
kidding.
think about it, and it's very similar actually in my business as well, in a lot of companies where, you know, the people that work there, the Freds, the Garys,
the Robins,
they have never really worked anywhere else.
No.
They can't, right. They're afraid to try it.
This is their only job.
And
Their
what
only
else
job
are they
has-
going to get?
They all live in terror. They do.
Walking on eggshells. I know they
They've
do.
seen what Howard can do.
Oof.
They've seen how fast he can turn on you. And everyone, you're right, they walk on eggshells. And if Howard says Chauncey's a bad guy, guess what? I'm the worst guy. And they will go to
hiss.
the grave sick.
Let's
they don't even
tell
know
him.
why.
Do you
They
think?
don't need to be able to tell you why I'm a bad guy.
Do you think that they all have non-disclosure agreements?
Definitely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Did you have one?
No.
No, because he doesn't get paid by the show. And do you think that Howard actually is responsible for most of his people's salaries, or do you think it comes from Sirius?
That's a good question, and I honestly don't know how they work that. I'm sure there's some sort of deal where they kind of both go hand in hand, but who knows? I really don't know. I think it's a lie that Howard doesn't have influence of what someone gets paid or doesn't get paid. I think Howard can pretty much tell Sirius what salaries he wants his people to have.
Totally.
He'll deny that, and he'll say, I don't negotiate salaries. But obviously, he can tell people who to pay who and how much, and they're going to do it.
Yeah, because here they are, 5 or 6 people, multimillionaires, just kind of sitting around phoning it in at this point.
And other people like living in Harlem or in one-bedroom apartments that Howard makes fun of.
Try Crown Heights.
Right.
Bed-Stuy. Not Harlem's way too upscale for that.
Oh, I want to ask you if you could. What do you think about Ralph, Chaunce?
Yeah.
Oh. Who, Raspberry knows?
Yeah, really.
The one thing I'll say about Ralph, I don't like Ralph. I've never have liked Ralph.
Nobody does.
But I will say this about Ralph. He was smart enough to work it so he never had to work a day in his life.
Ever
He's like the Kato Kalin of the Howard Stern show.
Ralph may be the biggest genius of them all. He found a way just to shove his nose up Howard's ass because he knew what Howard wanted. Howard wanted a guy that would say, Howard, you're amazing every minute of the day.
His little
and
psychopath.
chose Ralph to be that guy. And Ralph had some fashion design experience.
Well, look at how Howard dresses.
Howard kind of liked the fact that he liked Ralph's style of clothing. He liked that Ralph could dress him. Because Howard, if you remember back then, was a pretty nerdy guy.
Yes, 100%.
Have you seen him lately, Chaunce? The wig, emaciated. He probably weighs about 150 pounds.
He dresses like Tony Hawk in 1992.
And he looks like a grandma. He looks horrible.
61-year-old Jew in skater boy clothing.
Well, one of the worst, that's still Ralph's influence.
Yeah. He's right. Chauncey, you just nailed it. He dresses like Ralph. Everyone's like, Ralph wants to be Howard. No. Howard's dressing like Ralph.
Howard thought Ralph dressed cool. But you know who got banned for the show for life? Dee Snider.
Yeah. We love him.
Yeah, I had this on tape. I think I have an audio somewhere of my interview with him. Dee Snider said to me, I don't talk to Howard anymore, and I would never do his show again. I'm like, well, what happened? Why? He said, he goes, I dressed that guy. He goes, I'm the one responsible for that look. When he came out with that look with the chains and the long suit jacket that was baggy, he goes, I'm the one that took him shopping and did it. And when I said I was the guy, he called me a liar on the show.
Wow. So that was, Chaunce, let me tell you something. That's been confirmed by Stuttering John and Jackie Martin. Jackie, if you listen to Anthony Cooming's podcast, had Jackie and Stuttering John on at the same time. Jackie said, he turned to Fred at one point, he's like, Fred, what do we do with this guy? He doesn't know anything about sports. He doesn't know anything about music. He's desperate for a look. And Jackie said, he turned to him and was like, I'll just dress like Dee Snider. So Jackie confirmed this.
Yeah.
You're saying he's lying. We got to watch that interview, Chaunce. It's a lot of dirt now.
I think I might have it on audio somewhere.
It's real good.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You guys are right. I must have 100,000 stories. I should write a book.
You should. I'd write.
So many amazing.
Oh my God! They would sue you in a fucking heartbeat, and you know it.
I would buy 1 million copies.
I don't think they can sue me.
They can't.
No, they can't.
Remember? Do you remember when you were on Cavuto and Howard was? I was listening to the show, and Howard said, "He's slandering me. This sounds like I can sue him." Did he ever sue you for what you said on Cavuto?
You can't slander a celebrity.
That's right.
I could say to you right now that Howard has a vagina and that his penis fell off 8 years ago and that I've seen his vagina and he couldn't sue me.
Well, I believe it.
If you see
frankly,
dead on about that.
You know, and give you an example. If Howard could sue anybody, he would have sued Cabby when Cabby said he had a porn video of Howard.
You know what? I think he paid Cabby off.
Could be.
Maybe.
Wait, what was this? Can I?
That was another great story.
Wait! I want to hear that story because I want to finish the story.
Cabby came to me years ago and said, Chauncey, I will tell. I've never told the story to anyone. He goes, I fucked on Howard's desk in the studio. I literally had a girl on the desk, and I had wild sex all night long. And for a joke, me and Ron Jeremy jizzed all over his chair.
That's so gross.
Because he's such a germphobe, we were laughing.
I love
it would be to have our sperm all over Howard's desk and chair.
I love it, but it's gross.
I love it.
And Howard, and I put it in the papers. It was in page 6. I had it out all over the place.
Oh, you were the guy that broke that?
It said I was a liar, said that never happened.
You broke it, Chaunce?
Yeah, I broke the story.
Good for you.
You broke the jizz story.
But then, so here we go. 5 years go by. 5 years. What happens? The video comes out of them jerking off in Howard's desk.
Are you kidding?
Cabby tried to sell it, right, Chauncey?
I have the video.
Do you really?
I love it.
Oh, let's sell it.
I love it. I think that's fabulous.
Yeah, so there's like I said, there's so many stories.
In the naked Howard City.
Howard's a trillionaire. Good for him. But is he a good guy?
No.
Good guy. But you know what makes me mad is that I've always known that Howard is a piece of shit. What makes me mad is that these news reporters and celebrities
kiss his ass.
used to trash him.
TMZ,
They all kiss his ass now. Howard can do no wrong. Really? Howard can do no wrong? This is a guy who held a dead heroin addict's ashes up.
Really?
Up on a show. And he's a great guy.
And he wished, how many people did he wish cancer on and said, I'm going to fuck your dead father's skull?
Guys, don't you find it amazing and amusing all at the same time as how much shit he used to give Imus and his wife about their cancer ranch, where here he has a wife that all she does is fucking pawn out pussy
for Bianca's furry friends.
Thanks for giving her any kind of fucking advertising whatsoever.
I just wanted to know.
Media, he's the king of all hypocrisy.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's perfect.
One thing I want to ask you.
This is a billionaire asking, plumbers and school
truck drivers
handouts for a $10 million fucking cat hospital. Does it get any worse than that?
It's like pay for it yourself. And also, my point here is, have you donated to Bianca's furry friends, Chaunce? Have you?
No.
Good.
I haven't.
Good.
Let me ask you a question, because you were kind of tied in with the papers in New York at the time. Do you remember the whole story? I guess it was Richard Johnson who had said that Howard had bought a car for a stripper at Scores.
Sure.
What was the whole story with that?
Well,
and he denied it.
It goes back to this. If the story wasn't true, you can damn well bet Richard Johnson not only would have been sued,
you betcha,
at least would have had to have printed a retraction.
But didn't he call him the next day or like 2 days later? And Richard Johnson said
he did not retract.
He didn't retract?
No, he did not. No, he did not.
Retracted that story, and Howard never sued the Post.
No.
And as someone who had a gossip column called Ion Scores, where Scores sponsored the column every week, so I had a behind-the-scenes look at what was going on there more than anybody. Even though I'm not an expert, I just happen to get paid.
You are an expert in my eyes.
And I can tell you that President's Club, there was a lot. If you had a blue light that you could have pointed at Howard's chair, that there'd be a polka dotted chair.
Well, Chauncey, I'm going to use the word allegedly here, and the new thing that's coming up now is that Beth apparently had some affiliation with Scores, and she was kind of like an escort for Japanese business. She was a stripper.
Allegedly.
I never heard that story, but I'll tell you, I knew Beth when I lived in a town called Glen Rock, New Jersey, and Beth, when she was dating Howard, would take public transportation. She'd take the bus to Glen Rock because she was posing for a local catalog, and I'd see Beth on the corner of my little quiet block every day sitting there. And I'm like, why doesn't Howard get you a ride here? She goes, well, he doesn't want to. I got to take the bus. I was like, all his money's banging you. He can't get you a ride to Glen Rock?
You know what? She's the one. Listen, we talk about Ralph being the luckiest man alive. She's the luckiest fucking girl alive. Let's be honest.
But he made her work it, like you're saying, Chaunce. He made her take the subway. He made her take the bus. He made her, he made her work it before he actually got the dough. She did, so she had to earn.
And now she kisses his ass for those Louboutins like nobody else can. Honestly.
And is it worth it with that vile, ugly cretin?
Billionaire. It's very easy to put up with anything. I mean, when helicopters take you from your penthouse New York suite to the Hamptons mega mansion every day, it's a nice life,
It's a nice life, but she doesn't get to go anywhere.
He's so, what is the word? Agoraphobic? What is he?
Germophobic or agoraphobic.
He's everything. Plus, he's manorexic.
He doesn't
want
go
to
anywhere.
eat.
So she's...
Chauncey, let me ask you, would a true germaphobe be in the same studio as someone as vile as Benji and Sal? I mean, do you think that's even real, germophobia?
No, I do think the germaphobe thing is real. I think he has a lot of problems when it comes to I do. I think he is a germaphobe. I think he has OCD. I think part of his obsession with being thin, his obsession with his hair, everything that he does is an obsession. When he eats, he'll count. Who counts 8 almonds? I mean,
not me.
We all know almonds are healthy for you. Can you literally sit there every day and count 8 and put them in your hand and eat them?
Don't you love that? Don't you love that everybody on his show is basically obese except for him?
Yeah, but they're all abused children. They're obese because they suffer from emotional abuse.
Yeah. And they're used to it with Howard now.
I think they're contracted to be fatter than him. I think they have to maintain. They have to at least be 240 each.
And ugly. Uglier than Howard, which is
I think if anyone well, one of my favorite shows when Howard and I had a beauty pageant against each other.
I listened to that, Chaunce, yesterday. Oh, my God.
You know what?
They
it was
gave him
such a crock of
9s.
shit that anybody would give him like 8s and 9s versus you with like 3s and 4s.
I said if Howard's a 10, what does that make Brad Pitt?
Yeah, exactly.
I listened to that yesterday. I loved it. I was like so appalled. Like, give us a break here. Did Howard buy it, or was he playing around?
I listen. It wasn't about me being good looking. It was about exposing him for being ugly. I called him out on at that show, and he got mad at me for doing it. Those judges, at the end of the show, if you listen to it, we find out every judge was paid by the show.
Of course they were.
Said, wait a second. You're writing each one of these judges a check. Who's going to win this contest?
Of course.
Of course. Just like when he had his stupid band that would go against other bands, and they'd have like A&R guys in.
Oh, Stuttering John's job. I'll tell you. I knew who won Stuttering John's job.
Oh, yeah, I was listening to that.
Jim Christie was hired before the very first guest or a tryout happened.
And you were up for it.
Fired Richard Christie. There was no winner.
So you knew.
So you knew that it wasn't going to happen.
So you were just playing around.
I knew I wasn't going to win because Richard Christie had signed his contract already.
That's so funny. But I'm not shocked.
You know the story behind Richard? He was in a death metal band, and it said that his death metal fans kind of padded the balloting. He didn't win that contest. He was no better than you. Sal was probably, everybody was superior to him. Richard did not legitimately win. If you listen back to those contestants, he wasn't even close to the best guy.
Tradio, I'm Ethel.
You know what? I just don't understand, actually, what those guys do all day. Like, they do one phony phone call.
Well, those horrible tradios.
And they're supposed to work a 5-day work week. They don't work 3 days. They don't work a 3-day work week.
What does Shuley do? Like, what does any of these people do?
Let's can him. I hate Shuley.
What about the fact that he had a news team that comprised of 9 or 10 people?
And now they're around.
Completely fell apart.
Exactly. They're all gone.
Great stories. I go crazy because this guy's on New York CBS evening.
Steve Langford.
Steve Langford.
I love him.
When they hired Steve Langford, his first job, and this is when they were coming after me big time. Steve Langford, this respected journalist, his only mission, his only job there was to prove that I was never in the Navy and that I lied about the whole thing.
No way. I don't remember that.
So he's dedicated a year proving that I never was in the military and I wasn't a disabled veteran. So one day,
it's like Trump going after Obama.
Right. So one day he calls me up with that crazy voice and he says, "So Chauncey, we've uncovered a bunch of things about you, and it's very disturbing. We're going to do a news report tonight. We've uncovered that you were never in the military, and in fact that you've been lying about that all these years, and you're not a disabled veteran, and we just want to comment why you would lie about serving the country." I said, "Steve, let me ask you a question, because you're a great reporter, and I'm sure you've done your research. What name are you looking at?"
Oh my God, are you kidding?
Your name is Chaunce Hayden, of course. I said, "That's not my name, you stupid." I go, why don't you ask me what my real name is and then look that up, you scumbag piece of shit?
I love it.
So what happened?
And he just shut up and hung up. I never heard from him.
And they scrapped the story. Of course, there was no story. It was
but you know, Howard was in Vietnam.
Oh, please, yeah. We love that. You know, I was reading something that happened way back in time, and it just goes back to providing content and being that person, you know, that he went to for things. There was a time where you had brought up like a whole bunch of girls for some shit bit that he was doing.
What, like Miss Howard Stern?
No.
The whole beauty pageant?
I think it was something where they canned it at the last minute, and then they didn't offer the girls up anything, like a T-shirt, a bumper sticker, nothing.
Oh my God! That I think I forgot. You're right. I forgot about that. You're right. They had asked for a bunch of girls and had them all come in, and they never brought them on the air, and they just sent them home. And I think one of the girls got fired for taking the day off. Oh, I got a better one. So I knew a girl, this girl Jody, who wanted to meet Howard, and she had just gotten out of prison. Stunning girl. Stunning girl. She was like 22 years old, just got out of jail for drugs.
Okay.
And she was on probation. And they had her on a bracelet. She wasn't allowed to leave her home.
That makes two of them.
They took her, they sent a limo to pick her up, brought her on the show, and then while she was on the show, the police were waiting in the lobby and took her back to prison to serve out a 7-year sentence. You never heard a word about that.
Never. That's awful.
You never heard a word of. Speaking of that, Beth's dad has a bracelet of his own. He was under house arrest for medical fraud in 2001 Pittsburgh.
Oh, I don't think I did know that.
Yes.
Oh, you've got a scoop. Put it up.
I knew he was a dentist. I didn't know he got busted.
Yes. And he got
insurance fraud.
Yeah, he can't.
They're all such great people. They're wonderful. They're all wonderful. Everybody's great.
Oh, yes, except for others, yeah.
I'm bad. Pat Cooper's bad.
Chaunce, you don't understand. We have a whole series of podcasts we're doing, and they're all entitled "They're Around." Because
someone calls the wrap-up show and asks Gary, "Hey, Gary, where's Chauncey been at lately?" He's around. That's
or Howard, Tim Sabian.
People said he's around.
Yeah.
Oh, people calling us, but everybody. They're around.
Tom Giussano.
Everyone.
That's very funny.
They're around.
Yeah. So you're around, Chauncey.
Well, you know what they said to John. I thought this was interesting. Studying John, when he was in New York, he wanted to come on the show, promote his comedy gig, and Gary said to him, "We don't have. The show's different now. We don't have a place for you anymore."
Yeah.
Yep.
Here's a guy who is probably the most famous cast member of the show of all time,
And very beloved. Very beloved.
They can't find a place to do an interview with them.
Howard's a big fat baby.
Yeah, but they can find a place for like phony David Letterman, phony Eric.
But Stuttering John, who actually made the name, the house.
He was fabulous.
And got punched in the face over and over again by bouncers and celebrities.
Yes.
Shame on him. It's a different show now. We really don't have any room to talk to you.
Wow. It's a different show now. It stinks. That's a basic bottom line.
Yeah, well,
Chauncey, you know as well as that. John said in the same Cooney interview, this is the private part here, so Howard was probably pulling in. I'm trying to do the math with like book sales and I bet you he was making $30 million at that point, like a year like that. John said his staff Christmas gift was a bowl of popcorn. He said he got this bowl of popcorn, gourmet popcorn. John stuck his hand in the popcorn to reach for what he thought would be a check on the bottom of it. And his hand kept going for
Sucker.
Oh my God.
The whole staff, popcorn. Ganji for everybody.
Oh my God.
That was the bonus. That was a big credit.
I mean, honestly, there are 1,000 stories, and there really should be. I think it would be a great book. I think it's the right time for a book. Because I think even the loyal fans feel a sense of
believe me,
now.
Everyone.
He has very few fans, Chaunce.
When fans wouldn't buy a book like that because they knew they would do it in support of Howard.
Not anymore.
Chauncey.
I think people would buy it.
Chauncey, if there's anybody to do it, it's you, honestly. I think it would be really, really fun, insightful. You know, you should really just start taping yourself and taping stories that you remember. Well,
honestly, I think you could take this interview and turn it into a book.
You shouldn't.
But it's great, and I have so many more questions. We have so many, but
yeah, we want you to come back on another time.
You were fabulous.
We'll do a part 2.
We'll
definitely
do a part 2.
Will you do it with us? Because you're great. You're fabulous.
I have to say to you, you and I were nominated for the same FME in 2000.
Were you really?
Is that Corey Feldman?
Yes. I got into a fight with Billy Baldwin.
Oh, that's so great.
And
was
you're
he
on the
really?
same
Greatest
FME.
moments that my fight with Corey Feldman was great.
Oh, I wish I got to hear that.
All right, we're going to come back.
Let's say over and over again. Meatballs to me, Corey. Meatballs.
All right. Chauncey, we're going to wrap it up, but
Chauncey.
we really, really, really want to thank you
We
for coming
love
on.
you.
with us.
Thank
so
you,
much.
Chauncey.
Let's do it again.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
I love him.
He was great.
What a guy, you guys.
All right, let's call back Arm because I had to probably hang up on him.
That was great.
That was great.
I can't wait till he comes on again.
Metropolis Nights.
Look at that! You totally commandeered that conversation, but we love you for it.
We love you.
You had some really, really key points there. It was awesome.
We enjoyed it.
Everybody
100%.
was great.
What did you think? I think he was great.
I love
I
Chauncey.
don't understand how we're going to top that.
I know, it was really good. You know why? Because he has a lot of stories and he's untapped.
And he's got a lot
You're
more.
going to feel like a come down after that.
I know. But no, we'll do good. We'll do good. I think, I think it was awesome.
It was great.
You guys are great.
This
So
was
are you.
awesome. So this is our first time actually doing an interview. I'm so excited.
Yay for us. I'm
Yay
going to
for
say
us.
yay for us. It was
I
great.
wasn't as nervous as I thought.
No, you were like Mr. Man.
Yeah, you were the man.
You were like Mr. Green Lantern or
No,
whatever
that's
you
awesome.
were. Mr. Aquaman.
All right, so guys, we're going to wrap it up because
Okay.
I have some stuff I've got to do, and I know
Alrighty.
you do too. So thank you so much, everybody, for
We hope you
listening to
enjoy
our
this.
show.
We got to get in touch this weekend and talk about this some more. It's
I know we need to actually re.
Oh, we loved it. It was so
yeah, we need to
fabulous.
re-up this one. All right, so don't forget to follow us on Twitter at RadioGunk and check out the live stream on RadioGunk.com. And we love you.
And thank you, Chaunce.
Hey guys, thanks for hanging with us tonight. Please join us for any further discussion at RadioGunk.com in the forum section. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at RadioGunk. And don't forget to like this and subscribe to us and hit that little bell so you know when we're doing a new show. Thanks.